Chapter 1910. This restriction is indeed set up by a great sovereign of our immortal world. It's hidden in the space. It's too mystical. Even in the entire sovereign domain, there aren't many people who can set up such a powerful restriction. If it's set up by your friend, it's no wonder that we couldn't find it. Even a great sovereign wouldn't be able to find such a mysterious restriction. Those geniuses of the barbarian world must have been fighting here by accident and attacked the restriction, causing it to be activated. Young Junlong said. As a 6th grade great sovereign, his eyesight was exceptional. He could tell how strong and terrifying the seal was at first glance. It's De Huang. There's no doubt about it. This restriction is his technique. Jiang Chen was incomparably excited. They had finally found the traces of De Huang dog after being in desolate ancient land for such a long time. This powerful and mysterious restriction must be set up by De Huang. Jiang Chen was too familiar with De Huang's technique to make a wrong judgment. Hong Long. In front of them, 20 to 30 experts of the barbarian world attacked the barrier at the same time, but their attacks were bounced back by the barrier. Even with their late immortal venerable cultivation base, they couldn't cause any damage to the barrier. Amazing. This restriction has existed for countless years, but it still has such a powerful defensive power. It's unbelievable. Young Junlong sighed. Despite his pride, he couldn't help but admire Jiang Chen. Big brother, what should we do now? Zhuo Ling looked over at Jiang Chen. Monkey, use your fiery golden eyes to see if you can find anything. Jiang Chen said. All right. Dragon Shirsan nodded and secretly casted his golden fiery eyes. This time, he cast it without making a sound so as to not attract the attention of the geniuses of the barbarian world. At this moment, all of their attention was on the mysterious restriction formation. They would not pay any attention to the three of them. Long Shirsan's fiery golden eyes were incomparably terrifying. It actually penetrated through the restriction of De Huang. How is it? Jiang Chen asked. There is a small space inside. I saw De Huang. Draconic Shirsan's emotions were stirred up. What's the situation? Speak clearly. Jiang Chen continued to ask. De Huang is sleeping, and there's a young man beside him. Damn, he's even more handsome than me. No, De Huang seems to be fusing with the young man. Long Shirsan said. Young man. What does that young man look like? Jiang Chen continued to ask. The young man looks to be 15 or 16 years old. He's wearing a golden cloak and has a golden horn on his head. Long Shirsan said. It's that young demon sovereign. He's the body of De Huang's previous incarnation, the last projection that appeared in the Great Thousand Mirror. I know now. Apart from the tragic scene in Golden Horizon, there's also the battle in desolate ancient land. De Huang is now fusing with his previous incarnation. It seems like he's at a crucial moment. We must not be disturbed by these barbarian geniuses. Jiang Chen said. He was incomparably excited. All the mysteries had been uncovered. The young demon sovereign was De Huang dog. It should be the Great Thousand Mirror that brought De Huang dog back to desolate ancient land. Jiang Chen didn't know what kind of existence the Great Thousand Mirror was, and he didn't have the mood to know. Now that he had found the exact location of De Huang dog, what he needed to do now was to rescue De Huang dog from there. However, it wasn't easy to get rid of these barbarian geniuses. Little Chenzi, what do we do now? Do we attack? Long Shirsan retracted his fiery golden eyes. We need at least a 4th grade great sovereign to open this restriction. If I attack, it will immediately attract the attention of the great sovereigns of the barbarian world. Young Junlong said. Senior, it's better not to attack unless it's absolutely necessary. Let's wait and see. These barbarian geniuses won't give up, Jiang Chen said. Jiang Chen was able to maintain his composure at such a crucial moment. Given the barbarian world's style of doing things, they won't stop until the restriction is opened. It won't take long for the news to spread out. At that time, a fourth-grade great sovereign will appear. At that time, we'll be in even more trouble, Zhuo Ling'er said. Then we'll wait for their fourth-grade great sovereign to appear. Once they enter the restriction, I'll attack and bring De Huang away immediately, Yang Junlong said. Senior, are you confident? Jiang Chen looked at Yang Junlong. He knew that killing a fourth-grade great sovereign was a piece of cake for Yang Junlong. However, after killing the fourth-grade great sovereign, time was the key to bring them away from this place. This time must be done as soon as possible. We can only risk it. Do you have any other way? Yang Junlong looked at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen shook his head. A hint of ruthlessness was revealed in his eyes. Yang Junlong was right. At this time, there was no other way. They could only risk it. Hong Long. More and more geniuses of the barbarian world joined the battle to destroy the restriction. The powerful barbaric force shattered the void. This was a technique that the barbarian world was proficient in. They were not proficient in restrictions. What they were used to doing was to solve everything with barbaric force. Unfortunately, even with everyone's combined strength, they couldn't shake the restriction at all. Seeing this, Jiang Chen and Long Shisan couldn't help but smile. The smile was for De Huang. De Huang was the only person in the world who could arrange such a restriction. No, this restriction is too strong. We can't break it, someone said. Let me try. At this moment, a loud shout was heard. A tall and mighty man walked out. His body was covered with black chi waves. He was a powerful young half-step sovereign. This is Jiatingning of the Jiating family. His cultivation base has reached the half-step sovereign realm, Zhuo Ling'er said. Jiatingning did not say anything after he appeared. He immediately threw a punch that could topple the mountains and overturn the seas towards the restriction. Rumble. The violent energy bombarded the restriction. Under the watchful eyes of countless people, the restriction remained motionless. Even a powerful half-step sovereign couldn't cause any damage to it. Jiatingning frowned. More than a dozen half-step sovereigns appeared after him. They joined forces but still couldn't cause any damage to the restriction. This situation made these self-righteous half-step sovereigns very depressed. This is a restriction laid down by a supreme expert of the immortal world. We can't break it. Immediately record the situation of this restriction and send it to the barbarian world. The great sovereigns of the barbarian world will come here, Jiatingning said. Chapter 1911. After that, Cato Ing and the other half-step sovereigns took action. They used a special technique of the barbarian race to imprint the restriction and send it out. These half-step sovereigns came from different major powers of the barbarian world. They wanted to send the restriction back as soon as possible. Jiang Chen and Long Shisan couldn't help but sigh upon seeing this. The barbarian race's swift and decisive character had given them a certain advantage over the immortal world. Not long after, 4 or 5 tyrannical auras appeared from different directions and arrived at the same time. They were 4 incomparably powerful old men. Each of their bodies were rippling with tyrannical great sovereign laws, and their auras were much stronger than Yuan Xiaolei's. Jiang Chen and Long Shisan knew nothing about the great sovereign realm, so they looked at Yang Junlong at the same time. 5 fourth-grade great sovereigns, Yang Junlong said faintly. With his eyesight, it was easy for him to determine the cultivation base of these 5 people. Jiang Chen and Long Shisan thought to themselves. Although they were only fourth-grade great sovereigns, their terror was not something they could match. Jiang Chen was glad that Yang Junlong had come along this time. Without Yang Junlong, they wouldn't be able to do anything here. In front of fourth-grade great sovereigns, they were absolute ants, no matter how heaven-defying their talent was. After the arrival of the 5 fourth-grade great sovereigns, all the geniuses of the barbarian world quieted down. The hierarchy of the barbarian world was strict, and the great sovereigns held supreme status. No one dared to act rashly in front of a great sovereign. Of course, the hierarchy was the same in the immortal world. The great sovereigns of the immortal world were also supreme. The 5 great sovereigns came to the front of the mysterious restriction. With their eyesight, they could tell how mysterious and terrifying this restriction was at first glance. What a powerful restriction! This restriction has existed for many years. It seems like it was left behind from the battle that year. The person who possesses such a technique must be a peerless great sovereign of the immortal world. But this restriction has been around for too long, it's not as strong as it was at the beginning. Our strength is enough to break it. That's right. Let's break the restriction and see what's inside. If we can dig out the treasure left behind by a peerless great sovereign of the immortal world, it will be a great thing for our barbarian world. The few great emperors started discussing and they were ready to attack the restriction. Let me. The 4th-grade great sovereign of the Jiating family walked to the front of the restriction. The energy in his hand made crackling sounds. It seemed like he was about to attack the restriction. Everyone stay back. Another great sovereign spoke to the geniuses of the barbarian world. The power of a great sovereign was very terrifying. Once they were rebounded by the restriction, it would be the doomsday for these geniuses of the immortal world. Voila! All the geniuses of the barbarian world retreated 300 meters away and watched from afar. The Jiating family's great emperor attacked and bombarded the restriction with terrifying energy. Rumble, with a loud explosion, the seal that was supposed to be able to withstand everything finally couldn't take it anymore. Countless cracks appeared on its surface before it shattered into pieces. Huff huff, an ancient and decaying aura spread out from the inside of the seal. A portal appeared in the empty void. The portal was black at first, but gradually turned golden. It was the purest form of yang energy. Such pure energy made people feel relaxed and happy just by breathing it. This is the unique aura of the Dragon Horse clan. This is De Huang's aura. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. He seemed very excited and nervous at the same time. Although the restriction had been opened, there were barbarians everywhere. It wouldn't be easy to take De Huang away. The tyrannical aura from the portal was the most disgusting aura to the barbarians. Even the 5 great sovereigns couldn't help but frown, as if they were disgusted by this aura. The barbarians and demons of the barbarian world hated this kind of aura the most. In their opinion, this aura was their greatest nemesis. If it wasn't for the Golden Crow bloodline of the Golden Clan, they might have won the war. The bloodline of ordinary people in the immortal world couldn't withstand the powerful attack of the barbarian world. The rest of you stay outside. We'll go in and have a look. The great sovereign of Jiating family said to the geniuses of the barbarian world. Then, the 5 of them prepared to enter the spatial zone. Upon seeing this, Jiang Chen's facial expression changed instantly. He didn't expect that the great sovereigns would forbid the geniuses from entering. Initially, he thought that he would follow the crowd after the restriction was opened. At that time, he would act according to the situation and take the Huang dog away. But now, no one was allowing them to enter. If they followed them, they would immediately be suspected. However, if they didn't go in, the 5 4th-grade great sovereigns would certainly bring great danger to De Huang dog. They might even take De Huang away before him. One should know that De Huang dog was currently fusing with his previous life's body. This was the most crucial moment for De Huang Dog. Once he was taken away by the barbarians, the consequences would be unimaginable. "Senior, let's do it," Jiang Qin said firmly. He wouldn't gamble with De Huang Dog's life. He couldn't afford to do so. He couldn't wait any longer. "What's your plan?" asked Yang Junlong. "You will stop the 5 4th-grade great sovereigns. I will enter the spatial zone. De Huang won't reject me. It should be very easy for me to take De Huang away," said Jiang Qin. "All right." Yang Junlong nodded without hesitation. This was the worst situation, but at this time, he had to give it his all. Besides, there didn't seem to be any better way to deal with the situation other than Jiang Chen's method. Hong! An extremely tyrannical aura was released from Yang Junlong's body. Dense great sovereign laws appeared above his head. The powerful great sovereign's aura immediately attracted everyone's attention. The 5 great sovereigns who were about to step into the spatial door suddenly turned around and looked at Yang Junlong. "What are you waiting for?" Yang Junlong shouted at Jiang Qin. It was very dangerous for him to release the aura of a great sovereign at this moment. The aura of a great sovereign in the immortal world was different from that of the barbarian world. It could be easily sensed by the experts outside. Swoosh! Without needing Yang Junlong's reminder, Jiang Chen had already rushed out. He casted the Great Void technique and rushed into the spatial door like a ghost. "Someone is going in. He's also from the immortal world." One of the great sovereigns sensed Jiang Chen's aura. "Go in and catch him. A great sovereign from the immortal world has sneaked in." Chapter 1912. One of the great sovereigns turned around and was about to enter the portal to catch Jiang Qin, but he was still a little weaker than Yang Junlong. With a flash, Yang Junlong appeared in front of the 5 barbarian great sovereigns. Powerful chi waves blocked the entire portal. Even if the 5 4th-grade great sovereigns joined hands, they wouldn't be able to enter the portal. "Great sovereigns of the immortal world, how dare you cause trouble in the desolate ancient land?" The great sovereign of the Jiating family shouted at Yang Junlong. "Don't attack if you don't want to die. We will leave after a while," Yang Junlong said Leng. His whole body was filled with domineering qi. At this time, he had completely unleashed the qi of a 6th-grade great sovereign. He was a madman of his generation, a figure who once stood at the pinnacle of the immortal world. If he really fought, his qi would be earth-shattering. "What should we do? He's a 6th-grade great sovereign. We are no match for him even if we join hands. Are we really going to let them take away the treasure in the seal?" One of the great sovereigns said coldly. "Hold them back. The experts of the barbarian world should have sensed the 6th-grade great sovereign's qi. The real experts will be here soon. We are no match for him. Let's not get entangled with him for the time being," the great sovereign of the Jiating family said. They were all smart people. They were very clear about the current situation. They were no match for a 6th-grade great sovereign from the immortal world. They could only wait for the experts of the barbarian world to arrive. For a moment, the situation was in a stalemate. The atmosphere was incomparably tense. Countless eyes from the barbarian world fell on Yang Junlong. They had never thought that a 6th-grade great sovereign from the immortal world would be attracted by the barbarian world's geniuses. Everyone knew that the barbarian world and the immortal world were irreconcilable enemies, but they couldn't do anything in the face of a 6th-grade great sovereign. The experts of the barbarian world were waiting, and so was Yang Junlong. He didn't take any action. He knew very well that the real purpose of coming to the desolate ancient land wasn't to fight with the experts of the barbarian world, but they were at the most critical moment of their plan. Nothing was more important than time. Young Junlong could only pray that Jiang Qin would bring the Huang dog out before the great sovereigns of the immortal world arrived. Once they reached sovereign domain, they wouldn't be afraid even if the peerless great sovereigns of the barbarian world arrived. But in the desolate ancient land, everyone, including Long San, Jiang Chen and Zhuoling knew that young Junlong had fallen into a great crisis despite his imposing manner and awe. After Jiang Chen entered the spatial zone, he immediately rushed to Big Yellow's side. There were a lot of defensive mechanisms set up in this place, but wherever Jiang Chen went, the defensive mechanisms would automatically make way for him, which bought him a lot of time. Big Yellow, Big Yellow, Big Yellow. Although the Huang dog was in a deep sleep and was fusing with his body, he could still sense Jiang Chen's qi. Therefore, none of the restrictions stopped Jiang Chen. De Huang, I'm here to save you. I'm going to use the Zulong Tower to absorb you. Don't resist. Jiang Chen separated a strand of his divine sense to express his intention clearly. At this moment, the Huang dog was lying on a large rock. Above his body was a young demon sovereign. The two of them were slowly fusing and their bodies had already fused halfway. Jiang Chen knew that time was of the essence. Therefore, without any delay, he released the Zulong Tower after sending out his intention. A strong suction force fell on De Huang and the young demon sovereign. De Huang dog didn't resist at all. In the blink of an eye, he entered the Zulong Tower. He could sense Jiang Chen's qi. In this world, apart from Jiang Chen, there was no one else that could make him feel at ease. Let's go. After taking the Huang dog away, Jiang Chen walked out of the spatial zone and came to Yang Junlong's side. Senior, it's done. Jiang Chen said. Yang Junlong heaved a sigh of relief after hearing this. Jiang Chen's action was faster than he had imagined. Yang Junlong's qi fluctuated, wrapping Jiang Chen up and preparing to leave. Stop him. Don't let him go. The great sovereign of the Jiating family yelled hastily. The 5 fourth-grade great sovereigns had already sealed the void with their great sovereign law. It seemed that they wouldn't let Yang Junlong leave so easily. You're courting death. Do you think you can stop me? Yang Junlong was infuriated. He decisively made a grabbing motion with his hand. A huge palm was conjured and immediately enveloped the great sovereign of the Jiating family. Hong Long. The 4th-grade great sovereign resisted with all his might, but it was very difficult to make up for the gap in cultivation base, especially in the great sovereign realm. The gap between each level was huge, not to mention the gap of 2 levels. Arg! The great sovereign of the Jiating family let out a blood-curdling scream and died tragically in Yang Junlong's hands. Jiang Chen, who was standing behind Yang Junlong, was greatly shocked. Sure enough, Yang Junlong's strength wasn't just for show. That was a 4th-grade great sovereign, a legendary supreme existence, but he was killed in just a single strike. He wouldn't believe it if he didn't see it with his own eyes. A battle between great sovereigns was too shocking. Whoever dares to take me as their opponent shall die. Yang Junlong's murderous intent soared to the sky. Figures like him had their own temperament. Once he made a move, he would definitely kill. The dignity of a great sovereign was inviolable. How could Jiang Chen let go of such a great opportunity? Even in the face of danger, he had to think about his own progress. Almost as soon as the 4th-grade great sovereign was killed, the door of the Zulong Tower was torn open by Jiang Chen. A large amount of blood essence and qi began to be absorbed by Jiang Chen at a crazy rate. However, absorbing the blood essence and qi essence of a great sovereign under such circumstances would be somewhat chaotic. It would be considered good if he could absorb half of it at most. Even so, it was already very terrifying. After all, the 4th-grade great sovereign was a 4th-grade great sovereign. The 58th floor of the Zulong Tower was fully condensed in the blink of an eye. Not only that, half of the 59th floor was also condensed. Jiang Chen had also benefited tremendously. 10,000 dragon marks had increased in the blink of an eye, pushing the number of dragon marks in his body to 1.5 million. His cultivation base immediately advanced to the early immortal venerable realm. Hoo! Powerful waves rushed out of Jiang Chen's body. A large number of immortal meta stones were absorbed by Jiang Chen like they were free. Jiang Chen had finally reached the immortal venerable realm. Chapter 1913. However, Jiang Chen didn't absorb the rest of the terrifying energy. Instead, he integrated all of it into the Zulong Tower, completely condensing the energy on the 59th floor of the Zulong Tower. What a terrifying energy! No wonder he's a great sovereign. It's a pity that I've only absorbed a part of it. If I absorb the energy of a 4th grade great sovereign, I have no idea how powerful the Zulong Tower will become. But I have to stop before I go too far. If I absorb it blindly, it will affect my temperament to a certain extent. Jiang Chen couldn't conceal his excitement. He had a reason to be excited. This time, he had come to rescue De Huang. Jiang Chen had never thought that he would be able to break through to the immortal venerable realm. Given Jiang Chen's current combat strength, he was strong enough to fight a mighty half-step sovereign in his half-dragon form. No one below the great sovereign realm could pose a threat to him. Of course, there was still a long way to go before he could fight a great sovereign. The great sovereign realm was a watershed. It was already good enough for Jiang Chen to fight a great sovereign when his cultivation base had already reached the late immortal venerable realm. After all, the immortal venerable realm wasn't the same as the other realms. Young Junlong had killed a 4th grade great sovereign with a single move, which had greatly intimidated the other 4. They no longer dared to stop Yang Junlong. This madman of the immortal world was too ferocious. They were almost certain that they would end up like the great sovereign of the Jiating family if they tried to stop Yang Junlong. Yang Junlong's chi rolled up once more, wrapping around Zhuoling and Long Shisan. Then, he exerted a powerful law and tore a huge hole in the sky with his bare hands, preparing to rush out. Hong Long. At this critical moment, an extremely tyrannical aura suddenly fell from the sky. Young Junlong and the others immediately felt an unimaginable pressure. Not good. The experts of the barbarian world have appeared. Young Junlong's facial expression changed slightly. Even a 6th grade great sovereign like him couldn't withstand such a powerful chi. Rumble, the void above directly exploded, and a figure walked out like a ghost. It was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 30s or 40s. He was extremely tall, and if Jiang Chen stood beside him, he wouldn't even reach the height of his arm. This was a peerless barbarian emperor. Just the aura that was casually emitted from his body was enough to make people shudder. Jiang Chen and Long Shisan's faces darkened. This was the worst scenario in their plan, but it still happened in the end. Peak 8th grade great sovereign, I'm no match for him. Young Junlong shook his head, and there was a hint of despair in his tone. This is the patriarch of the Wuka family, Wuka Manjun. Zhuoling has said, kidnap me. Wuka Manjun sees me as very important because the person behind the Wuka family wants my bloodline. Therefore, he will never let anyone harm me. If you kidnap me, you might still have a chance to live. Zhuoling was very smart. When she saw that the person who appeared was the patriarch of the Wuka family, she immediately thought of a countermeasure. Audacious! You ants dare to break into the desolate ancient land. Wuka Manjun shouted, and his gaze fell upon Jiang Chen. Kid, hand over the things you got from inside, and I'll let you die a quick death. Hua la. Young Junlong reacted very quickly. He grabbed Zhuo Ling with his big hand, and a terrifying wave of qi engulfed Zhuo Ling. I'll kill your saintess immediately if you dare to make a move. Young Junlong said Lang Lang, giving tit for tat. At this moment, he had no choice but to use this method. Whether it would work or not depended on how important Zhuo Ling was to Wuka Manjun. Let her go, or I'll consign you all to eternal damnation. Wuka Manjun was obviously infuriated, but he did not act recklessly. There was a slight fluctuation in his emotions when he saw that Zhuo Ling was being controlled. Although the fluctuation was very weak, young Junlong could still sense it. Young Junlong couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. It seemed like Zhuo Ling was very important to the barbarian world, or rather, Zhuo Ling's bloodline was too important to the barbarian world. Since we're going to die either way, why don't we drag someone down with us? Let's see if your life is more precious or ours. Young Junlong shouted. He was definitely a ruthless man. Even when facing a powerful 8th grade great sovereign, he did not show the slightest bit of fear. His temperament alone was incomparable to ordinary people. A puny 6th grade great sovereign dares to act rashly in front of me. Let me tell you, no one has ever threatened me. Even if you've controlled the saintess, you don't even have the ability to kill her in front of me. Wuka Manjuan's qi billowed. As the patriarch of the Wuka family and an incomparably respectable 8th grade great sovereign, he had lived for too long. He had survived from the last catastrophe until now. He could be said to be a true antique. He had already forgotten the feeling of being threatened by others. Now that young Junlong had used the saintess to threaten him, the anger in his heart rose to the peak. Then you can try. Let's see if I can kill her. Young Junlong was ruthless. This was a game between experts. It tested one's temperament. Wuka Manjun was terrifying, but young Junlong was sure that Wuka Manjun wouldn't dare to bet with him. He wouldn't take the saintess' life as a joke. After all, Zhuo Ling was completely under young Junlong's control. Even if an 8th grade great sovereign was here, young Junlong had the absolute strength to kill Zhuo Ling in an instant. Of course, this was only in theory. It was impossible for young Junlong to kill Zhuo Ling. This was their last resort. Hong. Wuka Manjuan's anger grew even stronger, forming a storm that spread in all directions. No one had ever dared to threaten him, and there were very few things that could threaten him. But now, Zhuo Ling's bloodline had really threatened him. Just like what young Junlong said, he couldn't afford to bet. Let go of the saintess and I will let you all leave. Wuka Manjun said helplessly. Patriarch Wuka, we can't let them leave. They've obtained the treasures inside. A 4th grade great sovereign shouted. Get lost. Who do you think you are? How dare you point your fingers in front of me? Wuka Manjun glanced at the 4th grade great sovereign. He was in an extremely bad mood. Why did the 4th grade great sovereign speak at this moment? Wasn't he looking for trouble for himself? In Wuka Manjuan's eyes, no treasures could compare to Zhuo Ling's bloodline. Chapter 1914. The scene became incomparably tense. Young Junlong and the others had almost fallen into the encirclement of the barbarians. If they didn't have Zhuo Ling there, they would surely die today. Given Wuka Manjuan's style of doing things, he would never give them any chance to escape. But now, Wuka Manjun was hesitant. He didn't dare to joke around with Zhuo Ling. Leave this place as soon as possible. If you dare to harm a single hair of the saintess, I'll kill you even if you're in sovereign domain. Wuka Manjun said Lang Lang. Hearing this, the people of the barbarian world became silent. Even though they were unwilling, they didn't dare to doubt Wuka Manjuan's words. The patriarch of the #1 family in the barbarian world was one of the best in the barbarian world in terms of reputation and status. His cultivation base was at the peak of the 8th grade great sovereign realm, standing at the peak of this world. Other than those hidden old fogies, Wuka Manjuan's strength could almost intimidate the entire barbarian world. Doubting such a peerless great sovereign was no different than courting death. Shi Law. Young Junlong dared not delay. He immediately tore open the barrier of the desolate ancient land and brought Jiang Qin and the others into the spatial passageway to sovereign domain. With their strength, they arrived at the end of the passageway in a blink of an eye and felt the aura of sovereign domain. Young Junlong and Jiang Qin heaved a sigh of relief. The situation just now was too dangerous. It was a narrow escape. Ling, it's all thanks to you this time. Otherwise, we would have all died. Jiang Qin said with a smile, but he was sighing in his heart. It was said that the desolate ancient land was dangerous, but it seemed to be 100 times more dangerous than the legend. The entire desolate ancient land was under the control of the barbarian world. They knew everything that was happening in the desolate ancient land and could act at any time. Jiang Qin recalled that when De Huang Dog left, he had told him to save him only after he had absolute strength. Now, it seemed to be reasonable. Although he had young Junlong's help in this trip to the desolate ancient land, if he hadn't met Zhuo Ling, by accident, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Not only could he not save De Huang Dog, but even young Junlong would have died inside. At the same time, they were also glad that they had arrived in time because the geniuses of the barbarian world had discovered the space created by De Huang. The previous scene had already explained everything. If it wasn't for Jiang Qin and the others, De Huang might have already fallen into the hands of the barbarian world. Therefore, no matter how dangerous it was, this trip was worth it. Big brother, you guys should leave quickly. I still have to return to the barbarian world. Zhuo Ling said with an indifferent expression. No, you can't go back. The Wuka family doesn't value you, but your bloodline. If you go back, you'll be refined by them sooner or later. Jiang Qin immediately objected. It wasn't easy for him to meet Zhuo Ling, and even brought her out of the fire pit. Jiang Qin would never agree to it if Zhuo Ling, insisted on going back. Big brother, Ling, originally planned to leave the barbarian world with you guys, but it's impossible now. Wuka Manjun has already locked onto us. If I follow you guys into the sovereign domain, Wuka Manjun will beat us back the moment we reach the sovereign domain. We won't be able to escape. However, as the patriarch of the Wuka family, Wuka Manjuan's words still count. As long as I return, you guys can safely reach the sovereign domain. Zhuo Ling has said. Her mood was very low right now. She was very happy when she met Jiang Qin. She didn't need to be separated from Jiang Qin anymore. She didn't need to live in fear anymore. She thought that she would be able to leave the barbarian world together with De Huang and enter the real immortal world. But now, everything had changed. Things did not develop according to their expectations. The appearance of Wuka Manjun had shattered her dream. If she didn't go back, no one would be able to leave. Zhuo Ling, was willing to sacrifice herself for Jiang Qin's life. She's right. Wuka Manjuan's aura has always been locked onto us. If she doesn't return, given Wuka Manjuan's character, he will definitely kill his way here. Even if he reaches the sovereign domain, he will still kill us and bring the little girl away. Young Junlong shook his head and said the truth. Damn it. We can't just let Ling, go back and wait for death. Long San flew into a rage. This was the first time he and Jiang Qin felt that they were too weak. They were nothing in front of a true expert. Is there no other way? Jiang Qin's voice was gloomy. He didn't know how to face such a situation. Big brother, nothing will happen to Ling Er. Believe me, we'll meet again. If worst comes to worst, you can come to the barbarian world and save me when you're strong enough. Zhuo Ling Er stuck her tongue out at Jiang Chen and turned to leave. Jiang Chen clearly saw the tears at the corner of Zhuo Ling Er's eyes the moment she turned around. Ling Er! Jiang Chen shouted. He wanted to pull her back, but Zhuo Ling Er was already far away. The little girl's determination and helplessness at the last moment was like a sharp thorn that pierced Jiang Chen's heart. It was a kind of heart-wrenching pain. In this life, the thing that Jiang Chen couldn't bear the most was the people around him sacrificing themselves for him. This made him feel helpless. Zhuo Ling Er's figure disappeared completely. Jiang Chen raised his head and roared. For the first time in his life, he felt powerless. But Jiang Chen knew very well that if Zhuo Ling Er didn't go back, everyone would die here. This was a fact that couldn't be changed. Zhuo Ling Er sacrificed herself in exchange for their survival. Alas! Young Junlong sighed heavily and patted Jiang Chen's shoulder. Let's go. Jiang Chen's eyes were full of anger. He stared at the endless space passage and clenched his fists. Ling Er, I will definitely come back to save you. One day, I will flatten the barbarian world. After saying that, Jiang Chen turned around and flew out of the end of the passage with Yang Junlong and Long Shisan, returning to the sovereign domain. The imperial capital was full of immortal qi. Compared to the oppressive atmosphere of the desolate ancient land, the sovereign domain was obviously more relaxing. But the three of them couldn't cheer up. Zhuo Ling Er's disappearing figure was like a heavy stone pressing on their hearts, making it difficult for them to breathe. Little Chenzi, let's go back. Long Shisan said. He didn't know what to say to comfort Jiang Chen because he knew that it was useless to say anything. Okay. Jiang Chen nodded. He was a very rational person. Chapter 1915. Yang Junlong secretly opened the spatial passageway to the immortal world for Jiang Chen and Long Shisan, and sent them back without causing any commotion in sovereign domain. As soon as Jiang Chen and Dragon Shisan stepped into ethereal immortal domain, they immediately smelled the strong scent of war. The void was filled with the qi of slaughter. The two of them exchanged a glance. It seemed like ethereal immortal domain hadn't been peaceful during their absence. The scent of war and slaughter is coming from East Xuanyu. Long Shisan said. That's right. We're now at the border of East Xuanyu. It seems that East Xuanyu won't be peaceful anymore. Jiang Chen nodded. Before they left, Great Qian Empire was cleaning up the aftermath of the annihilation of Great Cloud Empire and Heavenly Jade Dynasty. By right, there shouldn't be any more violent war in the entire East Xuanyu, because there wasn't a single power that could contend with Great Qian Empire. Jiang Chen and Long Shisan flew towards the imperial palace of Great Qian Empire without delay. As for De Huang, he was at the critical moment of merging with his main body, which required a lot of time. It was the most suitable place for Jiang Chen to place De Huang in the 33rd level of the spatial zone, which could greatly shorten the time required for De Huang to merge with his main body. To De Huang, time was of the utmost importance. Apart from the incident of Zhuo Ling Er, the trip to desolate ancient land was relatively satisfactory. De Huang had seized the desolate ancient land from the barbarian world, whereas Jiang Chen had obtained tremendous benefits from killing the barbarians. Not only had his cultivation base advanced to the true immortal venerable realm, the 59th level of the Zulong Tower was about to be condensed, which was infinitely close to Jiang Chen's next goal, the 66th level. The Zulong Tower was the treasure that Jiang Chen was looking forward to the most. Because the Zulong Tower always brought him surprises, Jiang Chen was eager to open the 66th level to see what benefits it could bring him. In the imperial palace of Great Qian Empire. Seeing that Jiang Chen had returned, all the higher-ups came out to welcome him. Yan Chenyu was among them. Jiang Chen's eyes fell upon Yan Chenyu. To his surprise, Yan Chenyu's cultivation base had improved once again, reaching the half-step sovereign realm in just a dozen days. This made him very surprised. "Xiao Yu, you have advanced," Jiang Chen said with a smile. "Brother Qin, have you found De Huang?" Yan Chenyu was most concerned about De Huang now. She heaved a sigh of relief when she saw Jiang Chen return unscathed, but she was even more eager to know the whereabouts of De Huang dog. "And I've found him. He's in seclusion in the Zulong Tower. Let's not disturb him for the time being," Jiang Chen said. "That's great." Yan Chenyu, a peerless beauty, revealed a rare look of excitement. After all, it was indeed something to be excited about that De Huang dog could return unscathed. "Brother Jiang, Great Cloud Empire and Heavenly Jade Dynasty have been completely subdued. There are no longer 3 empires in Eastern Xuanyu, only Great Qian Empire," said Yang Yu happily. Yang Yu said happily. It was all thanks to Jiang Chen that Great Qian Empire could grow to such an extent. Yang Yu knew this very well. It's only natural for Great Qian Empire to grow stronger, Jiang Chen said with a smile. With an existence like Yang Junlong supporting Great Qian Empire, Jiang Chen was sure that Great Qian Empire wouldn't fall. By the way, Eastern Xuanyu doesn't seem to be peaceful anymore. The aura of war is everywhere. "What's going on?" asked Jiang Chen. "Brother Qin, East Xuanyu has undergone earth-shattering changes during the time you were away. It's all because of a man who has returned," said Yan Chenyu. "Northern and Southern dynasties." Jiang Chen blurted out a name. Great Sovereign Batian and Empress Nine, these 2 peerless figures, had been fighting each other non-stop since his previous life. Perhaps this was also their destiny. This man from the Northern and Southern dynasties has a deep foundation and boundless potential. Sooner or later, there will be a battle between me and him, Jiang Chen said. Although Yan Chenyu and the Northern and Southern dynasties had been fighting each other for 2 lifetimes, they still couldn't do anything to each other. The grudge between Jiang Chen and the Northern and Southern dynasties was also deeply rooted. The Northern and Southern dynasties were the opponents that Jiang Chen cared about the most. One day, they would have another battle of the pinnacle. At that time, it would be a real battle of life and death. "Chen Gij, what's your next plan?" Yan Chenyu asked. "It's almost time for the 1-month promise. I'll leave here tomorrow and head to Fengqi Immortal Domain. Although the Northern and Southern dynasties are powerful, I can rest assured with you here." Chapter 1916. Nangong Wintian's matter couldn't be delayed any longer. Furthermore, the matter in East Xuanyu had come to an end. Jiang Chen wouldn't be of much help even if he stayed any longer. As for the decisive battle with the Northern and Southern dynasties, it wasn't the right time yet. Given Jiang Chen's early immortal venerable cultivation base, he was still far from being a match for the Northern and Southern dynasties. Therefore, what he needed to do next was to improve his cultivation base. After the trip to Sovereign Domain and Savage Ancient Land, Jiang Chen's vision had been broadened once more, allowing him to know that there would always be someone better than him. Jiang Chen's cultivation base was still too weak. It wasn't enough to deal with everything at the critical moment. For the sake of Zhuoling, he had to improve his cultivation base as soon as possible. Given his current cultivation base, it was no longer possible for him to improve his cultivation base in East Xuanyu. He had to go to a higher place and a bigger stage. And that stage wasn't Sovereign Domain, but the Immortal Court. There were 9 immortal courts in the immortal world. Jiang Chen couldn't go to the Immortal Court of Ethereal Immortal Domain because the enmity between him and the Immortal Court was irreconcilable. It was undoubtedly the best choice for Jiang Qin to go to the immortal court of Fengqi Immortal Domain. Not only could he help Nangong Wendian, he could also obtain more resources and greater competitiveness. All of these were what Jiang Qin wanted urgently. Therefore, Jiang Chen's next goal was very clear. Yan Qinyu naturally wanted to go with Jiang Qin, but she also understood that she might still have a chance if the northern and southern dynasties hadn't returned, but now that the northern and southern dynasties had returned, it was impossible for her to follow Jiang Qin to Fengqi Immortal Domain. She had to stay behind to deter the northern and southern dynasties. Once she left, it would be doomsday for Great Qian Empire, Exquisite Paradise and Celestial Flower Valley. Late at night, the full moon hung in the sky. 3 silhouettes were fighting side by side under the moonlight. Brother Qin, be careful when you go to the Immortal Court. There are countless experts there, unlike here. Yan Qinyu reminded. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. You, on the other hand, make me worried. This person from the northern and southern dynasties is too powerful. Jiang Qin said. For a long time, the northern and southern dynasties had been worrying him. Only by getting rid of them as soon as possible could he be completely at ease. Unfortunately, it was not an easy task to get rid of the northern and southern dynasties. There's nothing for me to worry about. With the immortal burying coffin in hand, I can fight against the northern and southern dynasties. Yan Qinyu said confidently. Jiang Qin nodded. He had no doubt about the power of the immortal burying coffin. It was a peerless monarch weapon left behind by great sovereign Zongxian. Standing beside him was Long Shisan. His eyes were fixed on the edge of the starry sky. His expression was indifferent, making it impossible to tell what he was thinking. Jiang Qin knew that Long Shisan was in the same situation as him. The trip to the sovereign domain and the desolate ancient land had greatly affected both of them. Monkey, I'm going to Fengqi Immortal Domain. Do you want to come with me? Jiang Qin looked at Long Shisan. He knew Long Shisan's capability. It was meaningless for Long Shisan to stay in East Chuanyu. No need. Long Shisan shook his head. What's your plan? Asked Jiang Qin. I'm going to travel the immortal world in search of fortune. I have a feeling that there's something I want. We brothers have to part ways here. Long Shisan said with a smile. Long Shisan was a very assertive person. His thoughts had matured after the trip to the desolate ancient land. What he needed was different from Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin was going to the immortal court for Nangong Wendian, while Long Shisan had a feeling that came along with his bloodline. Similarly, the next step of Jiang Qin and Long Shisan was to improve their cultivation base. They knew very well that a great war would break out between the barbarian world and the immortal world sooner or later. Just like what Wu Ningzhu had said, this war wouldn't last long. At that time, it would be another catastrophe for the immortal world. A catastrophe meant that all living beings would be plunged into misery and suffering. Just like the last catastrophe, even a peerless great sovereign like Big Yellow had fallen. Even the Golden Clan was almost annihilated. Even peerless figures like Golden Sovereign and Empress Xiao Yao couldn't escape from the catastrophe. In order to survive the catastrophe, one must have the support of great strength. The next day, Jiang Qin and Long Shisan went their separate ways. One went to Fengqi Immortal Domain while the other went to an unknown place. However, the two brothers would surely meet again, and they believed that they would give each other a great surprise the next time they met. Jiang Qin sprinted all the way to Fengqi Immortal Domain. There were only 2 days left before the deadline. During these 2 days, Jiang Qin was going to accompany his father in Fengluo sect. Jiang Qin's return to Fengluo sect was a major event. Feng Huazi personally came out to greet him. Jiang Qin was the benefactor of the entire Fengluo sect. He had even saved the lives of Feng Huazi and a group of high-ranking elders in the inner space of Monarch Mountain. "Brother Jiang Qin, you're back." Feng Huazi greeted Jiang Qin. Sect Master, did anything major happen in Fengqi Immortal Domain recently?" asked Jiang Qin. "Yes. A few days ago, the Immortal Court suddenly announced that a selection will be held in Fengqi Immortal Domain 2 days later. All the geniuses in Fengqi Immortal Domain can participate in it. It said that there will be a total of 3 places. Once qualified, they will be able to enter the Immortal Court for cultivation." Feng Huazi said excitedly. "You should know that the Immortal Court has never taken the initiative to recruit disciples. This selection has driven all the major powers crazy. Many geniuses are preparing for it. Who would want to miss such a rare opportunity?" Jiang Chen nodded secretly. Everything was within his expectation. He knew very well that this selection was specially prepared for him. "Where will it be held 2 days later?" asked Jiang Chen. "In the Monarch Mountain of Central Domain," said Feng Huazi. "The Monarch Mountain again." Jiang Chen smiled. It seemed like this was specially arranged by Han Feng. After all, the Monarch Mountain was a very famous place in Central Domain. Although it had experienced a turmoil not long ago, it was still a very suitable place for the selection. "Sect Master, please report my name. I will represent Feng Luo Sect to participate in the selection 2 days later," said Jiang Chen. "All right." Chapter 1917. Without chatting too much, Jiang Chen went straight to Jiang Zhenhai's cultivation place. Feng Huazi would naturally arrange the rest for him. The recruitment of disciples by the Immortal Court was a major event for the entire Fengqi Immortal Domain. Countless major powers had begun to prepare for it. Naturally, Feng Luo Sect was no exception. However, the genius of Feng Luo Sect didn't seem to have much of an advantage. It would be great if Jiang Qin was willing to represent Feng Luo Sect in the competition. The entire Feng Luo Sect knew of Jiang Chen's capability. No genius in the major powers of Fengqi Immortal Domain was comparable to Jiang Qin. To put it bluntly, as long as Jiang Qin represented Feng Luo Sect, he would surely get the first place. At that time, Feng Luo Sect would be able to gain fame. Such an opportunity was extremely rare for Feng Luo Sect. Similarly, the Immortal Court had also specially prepared some benefits. The major powers that the selected disciples belonged to would receive rewards from the Immortal Court. Such rewards were obviously very generous. After all, this was the first time the Immortal Court was recruiting disciples. If the rewards weren't decent enough, it would affect the reputation of the Immortal Court. To the Immortal Court, there was nothing more important than their reputation. Jiang Zhenhai's cultivation place was as tranquil as ever. It was one of the best cultivation places in the entire Feng Luo Sect. Given Jiang Zhenhai's identity, he wasn't qualified to stay here. Furthermore, he lived alone and no one had ever disturbed him. However, everyone in Feng Luo Sect treated Jiang Zhenhai as their ancestor. They didn't dare to neglect him. Although Jiang Zhenhai wasn't a big deal, he had a powerful son. After Jiang Chen returned, he chatted with Jiang Zhenhai for a long time. It was rare for the father and son to sit together and chat leisurely. Jiang Zhenhai sighed as he looked at the sky of the immortal world. He had never dreamt that such a day would come. "Chen, do you still remember the fragrant sky city? Who would have thought that you and I, father and son, would sit at the top of the immortal world?" Jiang Zhenhai sighed with emotion. He used to be the city lord of Fragrant Sky City. He had never thought of leaving this city. It was his destiny to spend the rest of his life in this city. However, everything changed because of Jiang Qin. From Fragrant Sky City to Red City, to Qi Province, to Divine Continent, to Saint Origin Palace, to the Immortal World. Too many things had happened along the way. Each of them made Jiang Zhenhai feel like he was dreaming. Jiang Chen was his son and also the greatest pride of his life. No matter how far Jiang Chen went in the future, he would support him. Of course I remember. Back then, Jiang Rulong tried to frame me but was killed by me in the end. Also, there was the fight with the Murong family. Especially that Murong Xiaorou. She left a deep impression on me. Now that I think about it, it feels like it was yesterday. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Scenes of the past emerged in his mind, making him feel as if it was yesterday. Time seemed to have passed too quickly. Jiang Chen's life could be described as a series of miracles. He himself was the creator of miracles. He dominated Saint Origin World and came to the Immortal World. Now, the Immortal World was about to reach its most crucial moment. There was still a long way to go. The father and son laughed and chatted for the whole night. They felt that time passed too quickly. Both father and son enjoyed and cherished such moments, because such moments were too rare for them. The next day, Jiang Chen chose to go into seclusion. The current situation didn't allow him to relax. The matters of the northern and southern dynasties, Nangong Wendian, Immortal Court, Zhuoling Heir, Sovereign Domain and the barbarian world seemed to be imminent, which made Jiang Chen feel tremendous pressure. Under such pressure, Jiang Chen had to improve his strength as soon as possible so that he could cope with the changes that might occur in the future. Jiang Chen's cultivation base had advanced to the Immortal Venerable Realm in this trip. Jiang Chen entered the 33rd level of the Zulong Tower. There was still one day left before the selection of the Monarch Mountain, which was enough for Jiang Chen to stabilize his cultivation base and strengthen his foundation. In the 33rd level, the fusion between the Huang Dog and the Young Demon Sovereign was already halfway done. It seemed that it would take at most half a month for the fusion to be complete. Half a month in here was only half a day in the outside world. I've never thought that this guy has such an impressive background. I wonder what level his cultivation base will reach after the fusion. At least, he should be stronger than Xiao Yu and the northern and southern dynasties. Jiang Chen looked at the sleeping De Huang Dog and said with a smile. Sleeping had always been De Huang Dog's unique cultivation method. Jiang Chen had reason to believe that De Huang Dog's cultivation base would surpass the northern and southern dynasties and Yan Chenyu when he woke up. After all, De Huang Dog was a powerful peerless demon sovereign in his previous life. He was even stronger than ordinary 9th grade great sovereigns. Great Sovereign Batian and Empress Nine Yin should be around the 8th grade Great Sovereign realm in their previous life, which made them no match for De Huang Dog. According to Jiang Chen's estimation, De Huang Dog's cultivation base would at least be at the half-step Sovereign realm, or even a Great Sovereign. In any case, Jiang Chen was looking forward to it very much. Half a month's time passed by in a flash. Jiang Chen had basically stabilized his cultivation base and foundation. When he opened his eyes after his seclusion, he saw that the surface of De Huang Dog's body was filled with golden light, which looked extremely mystical. At this moment, the young demon sovereign silhouette had already vanished, leaving only De Huang Dog. I've succeeded. Jiang Chen was pleasantly surprised. This indicated that De Huang Dog had completely fused with his previous life's body. A large golden cocoon had formed on the surface of his body, and De Huang Dog's qi was rising constantly. Late Immortal Venerable, Peak Late Immortal Venerable, Half-Step Sovereign, and still growing. It seems like he's going to break through to the Great Sovereign realm. Jiang Chen was pleasantly surprised. De Huang Dog's current situation was just as he had imagined. He had already surpassed the half-step sovereign realm and was advancing towards the first-grade Great Sovereign realm. The tide-like rich energy made Jiang Chen believe that De Huang Dog could break through to the first-grade Great Sovereign realm. Chapter 1918. Damn, this bastard is even more handsome than me. Jiang Qin was speechless. However, he was not used to seeing De Huang's current appearance. He even began to worry if that obscene dog could come back. Hoo-hoo. Strong winds whistled. Above De Huang dog's head, a golden law appeared. Complicated runes were floating above the golden law. Jiang Qin counted and found that there were a total of 20 laws. Each law was as thick as an arm. Is this the great emperor's law? It feels so majestic. Jiang Qin sighed. This was the first time he had seen such a great emperor's law. Naturally, he was amazed. The great emperor's law was the symbol of a great emperor. It was also the difference between a great emperor and the reason why a great emperor was superior. In this world, the one who could control the law was the ruler. Roar. De Huang raised his head and roared again. The great emperor's law could be spat out from his mouth. This guy was too powerful. The aura he emitted could even shake the Zulong Tower. If it wasn't for Jiang Qin secretly controlling and comforting the Zulong Tower might have ejected De Huang dog. Half an hour later, De Huang dog's advancement gradually stopped. When De Huang retracted all his aura, the figure of the teenager disappeared again and turned into a dog. He looked exactly the same as the previous De Huang. You couldn't tell that this guy had changed at all. He didn't even look like a dragon horse at all. Jiang Qin patted his head. This guy seemed to be very satisfied with his dog appearance. He even gave up his handsome human form. What are you looking at? Kid, are you convinced by Master Dog's handsome and mighty posture? Are you going to take Master Dog as your idol from now on? De Huang dog said shamelessly. Damn. Jiang Qin rolled his eyes. However, the worry in his heart had disappeared completely. That narcissistic dog was still there. Why don't you maintain your human form? Jiang Qin asked curiously. I'm just afraid that you won't be used to it. De Huang dog grinned. But you don't say, your doggy appearance is more pleasing to the eye. Jiang Qin nodded. He knew what De Huang was thinking. The reason why De Huang continued to maintain his current appearance was that he wanted to focus on this life. He didn't want to live in the shadow of his previous life. This was a good thing for De Huang dog. Since he was reborn, he should start all over again. What's more, De Huang's handsome human form was really hard to get used to. This dog form was cuter. By the way, what's your current cultivation level? Jiang Qin asked. First grade Great Sovereign, not far from the second grade Great Sovereign realm. Are you scared? De Huang dog was extremely narcissistic. I'm scared to death. Jiang Qin slapped the dog's head again. In this world, there weren't many people who dared to slap a first grade Great Sovereign's head. Fuck, show some respect to Master Dog. Master Dog is a great sovereign. De Huang dog showed a look of disdain. Dog great sovereign. Jiang Qin grabbed De Huang dog's ear again. He really missed such a scene. Fuck, you're provoking the Tai Sui. What dog great sovereign? I'm the dignified great sovereign Dragon Sunday. Go and ask around. Who doesn't know the name of great sovereign Dragon Sun? I'm an existence that's on par with Immortal Execution King and Great Sovereign Zhang Xian. De Huang dog couldn't take it anymore. The dignified Great Sovereign Dragon Sun was humiliated like this. He couldn't take it anymore and bit the dog's butt. Fuck, a good dog doesn't need a butt. Let go of me, fuck you. You're disrespecting me. You won't know how powerful I am if I don't teach you a lesson. Alright, alright. You're amazing. Let go. No. Fuck. A man and a dog started a fierce battle in the ancestral dragon pagoda. The final result was Jiang Chen's defeat. His clothes were torn to shreds and his buttocks were full of wounds, dripping with blood. It was a miserable scene. Jiang Chen wanted to cry but had no tears. He couldn't take revenge now. He was no match for this dog at all. It was better for him to behave himself. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to keep the other half of his butt. Great Sovereign Dragon Sunday. This name was quite domineering. Jiang Chen always felt that the Huang dog should have an incomparably resounding name, just like Immortal Execution King, Great Sovereign Zongxian, Void Emperor, and Empress Xiaoyao. Since they were from the same generation, Great Sovereign Dragon Sun was quite suitable for De Huang's prestige. Speaking of which, you guys came to the desolate ancient land at the right time. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would have fallen into the hands of the barbarian world. The Huang dog sat beside Jiang Chen and sighed. His face turned gloomy when he thought of Zhuo Linger's misfortune. Although he had been in a deep sleep in the desolate ancient land, he was still aware of what was happening outside. It's a pity that Linger didn't come out. Jiang Chen said. Linger's bloodline is destined to be valued by the barbarian world. As long as Linger hasn't advanced to the Great Sovereign Realm, she won't be in danger. We still have a chance to save her, the Huang dog said. That's right. Linger will have to be saved sooner or later. Jiang Chen's tone was firm. Zhuo Linger's cultivation base was only at the early immortal venerable realm. She was still a distance away from the Great Sovereign Realm. Therefore, they still had time. Next, Jiang Chen told the Huang dog everything that had happened during this period of time. The most important part was, of course, Yan Chenyu, the northern and southern dynasties, and Nangong Wendian. As a matter of fact, I've already made a rough guess about what happened in the Immortal Execution Order. I never thought that Xiao Yu is the reincarnation of that girl. In the past, I had a good relationship with the Immortal Execution King and Great Sovereign Zongxian. The Immortal Execution Sword was infused with my blood. This was also the reason why I was able to control the Immortal Execution Sword. But when I met the daughter of the Immortal Execution King, she was still a baby. It's been a long time. The Huang dog sighed. His thoughts seemed to have returned to that era. Tomorrow is the selection of the Monarch Mountain. Since you've awakened, let's go to the Immortal Court together. We can help Nan, said Jiang Chen. All right. The Huang dog's face was filled with excitement. He was a man who couldn't stay idle. Given his current cultivation base, it would be too boring if he didn't go to the Immortal Court. By the way, what you displayed just now is the Great Sovereign Law, right? I can see that you have 20 Great Sovereign Laws. Jiang Chen asked curiously. He still knew nothing about the Great Sovereign Realm. That's right. When you become a Great Sovereign, you will need to condense Great Sovereign Law. An ordinary first-grade Great Sovereign can condense 10 Great Sovereign Laws, while a second-grade Great Sovereign can condense 20 Great Sovereign Laws. Of course, this only applies to ordinary experts. I'm already a first-grade Great Sovereign and I have already condensed 20 Great Sovereign Laws. Plus, my Great Sovereign Law is twice as thick as an ordinary expert's. So even an ordinary second-grade Great Sovereign is no match for me. The Huang dog said proudly. Chapter 1919. This was Jiang Chen's first time coming into contact with the Great Sovereign Law. It also gave him a deeper understanding of the Great Sovereign Realm. De Huang's situation made him understand that the strength of a great sovereign was mainly determined by two aspects. One was the number of laws, and the other was the strength of the law. When two experts had the same number of laws, the strength of the law would depend on whose law was thicker. Generally, when a half-step sovereign advanced to the first-grade Great Sovereign Realm, he would have 10 Great Sovereign Law. A second-grade great sovereign would only have 20 great sovereign laws, and their strength wouldn't be too thick. Jiang Chen had seen Yang Juanlong's great sovereign law before. Although he was already a 6th-grade great sovereign, his great sovereign law wasn't as thick as De Huang Dog's. A 1st-grade great sovereign like Big Yellow who possessed 20 laws and was twice as strong as the others could already be considered as heaven-defying. With his 1st-grade great sovereign cultivation base, he could even kill a 2nd-grade great sovereign in an instant. I wonder how many great sovereign laws I can condense when I advance to the great sovereign realm. Jiang Chen thought, but these weren't things that he could consider right now. His current cultivation base was merely at the early immortal venerable realm. There was still a long way to go before he could reach the great sovereign realm. It wasn't easy to become a great sovereign, especially for someone like Jiang Chen who cultivated the dragon transformation skill. The amount of energy required for each advancement was extremely terrifying. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog chatted for a long time. This time, De Huang Dog didn't hide anything from Jiang Chen anymore. After experiencing so much, Jiang Chen was already qualified to know everything. Plus, Jiang Chen had met too many powerful figures and knew a lot about that era. Now that he had been to Sovereign Domain and Desolate Ancient Land, there were almost no secrets left in the immortal world to Jiang Chen. Through De Huang Dog's words, Jiang Chen knew that the immortal Execution King, Great Sovereign Zhang Xian, and Great Sovereign Dragon Sun were good friends. Even when the immortal Execution King forged the immortal Execution Sword, he used De Huang Dog's divine grade bloodline. Therefore, the immortal Execution Sword was incomparably terrifying. Just like the immortal burying coffin, it had become the symbol of an era. This was also why De Huang Dog was able to reforge the immortal Execution Sword and control it. The immortal Execution Sword contained De Huang Dog's bloodline. In this world, apart from the immortal Execution King, only De Huang Dog could control the immortal Execution Sword. As for why Big Yellow didn't know Empress Nine Yin, it was because Empress Nine Yin was born during the catastrophe. At that time, Empress Nine Yin was just a baby girl. After that, Big Yellow had already fallen in Desolate Ancient Land. De Huang, our King Immortal Slayer and Grand Emperor Zhang Xian still alive? Jiang Chen asked curiously. These two were the representatives of this era. Indeed, he was curious about them. I don't know as well. But I feel that with their ability, they wouldn't have perished in that battle. I guess that if they aren't hiding in the Imperial region, then it's very likely that they've already ascended to a higher world. De Huang Dog said. A higher world. Could it be that there's a higher realm above the immortal realm? Jiang Chen said. Yes. Back then, my cultivation had already reached the peak of the Great Emperor realm, so I could feel that the Great Emperor realm wasn't the peak. De Huang Dog said. Jiang Chen nodded secretly. That was actually within his expectations. He had guessed it from the Zulong Tower. As a powerful existence, it was extremely difficult to condense the Zulong Tower to its peak. Now, it had only reached the 59th floor. There was also the dragonization skill. Until now, there were still many secrets that he couldn't understand. There was still a long way to go for the dragonization skill, which meant that he still had a long way to go. There was no end to cultivation, and the immortal realm wasn't the end. What do you think is above the immortal realm? Jiang Chen asked. It should be the existence of the gods, but it's not the time for us to think about it now. We still have a long way to go. De Huang Dog said. That's true. We still have to take it step by step. However, I'm very curious. Back then, your cultivation had already reached the peak of the Great Emperor realm. Why didn't you break through to a higher realm? Jiang Chen was still very curious. Do you think I don't want to? Before the catastrophe of the barbarian world, there were indeed many great emperors in the immortal realm who ascended to a higher realm. But later, there was a rumor that the world law of the immortal realm was suddenly missing, which led to the heavenly Tao of the immortal realm becoming incomplete. Thus, we could no longer sense the aura of a higher realm. Countless great emperors lost the opportunity to go to a higher realm. It was also because of the missing heavenly Tao law that a gap appeared between the barbarian world and the immortal realm, giving the barbarian world the opportunity to attack the immortal realm. Although this is just a rumor, I have never sensed the aura of a higher realm. De Huang Dog said. He told Jiang Chen everything he knew. These things were too old, and he knew that the immortal realm had changed a long time ago. The missing heavenly Tao law makes it impossible to sense the aura of a higher realm. Jiang Chen sighed. It seemed like the immortal realm had indeed undergone some changes countless years ago. This reminded him of the time when the passageway to the immortal realm was sealed. It was him, the greatest saint, who split open the passageway. However, the situation in Saint Origin World was different from that of the immortal realm. The passageway in Saint Origin World was only sealed and could still be split open, but the heavenly Tao law in the immortal realm was missing, making it impossible to sense the aura of a higher realm. This was equivalent to completely blocking the path of the great sovereigns. So, how did Immortal Execution King and Great Sovereign Zhang Xian break through the missing heavenly Tao law and leave the immortal realm? Jiang Chen had many doubts in his mind, but he didn't think too much about it. The current him couldn't reach that realm. He already had a long-term goal in his mind, and there was still a long way to go in the future. What he needed to do now was to put all his effort into improving his cultivation. Only by doing so would he be able to keep growing and slowly reach that realm. At that time, everything that he wanted to know would naturally be revealed. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog stayed in Zulong Tower for another half a month. Including the previous half a month, a day had passed in the outside world. Let's go. The selection of the Monarch Mountain is about to begin. Han Feng should have arranged everything. We will be able to see Nan when we enter the immortal court. Jiang Chen said, then walked out of Zulong Tower with De Huang Dog. The sky had just turned bright. Just as Jiang Chen walked out of the courtyard, he bumped into Feng Huazi. Brother Jiang, everything is ready. We can go to the Monarch Mountain now. Feng Huazi said. All right, let's go. Jiang Chen nodded. Chapter 1920. Apart from the two geniuses, the rest of them were the higher-ups of Feng Luo sect. The selection of the Monarch Mountain was a major event in the entire Feng Qi immortal domain. Naturally, many people would pay attention to it. The cultivation base of the two geniuses wasn't bad. One was an early immortal venerable while the other was a half-step immortal venerable. Such cultivation base could already be considered as one of the best in a major power like Feng Luo sect. The geniuses sent by the other major powers wouldn't be any better than them. Although the cultivation base of the two geniuses wasn't bad, it was nothing compared to Jiang Chen. An early immortal venerable Jiang Chen's combat strength was enough to kill anyone in an instant. Under the lead of Feng Huazi, a group of people flew towards the Monarch Mountain. The two geniuses stood behind Jiang Chen, not daring to say a word. As the elites of the young generation, despite their pride, it depended on who they were in front of. They knew all too well about Jiang Chen's capability. Acting arrogant in front of Jiang Chen was no different from asking for humiliation. At this moment, the Monarch Mountain was already crowded with people. All the major powers of the 5 major domains had arrived. This was a grand event in Feng Qi immortal domain and no one was willing to miss it. In addition to a few people from Feng Luo sect, there were also a lot of people who came here to watch. There were at least 50 major powers in the entire Feng Qi immortal domain that were as powerful as Feng Luo sect. In addition to that, countless rogue cultivators and a large number of small and medium-sized powers were crowded on the Monarch Mountain. It was imaginable how spectacular the scene would be. "How many people are participating in the selection?" asked Jiang Qin. "There are about 50 major powers in Fengqi Immortal Domain that are qualified to get a slot. Each major power will get 3 slots. So there should be about 150 people participating in the selection. However, Brother Jiang, you should know that apart from the Immortal Court, the most powerful geniuses are only Immortal Venerables. According to my estimation, there won't even be an intermediate Immortal Venerable. So you won't feel any pressure at all in this selection," said Feng Huazi in a relaxed manner. Feng Huazi said in an incomparably relaxed tone. He didn't mean to raise Jiang Chen's status, but he was speaking the truth. Given Jiang Chen's strength, those who participated in the selection wouldn't be able to stand a chance against him. It could be said that they weren't on the same level. Several towering battle platforms appeared on the Monarch Mountain. These platforms should have been built recently in preparation for the selection of the Immortal Court. The Monarch Mountain had always been a famous place in the central region. After the turmoil, the Monarch Mountain was almost destroyed and became a desolate place. However, after the selection, the Monarch Mountain would definitely be more famous than before. It was highly possible that these battle platforms would become a place for many experts to duel in the future. The people of the Immortal Court hadn't arrived yet, but Jiang Chen was pretty sure that the one who came to preside over the selection was Han Feng. This selection was his idea and he was the one who planned it from the beginning. Looking at the sea of people and those geniuses who were participating in the selection with their heads held high, De Huang Dog seemed a little bored. "Little Chenzi, aren't you lowering yourself by participating in this selection? What's so challenging about it?" De Huang Dog said in a bored tone. "What do you know? Don't forget what our purpose is." Jiang Chen glared at De Huang Dog. This selection was just a formality. It was a suitable excuse that Han Feng had found for Jiang Chen to enter the Immortal Court. Only those who were recruited through proper means wouldn't attract the attention of Star Sovereign. If Han Feng directly brought Jiang Chen to the Immortal Court, it would certainly arouse suspicion, which would be disadvantageous to Nangong Wendian. Feng Huazi and a few experts of Feng Luo sect had long noticed this dog. They had never seen this dog before. When they heard the tone of Big Yellow's voice, they couldn't help but take another look at this dog. "Big Yellow, you're right. It was just a dog, how could it be so arrogant?" Of course, none of them dared to say this out loud. No matter what, this dog was Jiang Chen's dog. As a matter of fact, if Feng Huazi and the others knew the true strength of De Huang Dog, they were afraid that they would be scared out of their wits. I wonder what the Immortal Court is doing this time. Why did they suddenly organize a selection? No matter what the Immortal Court is doing, this is a great opportunity for the geniuses of the major powers. I heard that there are 10 slots for this selection. I wonder who will be one of the 10 lucky ones. Such a great opportunity. There must be an incomparably intense battle. Many people were discussing about it. They didn't know why the Immortal Court suddenly wanted to hold a selection, but no matter what, it was a great opportunity for them. They were almost certain that the competition on the battle platform would be incomparably fierce in order to obtain the 10 spots. Hoo-hoo. At this moment, a whirlwind blew across the void. An old man appeared on the battle platform like a ghost. Powerful chi waves spread in all directions. The entire scene turned silent in an instant. That was a mighty half-step sovereign. To the major powers, a half-step sovereign was a supreme existence. No one would dare to act rashly in front of a half-step sovereign. It's a half-step sovereign from the Immortal Court. The selection is about to begin. Someone said. Many of the geniuses who were qualified to participate in the selection became incomparably excited. This was a good opportunity for them to show their strength. As long as they could enter the immortal court, it would be equivalent to entering a blessed land for cultivation. Their future would be boundless. The old man was none other than Han Feng. After Han Feng appeared, he scanned the surroundings. When he saw Jiang Qin, he heaved a sigh of relief. After all, this selection was mainly for Jiang Qin. If Jiang Qin didn't show up, the selection would be meaningless. That's right. Fortunately, Jiang Qin didn't disappoint him. From this, one could see the relationship between Jiang Qin and Heaven Sovereign. Otherwise, given Heaven Sovereign's current predicament, no one would be willing to step into this muddy water. I'm Han Feng of the Immortal Court. Today's selection will be presided over by me. Everyone who is participating in the selection should be prepared in advance. You will draw lots to fight against each other. The remaining 10 geniuses will follow me into the Immortal Court. The selection begins now. Han Feng said loudly. It was a very simple selection rule. The opponent would be decided by drawing lots. It gave off a feeling of luck. However, everyone knew that luck was the most important thing on the path of cultivation. If one's luck was bad, they could not blame others. One by one, the geniuses stepped forward and began to draw their lots. Jiang Chen was one of them. The person he drew was a young genius called Yu Liang, a peak early immortal venerable expert from Eastern Domain. He was said to be one of the geniuses who had the highest chance of entering the immortal court. Edited by Lifer, Fingerfox of Brat. No one has ever dared to speak like this in front of me, because all those who said such words are dead. Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. Yu Liang said. His entire body moved. He struck out a punch that was as heavy as a mountain, creating a big hole in the void. It reached Jiang Qin in the blink of an eye. A strong murderous intent enshrouded Jiang Qin instantly. Unfortunately, such murderous intent couldn't affect Jiang Qin at all. Jiang Qin, I'm going to kill you. Just as Yu Liang's fist was about to reach Jiang Qin's body, Jiang Qin's eyes glinted with a cold light. This damned bastard had been courting death in front of him. He even said that he would cripple Jiang Qin's cultivation. Such behavior had given Jiang Qin enough reason to eliminate him. Who? Jiang Qin struck out a punch at lightning speed. No one knew how intense the energy contained in his golden fist was. It collided with Yu Liang's fist. This was Jiang Qin's first battle after advancing to the immortal venerable realm, but his opponent was an early immortal venerable young man. This made Jiang Qin very disappointed. Hong arg, almost as soon as the two fists collided, a sharp wail reverberated through the sky above the Monarch mountain. Under countless horrified gazes, the arrogant Yu Liang's entire arm was smashed into pieces by Jiang Qin. Half of his body was cracked, and blood was spurting out from his body like a fountain. Just a punch and Yu Liang was done for. Hua! The entire Monarch mountain was in an uproar. Everyone was looking at the battle platform in astonishment. As the lot drawing had just ended, most of them hadn't gotten to the platform yet. Therefore, the battle between Yu Liang and Jiang Qin had become the focus of attention. Most of them were optimistic about Yu Liang's chances, but who would have thought that there would be such a huge contrast in the blink of an eye? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Who the hell is that Jiang Qin? Why haven't I heard of such a figure in Fengluo sect before? He's just too terrifying. Yu Liang, who is a peak early immortal venerable, was crippled by a single punch. Too scary. Such a figure is too scary. He's on a completely different level. I never thought that such a dark horse would appear in this selection. No one wasn't shocked. The scene was boiling. Yu Liang's wail was still going on. The facial expression of the major power that Yu Liang belonged to had changed completely. All their hopes had turned into bubbles in the blink of an eye. Such a situation was indeed hard to accept. Get lost. Jiang Chen was too lazy to kill Yu Liang. With a flick of his sleeve, a wave of qi struck Yu Liang's body, blasting him off the platform. Chapter 1922. Subsequently, Jiang Chen glanced at the smiling Han Feng not far away and walked down from the battle platform. No matter what, he had to persist until the end of the selection. According to the rules, after winning the first round, he would have to walk down from the platform and wait for the second round of drawing lots. Innumerable eyes fell upon Jiang Chen. Just a single punch had made Jiang Chen the real focal point. Those geniuses who hadn't gone up to the stage yet had changed the way they looked at Jiang Chen. Every one of them was praying that they wouldn't have to face this abnormal monster in the next battle. Otherwise, the consequences would be imaginable. Even an expert like Yu Liang would be finished if he went up against Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen had defeated Qin Song in just a single strike. The following battles were much more intense, especially the two people with similar cultivation. They fought fiercely on the fighting platform, exchanging blows with each other. The spectators were also very excited. Soon, the first round of the selection ended and the second round of drawing lots began. This time, the genius who went up against Jiang Chen was very sensible. He admitted defeat before going up to the platform. To him, other than pity, there was no other emotion. He could only blame his bad luck, but having bad luck and not wanting to live were two completely different concepts. If he was unlucky, he could still live. After all, he was living a good life now. He had only lost an opportunity, but if he went up to the platform, he would be courting death. After witnessing Jiang Chen's strength, almost no one felt that they could withstand a single strike from Jiang Chen. In that case, why would they go up to seek their own humiliation? The fierce selection battle lasted for more than half a day. Jiang Chen had only gone up to the platform once when he fought against Yu Liang. Then, he didn't fight again until the end of the selection. All those who were drawn against him had taken the initiative to admit defeat. In the end, Han Feng stood up and announced the 10 chosen geniuses. Except for Jiang Chen, the other 9 didn't seem to be in a good state. Although they were all immortal venerables, they were physically and mentally exhausted after a series of battles. Some of them had even suffered serious injuries in the last battle. In Jiang Chen's point of view, these geniuses were worth cultivating. The fact that they could stand out from the 150 people was enough to prove their talent and perseverance. Moreover, their performance on the platform was also remarkable. However, to the immortal court, it would take a long time to cultivate these geniuses. It was almost impossible for them to help Nangong Wendian in a short period of time. The 10 of you, go back and recuperate your injuries. I'll be waiting for you here tomorrow morning. I'll take you to the immortal court, Han Feng said to the 10 selected geniuses, then gave them valuable treasures. Han Feng spoke to the selected 10 geniuses, then gave them valuable treasures. This selection had not only made these geniuses famous, but also the major powers, especially Feng Luo's sect. Although only one of the 3 geniuses of Feng Luo's sect was selected, it was already considered a pretty good result. Plus, Jiang Chen's performance was just too eye-catching, which made it impossible for Feng Luo's sect to keep a low profile. After receiving the reward from Han Feng, Feng Huazi couldn't stop smiling. Han Feng drifted away, but everyone knew that he would return to the same place tomorrow. Those who were chosen disregarded their injuries and were in high spirits, enduring countless envious and jealous gazes. Their lives had opened a new door. From then on, they soared into the sky. Not only was their future limitless, but their status had also begun to rise. Jiang Chen didn't care about any of this. He was the first one to leave Monarch Mountain with the Huang Dog, returning to the residence of Feng Luo sect. He didn't yearn to go to the immortal court. Once one's horizon was broadened, they would look at things calmly. In their eyes, the immortal court was a high and mighty existence with plenty of great sovereigns and cultivation resources. It was the highest educational institution in the immortal world. It was undoubtedly the happiest thing in one's life to be able to join it and become one of its members. But to Jiang Chen, who had been to sovereign domain and desolate ancient land, the immortal court wasn't attractive at all. Besides, he had already offended the 3 immortal courts. If it wasn't for Nangong Wendian needing help, Jiang Chen wouldn't even think about going to the immortal court. Of course, given his current cultivation base and condition, going to the immortal court was still very beneficial to him. After all, the ordinary places in the immortal world were no longer a challenge to him. He wasn't qualified to set foot in sovereign domain, so the immortal court was undoubtedly the best choice. After returning to Feng Luo sect, Jiang Chen chatted with Jiang Zhenhai for a while. It was considered as a short farewell. Chen, just do whatever you want to do. Don't worry about me. Jiang Zhenhai was a very sensible person. He knew that Jiang Chen was a man who wanted to do great things, so he never interfered with Jiang Chen or asked Jiang Chen what he wanted to do. He was full of confidence in his son. Sooner or later, the immortal world would have a place for Jiang Chen like Saint Origin World. Late at night, Jiang Chen and Jiang Zhenhai were sitting in the courtyard, drinking and chatting. The Huang Dog was squatting at the side, feeling bored. No one from Feng Luo sect came to disturb them. At this time, a figure suddenly appeared. It was Han Feng. Long time no see, Brother Jiang. Your cultivation base has improved again. Not bad, said Han Feng with a smile. Han Feng said with a smile. During the day, he had already noticed that Jiang Chen's cultivation base had already advanced to the late immortal venerable realm. It had only been a month since they last met. Such a terrifying speed of advancement was too shocking. At first, Han Feng doubted Heaven Sovereign's judgment, but now it seemed like he was wrong. Elder Han, how have you been? Jiang Chen stretched out his hand, gesturing for Han Feng to sit down. Han Feng didn't stand on ceremony and sat down. His peripheral vision fell upon the Huang Dog, which gave him a shock because he couldn't see through the dog's true cultivation base. What shocked him even more was the pressure he felt from the Huang Dog. That was the pressure of a great sovereign. In other words, this dog was actually a powerful demon emperor. This was too shocking. Old man, what are you looking at? Haven't you seen such a handsome dog before? The Huang Dog glared at Han Feng. Han Feng didn't dare to be negligent. He gave the Huang Dog a friendly smile and returned to his senses. Chen, this is? Asked Jiang Zhenhai. Dad, this is Han Feng, a member of the Immortal Court. Jiang Chen said. Han Feng's attitude changed dramatically when he heard Jiang Chen addressing this middle-aged man as his dad. He hastily clasped his fists at Jiang Zhenhai. So it's Master Jiang. Chapter 1923. Jiang Zhenhai smiled at Han Feng as a form of greeting, then he stood up and said, Chen, have a good chat with Elder Han. I won't disturb you any longer. Jiang Zhenhai knew very well that Han Feng was giving him face because he was giving face to Jiang Chen. Plus, he knew that Han Feng must have something to say to Jiang Chen. Jiang Zhenhai knew that Han Feng must have something to say to Jiang Chen. It wasn't inappropriate for him to stay here, but he couldn't get a word in. The Immortal Court was too far away from him. Elder Han, what's the matter for you to visit so late at night? Jiang Chen looked at Han Feng. Can't I have a chat with Jiang brother if I have nothing to do? Han Feng smiled and looked at Jiang Qin with eyes full of admiration. I haven't seen you for a month. Jiang Brothers' cultivation base has improved again. Given your current combat strength, I'm afraid that you can even fight me. I know that there's no suspense in this selection. Elder Han, can you tell me about the Immortal Court first? Asked Jiang Qin. In his eyes, the Immortal Court was just a high and mighty power, different from the Sovereign Domain. The Sovereign Domain existed to protect the immortal world against the barbarian world. Now that he was going to the Immortal Court, it was necessary to know more about the Immortal Court in advance. The current Immortal Court is basically under the complete control of Star Sovereign. After all, Star Sovereign is the Sovereign Lord of the Immortal Court. Heaven Sovereign has been staying in Heaven Sovereign Palace for a long time after his return. Heaven Sovereign Palace has always been the representative of the Sovereign Lord of the Immortal Court. There are many powerful restrictive spells set up inside. Moreover, Heaven Sovereign is the representative of the Sovereign Lord of the Immortal Court, which gives him some deterrence. Now that he has returned, even if Star Sovereign wants to get rid of Heaven Sovereign, he wouldn't dare to rush into Heaven Sovereign Palace. Han Feng said. He knew what Jiang Qin wanted to know. So, he only told him the most important things. Star Sovereign naturally won't go to Heaven Sovereign Palace to kill Anan, but Heaven Sovereign can send someone else to kill Anan. Jiang Qin said. Brother Jiang doesn't know much about the situation of the Immortal Court. Heaven Sovereign Palace isn't as simple as you think. When Heaven Sovereign was reincarnated, he had already made sufficient preparations. The defense of Heaven Sovereign Palace is strong enough to withstand an ordinary 6th-grade Great Sovereign for a short period of time. Even if Star Sovereign personally went to Heaven Sovereign Palace to attack, there would be a strong fluctuation that would be known by everyone. Therefore, neither Star Sovereign nor anyone else dared to barge into Heaven Sovereign Palace to kill Heaven Sovereign, because they knew very little about Heaven Sovereign Palace and didn't have much confidence in it. That is to say, as long as Heaven Sovereign doesn't leave Heaven Sovereign Palace, his life won't be in danger. Han Feng said with a smile. He was quite confident in the Heavenly Emperor Palace. More importantly, even if Heaven Sovereign has returned, he hasn't fully recovered his strength. He still needs some time to fully recover. He won't be able to pose any threat to Star Sovereign for the time being. Moreover, everything in the Immortal Court is under Star Sovereign's control, including Heaven Sovereign himself. So, Star Sovereign won't act recklessly. Of course, if Heaven Sovereign leaves Heaven Sovereign Palace or the Immortal Court, it'll be a different story. Han Feng said. Jiang Qin nodded secretly. After listening to Han Feng's explanation, he had a better understanding of Nangong Wentian's current situation. Nangong Wentian was indeed in a very bad situation. However, Jiang Qin didn't know how he could help Nangong Wentian after arriving at the Immortal Court. With his current strength, there was nothing he could do. By the way, what's the cultivation base of Heaven Sovereign and Star Sovereign? Jiang Qin asked curiously. Star Sovereign is a 6th-grade Great Sovereign. You should know that the gap between the 6th-grade Great Sovereign and the 7th-grade Great Sovereign is very difficult to cross. The Great Sovereigns are divided into 9 grades. The first 3 grades are low-grade Great Sovereigns, then mid-grade Great Sovereigns, 7th-grade Great Sovereigns and high-grade Great Sovereigns. The 6th-grade Great Sovereign is the highest cultivation base in the Immortal Court. I can't see through Heaven Sovereign's cultivation base, said Han Feng. If Nangong Wentian didn't tell him, he naturally wouldn't be able to see through his cultivation base. However, there was one thing he was sure of: even if Nangong Wentian was a Great Sovereign, he was definitely not a powerful 6th-grade Great Sovereign. It would take some time for him to reach the peak state of his previous life after ascending to the immortal world. This could be seen from De Huang Dog, Yen Qinyu, and the Northern and Southern dynasties. As for the fact that the highest cultivation base in the immortal court was the 6th grade Great Sovereign, it was within Jiang Chen's expectation. Previously, young Junlong had said that all existences above the 6th grade Great Sovereign must enter the sovereign domain. Those below the 6th grade could only enter the sovereign domain voluntarily. The threshold of the immortal sovereign was also the qualification to enter the sovereign domain. Although Jiang Chen didn't know how he could help Nangong Wendian, he knew that Nangong Wendian had reached a point where he couldn't rely on anyone in the immortal court. Even if there were some old men like Han Feng who followed him, they would definitely be guarded against by the people of Star Sovereign. They wouldn't be able to do anything. This was probably the reason why Nangong Wendian needed him. No matter what, Jiang Chen had to go. If Nangong Wendian was in trouble, he wouldn't shirk his duty. Early the next morning, Han Feng left for the Monarch Mountain in advance, followed by Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog. By the time they arrived, they found that the 9 people who were selected yesterday had already arrived. Each of their faces was filled with excitement. Their condition was much better than the day before. After all, to an immortal venerable, such injuries were nothing. It was very easy for them to recover. Elder Han. Everyone bowed to Han Feng at the same time. Each of them behaved humbly, putting away their usual arrogance, hoping to leave a good first impression on Han Feng. Chapter 1924. Naturally, Jiang Chen was happy to see the 9 of them getting closer to him. He responded with a smile. In any case, these people were useful. If he could recruit them, they would at least be loyal to Heaven's Sovereign and they would have great value in training. This is your identity jade token. You can store your divine sense in it. With this jade token, you will be a member of the immortal court from now on. Han Feng waved his hand. Jade tokens radiating green light rushed out and fell into the hands of each of them. Everyone hurriedly instilled their divine sense into the jade token. They treasured this jade token very much because it represented their identity. With this jade token, they would be a true member of the immortal court, a true high and mighty existence, stepping into the legendary Holy Land. To them, this was a sacred and unforgettable moment. It was the turning point of their destiny. Then, Han Feng took out a golden talisman from his hand. The talisman buzzed and carried an extremely dense spatial energy. Han Feng waved his hand and struck out a ray of light. The talisman exploded and turned into a spatial portal, which was connected to a long spatial passageway. Everyone's eyes fell upon the spatial passageway. They knew very well that this passageway led to the immortal court. Let's go. With a sway, Han Feng was the first to step into the spatial passageway. What's your name? In the spatial passageway, Han Feng looked at the 9 of them and asked. He had a name list in his hand, but he didn't look at it seriously. After all, his mind was on Jiang Chen. Elder Han, my name is Louis Shan. My name is Yang Ming. My name is Wei Yun. The 9 of them didn't dare to be negligent. One after another, they revealed their names, hoping that Han Feng could remember them. It was a very fortunate thing for them to be remembered by a half-step sovereign. Not bad. The fact that you can pass the selection is enough to show that your talent and perseverance are superior. But don't be arrogant. Although you are the best in your respective major powers, your cultivation base will only be at the bottom in the immortal court. There are many geniuses in the immortal court, including young great sovereigns. You still have a long way to go. Plus, the competition between the geniuses of the immortal court is very fierce. I suggest you to stick together. Otherwise, I'm afraid that you won't have a good time in the immortal court. Han Feng reminded them kindly. Thank you for your reminder, Elder. They spoke in unison. Then, their eyes fell upon Jiang Chen once more. A youth in black linen clothes walked to Jiang Chen and said, "Senior brother Jiang, Yang Ming, am willing to follow you from now on." Seeing that Yang Ming was the first to step forward, the others hastily went to Jiang Chen and expressed the same thoughts as Yang Ming. They weren't fools, especially after listening to Han Feng's words. They knew that if they wanted to have a good time in the immortal court, they would have to stick together and find a backer, a boss. Among them, there was no doubt that Jiang Chen was the best candidate. After all, they had witnessed Jiang Chen's strength with their own eyes. Upon seeing this, Han Feng smiled. This was exactly what he wanted to see. No matter what, these people were personally recruited by him. They could be considered as his own people. Naturally, he hoped that Jiang Chen could bring them together. Good. As long as we stick together, even the senior disciples of the immortal court won't be able to bully us, said Jiang Chen. Then, from now on, senior brother Jiang is our boss, Louis Shan said with a smile. The others responded hastily. The few of them became familiar with each other. Originally, these people came from different forces. Originally, they were rivals with each other, but at this time, the relationship between them had to be redrawn. The grudges of the past had already passed. Now that they had arrived at the immortal court, they were going to start a new life. Elder Han, what kind of disciples do you think we will be in the immortal court? Asked Wei Yun. It seemed that it would take some time before they arrived at the immortal court. They were more than happy to learn more about the immortal court. What disciples? Of course, ordinary disciples. There's no distinction between the disciples of the immortal court. There are only ordinary disciples and core disciples. Those below the great sovereign realm are all ordinary disciples, including half-step sovereigns. Only those who have reached the mighty immortal sovereign realm are qualified to be called core disciples. However, there aren't many core disciples. Most of them are old after reaching the immortal sovereign realm. Even ordinary disciples are divided into early immortal venerable realm, intermediate immortal venerable realm, late immortal venerable realm and half-step sovereigns. Although they are all ordinary disciples, their status will be different due to the difference in their levels. Han Feng explained. Everyone nodded their heads. Han Feng was right. This was a world where strength was everything, and strength was the most important thing. Even though they were all ordinary disciples, the gap between them and Jiang Chen was still huge. Putting everything else aside, just comparing them to Jiang Chen, they weren't even on the same level. Similarly, Han Feng's words had widened their horizons. Before this, they thought that it was already very terrifying to reach the immortal venerable realm at such a young age. Only after coming into contact with the immortal court did they realize that they were just frogs at the bottom of a well. There were too many true geniuses. There were even young great sovereigns in the immortal court. That level was just too far away from them. Don't be discouraged. Even great sovereigns have to start from your level. The immortal court is rich in resources, which will be very helpful to your cultivation. Plus, there are plenty of places for training and battles with other immortal courts. All of these will stimulate your progress, said Han Feng. This wasn't the time to dampen their enthusiasm. Jiang Chen listened at the side. Suddenly, he felt that the immortal court was much more complicated than he had imagined. There were 9 immortal domains in the immortal world, and there were 9 immortal courts in total. It seemed like there were conflicts between the 9 immortal courts, just like the 11 major powers in East Xuanyu. However, this was normal. There would be conflicts wherever there were major powers. The stronger the power, the more intense the conflict. As long as the power wasn't unique, conflicts were unavoidable. It was the same for the immortal court. Let alone the immortal court, the entire immortal world was the same. Apart from the immortal world, there was also the threat of the barbarian world. Very quickly, they reached the end of the spatial passageway. An incomparably dazzling light appeared in front of them, blinding their eyes. After walking out of the passageway, they arrived at the Immortal Court. The Immortal Court called itself a high and mighty space. Hoo-hoo. Chapter 1925. Everyone appeared in a spacious area and instantly felt refreshed. The air was filled with dense immortal chi, causing everyone's emotions to become incomparably excited. What a dense immortal chi! It's at least 3 times denser than where we are. This is indeed the space of the Immortal Court. That's right. This is the real treasure land for cultivation. It's a paradise for cultivators like us. It's such an honor to be able to cultivate in the Immortal Court. That's right. I must cultivate well and show my strength. A few of them spoke excitedly, looking forward to the future. Jiang Chen was the only one who looked calm. If he hadn't been to Sovereign Domain, he might be a little more excited, but now, his mood wasn't affected at all. Although the immortal chi here was very dense, it was still not on the same level as the Sovereign Domain. Using his divine sense, Jiang Chen found out that this spatial zone was boundless and extremely vast. Looking towards the center, he could see many buildings that were glowing with golden light. There were rows of luxurious palaces. Many of these palaces were hovering in the sky. There were also huge mountains that were hovering in the sky, and various buildings were built on top of them. There were also ancient pagodas that towered into the sky. These buildings were connected together in a unique way, spanning tens of thousands of miles, giving off an incomparably noble and magnificent chi that made people feel reverence from the bottom of their hearts. The Immortal Court was a high and mighty existence that ruled the entire immortal domain. Naturally, the noble chi that it exuded was incomparable to any ordinary major power. Let's go. We can enter the Immortal Court now. Han Feng said and took the lead to fly forward. Everyone was extremely excited. They followed behind Han Feng and looked around. Only Jiang Chen was wearing an indifferent expression, and Big Yellow was bored to death. He didn't seem to be interested in anything around him. In front of the gate of the Immortal Court, there were 5 to 6 men in golden armor standing on both sides. They looked like warriors. Just a casual glance from them could give people a mental pressure. More importantly, the lowest cultivation base among them was an early immortal venerable, which was basically the lowest cultivation base in the Immortal Court, just like the great sovereigns in Sovereign Domain. Louis Shan, Yang Ming and the others sighed when they saw them. At this moment, they finally realized that they could put away their arrogance in the Immortal Court, because an immortal venerable was really nothing here. An early immortal venerable could only guard the gate of the Immortal Court. Elder Han, are these the newly recruited disciples? Upon seeing Han Feng, one of the guards hastily saluted. The one who spoke was also a young man with an intermediate immortal venerable cultivation base. He should be the leader of these guards. That's right. I'll arrange a place for you and the others to cultivate. Han Feng said with a smile, then strode towards the interior of the Immortal Court. The people behind him didn't dare to speak a word. They followed closely behind Han Feng. They were too unfamiliar with everything in the Immortal Court. Any one of them could make them feel a trace of pressure. It seems like the immortal domain is getting worse day by day. The disciples that have been recruited are just a so-so. That's right. There are only 10 of them, but Elder Han has gone to such lengths to recruit them. It seems like the Immortal Court doesn't lack these geniuses. This recruitment seems to be the idea of Heaven Sovereign. Elder Han has always been following Heaven Sovereign. Heaven Sovereign is already outdated. Now that the Immortal Court belongs to Star Sovereign, there's nothing good that can come out of following Heaven Sovereign. Heaven Sovereign doesn't have anyone he can use now. That's why he recruited these so-called geniuses. Unfortunately, these geniuses don't look like they will amount to anything. After the crowd left, the guards began to discuss among themselves. Their words were full of disdain. Of course, this was normal. After all, an immortal venerable was nothing in the immortal court. The immortal court itself didn't lack such geniuses. In their point of view, it was useless even if Heaven's sovereign recruited these geniuses. God knows when these geniuses would grow to their full potential. After entering the immortal court, there was a sizable mountain at the outermost area of the immortal court. There were courtyards built on this mountain. It was empty and looked somewhat desolate. Han Feng led everyone to the top of the mountain. From now on, this will be your place of residence and cultivation. It's a mountain that has been specially opened up for all of you. This will save you from unnecessary trouble if you stay with the other ordinary disciples, said Han Feng. That's good. It's a peaceful place for us to be alone, Wei Yun said. Everyone was very satisfied with such a cultivation environment. No matter what, this place was much better than the place they had been cultivating in before. All right. You all can take a rest first. Jiang Qin, come with me. Han Feng made some arrangements, then left with Jiang Qin. He didn't care about Louis Shan and the others. The reason why they could come to the immortal court was because of Jiang Qin. Without Jiang Qin, they would never have the chance to come to the immortal court. Brother Jiang Qin, I'll take you to see Heaven's sovereign now, said Han Feng. Won't it arouse Star Sovereign's suspicion if we go to see Heaven's sovereign openly? Jiang Qin said with a frown. Suspicion. The people of the immortal court aren't fools. It was Heaven's sovereign's idea to recruit you all this time. Star Sovereign didn't oppose it because he doesn't like you at all. Even the guards of the immortal court know that you are the people that Heaven's sovereign wants to recruit, because Heaven's sovereign is in an awkward situation right now. However, no one will care about you all because you are too weak. To put it bluntly, even if you are loyal to Heaven's sovereign, what can you do to him? Han Feng smiled and said, of course, if I bring you to the Heavenly Emperor Palace so openly, it will definitely attract the attention of others. Those who are favored by the Heavenly Emperor must have extraordinary aptitude. Not long after, I believe there will be some genius disciples looking for trouble with you. It just so happens that this is also a kind of experience for you. Plus, given your ability, you won't be afraid of them, right? Fuck. Jiang Chen raised his middle finger at Han Feng. He had a feeling that he had been tricked by this old man. It seemed like his days in the immortal court weren't going to be easy. However, Jiang Chen was already mentally prepared. He didn't plan to live a peaceful life after arriving at the immortal court. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come here in the first place. Moreover, what Han Feng said was right. How could one improve without intense battles? Given his current strength, it was unrealistic for him to be of great help to Nangong Wendian. It was more important for him to improve his own strength. We're arriving at Heaven's Sovereign Palace soon, said Han Feng. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth curved into a smile. He was in a good mood thinking that he would be able to see his brother again soon. However, Jiang Chen had never thought that he would meet Nangong Wendian again in such a way. Chapter 1926. Heavenly Sovereign Palace wasn't located at the center of the immortal court, but in a remote place. It was a palace hovering in the air, looking magnificent and majestic from the outside. Looking up at Heavenly Sovereign Palace from such a close distance, one would truly feel how insignificant one was. It was like an unreachable existence where unreachable figures resided. Han Feng raised his head to look at Heavenly Sovereign Palace that had stood towering for thousands of years, then suddenly shook his head and sighed. Jiang Chen knew why Han Feng sighed. Things remained the same, but people have changed. This was how the world was. Once upon a time, Heavenly Sovereign Palace was the most glorious place in the entire immortal court. Even ordinary great sovereigns would have to inform them in advance if they wanted to visit Heavenly Sovereign Palace. In the immortal court, Heaven's Sovereign was the one and only, supreme and had supreme authority. The Sovereign Lord of the immortal court possessed everything. But now, everything had changed. Heavenly Sovereign Palace was still the same Heavenly Sovereign Palace. No one would dare to destroy it, but the significance of Heavenly Sovereign Palace was gradually diminishing. Today, Heavenly Sovereign Palace's existence had become weaker and weaker, even becoming an inaccessible place in the immortal court. Brother Jiangqin, you go in. I won't go in. You must have a lot of things to talk about with Brother Heaven Sovereign. Han Feng patted Jiang Chen's shoulder. He already knew the relationship between Jiang Chen and Heaven Sovereign. He also knew how much Heaven Sovereign trusted Jiang Chen. Heaven Sovereign was even willing to put his future and life in the hands of Jiang Chen. All right. Jiang Chen nodded, then strode towards the gate of Heavenly Sovereign Palace with De Huang Dog. When Jiang Chen came to the front of the gate opened automatically. Even standing at the entrance, one could feel the complex restrictions and formations inside the palace that affected everything in the surroundings. These restrictions and formations were very old, just like the ones left behind by De Huang Dog in the desolate ancient land. It was easy to guess that these restrictions were left behind by Heaven Sovereign when he was at his peak. It was also because of these restrictions that some experts of the immortal court were deterred, and even Star Sovereign was wary of them. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog walked in, and the door of the palace closed with a bang. A figure appeared in front of Jiang Chen like a ghost. It was a handsome young man with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. He was wearing a purple robe, and he seemed to be illusory as he stood there. He was faintly discernible, and in the end, he condensed into a solid form, giving people quite a bit of pressure. Little Chenzi. Ah Nan. The two of them called each other's name at the same time. Then, Nangong Wendian gave Jiang Chen a bear hug. The joy of reunion between brothers was incomprehensible to ordinary people. To Nangong Wendian, no matter how much he had grown, even if he had become a mighty great sovereign, he was still Nangong Wendian. He was no longer the Heaven Sovereign of his previous life, at least not in front of Jiang Chen. Just like Yan Qin Yu and De Huang, after his rebirth, his body was basically guided by his new thoughts. We brothers finally meet again. And De Huang too. This is great. I never thought that we would meet again in such an environment. Nangong Wendian couldn't help but sigh. In any case, he was very excited to see Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog again. Ah Nan, Han Feng has told me about your situation. I never thought that you are the reincarnation of Heaven Sovereign. By the way, what's your current cultivation base? Asked Jiang Chen curiously. After I came back, I fused with the things that Heaven Sovereign left behind. Now, my cultivation base has reached the 3rd grade Great Sovereign realm. However, it's undoubtedly impossible for me to regain control of the immortal court with my current cultivation base. Moreover, the faster I recover, the greater the threat I will pose to Star Sovereign. Star Sovereign will never allow me to grow stronger. So, I can't leave Heaven Sovereign Palace now. Once I leave, I will be killed by Star Sovereign. Nangong Wendian said with a frown. Jiang Chen and Big Yellow nodded secretly. They weren't surprised that Nangong Wendian had reached the Great Sovereign realm. They wouldn't be too surprised even if he was a 3rd grade Great Sovereign. After all, his situation was different from Yan Chen Yu and Big Yellow. Yan Chen Yu and Big Yellow had truly fallen without any preparation. But Nangong Wendian was different. He was reborn after absorbing the bloodline of the desolate ancient elephant. He had planned everything before he was reborn. What can I do? Asked Jiang Qin. There are a lot of resources in the Immortal Court. It'll be beneficial for you to cultivate here. Plus, I can't find anyone I can trust now. I can only be at ease if you're here. I'm a third-grade great sovereign now, but I have a way to increase my cultivation base in a short period of time. As long as my cultivation base returns to the peak of my previous life, I won't be afraid of Star Sovereign anymore. Said Nangong Wendian. You've used up everything that you've left behind in your previous life, but you're only a third-grade great sovereign. It won't be a short time for you to return to your peak. Perhaps you have a backup plan, said the Huang dog. You're right. I naturally have a backup plan. I failed to absorb the bloodline of the desolate ancient elephant, which led to my reincarnation. However, I still have the bloodline of the desolate ancient elephant. As long as I obtain the bloodline of the desolate ancient elephant, there's still a chance for me to return to my peak. Said Nangong Wendian. Ah Nan, why didn't you absorb the bloodline of the desolate ancient elephant directly? Asked Jiang Qin, puzzled. It's not that I don't want to, but I don't have the strength to do so. The bloodline isn't in the Heavenly Sovereign Palace. If I leave it here, do you think that Star Sovereign won't take it away? Said Nangong Wendian with a smile. As a powerful sovereign lord, he naturally had no loopholes in his calculations. Today's situation in the Immortal Court was also within his expectations. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog secretly nodded their heads, feeling that Nangong Wendian's way of doing things was pretty good. The bloodline was too important to him, leaving it in the Heavenly Sovereign Palace was the most dangerous place. Where is the bloodline of the desolate ancient elephant? Asked Jiang Qin. In the miniature Fengqi world. Said Nangong Wendian. Miniature Fengqi world. Asked Jiang Qin. The miniature Fengqi world is a special space in the Immortal Court. There are many demons and ghosts in it. It's a place for the genius disciples to train. Star Sovereign will never think that I've left the bloodline there. The miniature Fengqi world opens once every 6 months for the geniuses to train. There's still a month before the next opening. Said Nangong Wendian. You want me to go to the miniature Fengqi world to retrieve the bloodline for you? Jiang Qin was very smart, he naturally understood what Nangong Wendian meant. That's right. You're now an Immortal Court disciple, you're qualified to enter the miniature Fengqi world to train. At that time, I'll tell you the location of the bloodline. As long as you retrieve the bloodline, my 10,000 everlasting elephants' mystic art will be able to achieve great success. At that time, my strength will recover to its peak and I won't have to fear Star Sovereign anymore. Chapter 1927. Alright. Jiang Qin nodded. He didn't doubt Nangong Wendian's words at all. Given Nangong Wendian's current situation, it would be hard for him to find any other way. Moreover, Jiang Qin had come to the Immortal Court to help Nangong Wendian. Given his current strength, it would be hard for him to provide any crucial help to Nangong Wendian. That's settled then. Familiarize yourself with the environment of the immortal world in this month. I'll take care of any trouble you cause. Nangong Wendian said with a smile. Now that Jiang Qin had arrived, he felt a lot more relaxed. At the same time, he saw hope for the future. In his eyes, Jiang Qin was a miracle creator. After the important matters were settled, the two brothers continued to chat. Jiang Qin told Nangong Wendian about his experiences in the immortal world, including Monk Han Yen, Yen Qinyu, the northern and southern dynasties, and the Huang dog's identity. Anyone would be shocked by such a thing. I never thought that these guys are so powerful. They're even more powerful than me. Nangong Wendian sighed. What he said was true. Initially, he thought that his identity as a heaven sovereign was powerful enough, but he didn't expect that Yan Chenyu and Big Yellow's identity was much more powerful than his. In the immortal world, almost everyone knew the name of Empress Nine Yin. As for Demon Sovereign Dragon Sun, he was in existence on par with Immortal Execution King and Great Sovereign Zhang Xian. Alright, we don't have much time to talk. I'll be heading back first. Jiang Chen patted Nangong Wentian's shoulder. Alright. The Immortal Court isn't like the people below, especially the current Fengqi Immortal Court. You have to be careful. Nangong Wentian reminded. You still don't trust me. Jiang Chen smiled, then left Heaven's Sovereign Palace with the Huang Dog and flew towards the mountain peak where he lived. On the mountain peak, Louis Shan and the others didn't return to their courtyard. Instead, they were pacing back and forth on a spacious square with anxious expressions. They didn't look as happy as they were when they first arrived at the Immortal Court. Seeing that Jiang Chen had returned, everyone's faces revealed a trace of joy. What's wrong? All of them looked so dejected. Jiang Chen smiled. Senior brother Jiang, there were 5 or 6 senior disciples of the Immortal Court who came to collect protection fees from us. Wei Yun said angrily. Protection fees? Jiang Chen was stunned. What the hell was this? Just now, a few senior disciples came. I think the leader is called Xiao Huan. He wants us to hand over 100,000 venerable grade immortal meta stones as protection fee. If we don't pay up, he'll make our lives miserable. Louis Shan said furiously. Have you handed it over? Jiang Chen's face turned cold. It seemed that these senior disciples wanted to show them their strength. No, Xiao Huan said that everyone isn't here. When you come back, she wants us to go find them together. If we don't go, they'll teach us a lesson tomorrow. Yang Ming said. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen almost laughed out of anger. This guy was really arrogant. He even wanted to pay the protection fee on his own accord. He didn't put them in his eyes at all. Then let's wait for them to come tomorrow. At that time, we can talk to them about the protection fee. Jiang Chen smiled. He wasn't an idiot. Collecting protection fee was a small matter, but he was afraid that someone was behind this. These 10 newcomers were the followers of Han Feng and Heaven Sovereign. They were destined to be unable to mingle with the other disciples. It was only a matter of time before they fought with each other. Jiang Chen just didn't expect it to happen so soon. Alright. Let's wait for them to come tomorrow. We won't be easy to deal with if they want to show us their strength. That's right. This is only the first time. If we compromise, there will be a second and third time in the future. Our lives will be even more miserable. Our fists are the strongest. We must not be afraid of them. All of them were top geniuses of their respective major powers. They had never suffered such humiliation before. Now that Jiang Chen was their boss, they would naturally do whatever Jiang Chen said. However, they were still somewhat worried. Although Jiang Chen was powerful, he was only an early immortal venerable, whereas Xiao Huan was an intermediate immortal venerable and a supreme genius of the Immortal Court. They were afraid that Jiang Chen wouldn't be a match for her. But that wasn't important. The most important thing was to show their imposing manner. They all knew very well that if they didn't show their imposing manner this time, they would be bullied in the future. The next day. It was still early in the morning, but waves of powerful qi had already descended on the square of the mountain peak. Everyone, get out here. A loud voice resounded and entered everyone's ears. They were here. Everyone had already made their preparations. One by one, they walked out of their courtyards and saw that the people on the square were the same as yesterday. The one leading them was wearing a light golden robe. He could be considered a talented person. He had an arrogant air about him, and his eyes were about to stare at the sky. Senior brother Jiang, it's them. Louis Shan, who was standing beside Jiang Qin, pointed to the opposite side and said, "The leader is Qiao Huan." And Jiang Chen nodded his head, then led the group towards the square. Finally, they stopped not far away from Qiao Huan and the others. "How dare you all not pay the protection fee yesterday? It seems like you all won't know your position and identity if I don't teach you a lesson." An early immortal venerable spoke arrogantly. "Senior brother Qiao has said that since you all didn't pay the protection fee yesterday, the protection fee will be doubled today. Each of you will get 200,000 venerable grade immortal meta stones." "Don't waste any more time," another disciple spoke, demanding double the protection fee. "I have a lot of immortal meta stones with me, but why should I give them to you?" Jiang Chen said indifferently. These guys in front of him couldn't even withstand a single blow from him when they were strong enough. "Presumptuous. What's your name?" one of them shouted. "Jiang Chen." Jiang Chen announced his name in an indifferent tone. "Jiang Chen, kneel down and kowtow to senior brother Qiao right now. Otherwise, you will surely end up in a miserable state." The disciple continued. "I want to remind you that those who threaten to make me kneel down will end up in a miserable state." Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold. He could already see that these people were here to cause trouble. If he didn't act now, he wouldn't be able to solve the problem. "Bastard! Who do you think you are? How dare a newcomer talk to me like this? I'll cripple you immediately." Chapter 1928. Bang! Arg! Following a blood-curdling scream, the disciple rushed out quickly, but returned even faster. With a kick, Jiang Chen sent the disciple flying a few hundred meters away, causing him to fall from the mountain peak. Upon seeing this, Louis Shan and the others began to cheer up. Jiang Chen's kick was just too satisfying. They suddenly felt that they had underestimated Jiang Chen's strength. One should know that the disciple who attacked just now wasn't any weaker than them in terms of talent or strength. Even so, he still couldn't withstand a single strike from Jiang Chen. Even an intermediate immortal venerable wouldn't be able to send an early immortal venerable genius flying with a kick. While the people on Qiao Huan's side were in an uproar, staring at Jiang Chen in horror. They could clearly see that Jiang Chen's cultivation base was only at the early immortal venerable realm, which was the same as them, but his strength had reached a terrifying level. "You are Jiang Chen." Qiao Huan frowned, looking at Jiang Chen once again. "That's right. Since you are here to collect protection fees, each of you should leave behind 500,000 venerable grade immortal meta stones and I will let you all go." Jiang Chen spoke flatly, but the arrogance and unquestionable tone in his words sent shivers down people's spines. "Ha! What an arrogant newcomer. It seems like you haven't taken your position properly. Do you think you can be so arrogant just because you have outstanding talent? I have to remind you that this is the immortal court, not the power that you were previously in. You'd better keep your arrogance to yourself." Qiao Huan laughed, still not putting Jiang Chen in his eyes. "Enough talk. Make your move," Jiang Chen said. "Courting death." Before Qiao Huan made his move, the two experts beside him had already launched an attack at Jiang Chen from the left and right. Both of them were early immortal venerables. Although Jiang Chen had sent their companion flying with a kick, they were still very confident in themselves, thinking that it was just an accident. They wanted to see how Jiang Chen was going to deal with them now. Paw paw. However, Jiang Chen's movement was very simple. He stood there without moving, and just as the other party was about to reach him, he raised his palm and slapped the two genius disciples' faces with lightning speed. "Ah!" Accompanied by two blood-curdling screams, the two of them were directly slapped to the ground by Jiang Qin and could no longer stand up. This slap knocked out all the teeth in their mouths, causing them to fall to the ground and vomit blood non-stop. The crowd was shocked once again. Even Louis Shan and the others couldn't help but gasp when they saw Jiang Chen's strength. His strength was too terrifying. If Jiang Chen's kick just now was an accident, his current combat strength had been perfectly displayed. That kind of strength wasn't something that could be imagined by those who were at the same level as him. An early immortal venerable was like an ant in front of Jiang Qin. You guys should be glad that you guys are disciples of the immortal court. Otherwise, you guys would already be dead. Jiang Qin looked at the two geniuses on the ground and spoke disdainfully. These words weren't arrogant at all. It was a fact, a very common thing. Given Jiang Chen's strength, it would be as easy as blowing off dust if he wanted to kill them. So far, Qiao Huan had 6 geniuses. 1 was sent flying, and 2 were lying on the ground. Including Qiao Huan, there were 2 early immortal venerables left. At this moment, even Qiao Huan's face darkened. It seemed that Jiang Chen's strength had exceeded his imagination. He didn't have the slightest confidence in winning even if he were to fight. However, Qiao Huan absolutely couldn't admit defeat. Otherwise, not only would he lose his face, he would also lose the face of the other ordinary disciples of the immortal court. Moreover, if he retreated without a fight, the people behind him would never forgive him. Senior brother Qiao, this bastard is very powerful. It seems like you have to take action. One of the geniuses beside Qiao Huan spoke in a low voice. Qiao Huan's chi fluctuated. The powerful chi of an intermediate immortal venerable was instantly unleashed. Terrifying chi waves swept across the entire mountain peak. The difference in strength was like the difference between heaven and earth. Jiang Chen, what you have done today has put you in an irrecoverable situation. It's still not too late if you kneel down and apologize now. Qiao Huan spoke lang, his face full of anger. You talk too much nonsense. Jiang Chen shook his head, looking a little impatient. Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. I'd like to see how powerful an early immortal venerable can be. Qiao Huan moved. A terrifying giant palm slapped towards Jiang Chen. This strike contained his powerful combat strength. It seemed like he was determined to kill Jiang Chen in one blow. Jiang Chen shook his head once more. Such combat strength was too weak for him. He didn't even bother to deal with these bastards. Hong. Similarly, the instant Qiao Huan made his move, Jiang Chen also struck out a powerful palm strike. The two palms collided with each other. The resulting shockwave blanketed the entire martial arena. Under the horrified gazes of the crowd, Qiao Huan's terrifying palm was destroyed by Jiang Chen as if it couldn't withstand a single blow from Jiang Chen. After destroying Qiao Huan's attack, Jiang Chen's attack didn't slow down at all. It went straight towards Qiao Huan's head. Not good. Qiao Huan sighed inwardly. After sensing the terror of Jiang Chen's strength, he finally understood the truth. The gap between him and Jiang Chen wasn't just a little bit. The opponent's energy was like a mountain pressing down on him, making it difficult for him to breathe. Unfortunately, it was a little too late. Even if he used all his strength, he wouldn't be able to withstand Jiang Chen's attack. Bang! Arg! Another miserable shriek sounded out. Qiao Huan was slapped onto the ground by Jiang Chen, creating a huge crater on the ground. Just like the other two disciples before him, he laid on the ground, unable to stand up again. There was no difference between an intermediate immortal venerable and an early immortal venerable in a battle with Jiang Chen. The outcome would be the same. No early or intermediate immortal venerable would be able to withstand a single strike from Jiang Chen. What? Exclamations sounded from the surroundings. Except for the two disciples brought by Chao Huan, Louis Shan and the others widened their eyes in shock. They had already had a very high estimation of Jiang Chen's combat strength, but it seemed like they had still underestimated Jiang Chen. Senior brother Jiang is too powerful. Chapter 1929. Jiang Chen's strength made Louis Shan and the others view Jiang Chen in a new light. At the same time, it also raised their morale. However, they were still worried about the medicinal pills in their hearts. Jiang Chen's brutal beating of these geniuses would surely attract more powerful geniuses. At that time, they were afraid that it would be more difficult to deal with them. Additionally, it wouldn't benefit them if the matter was blown out of proportion. After all, they were all newcomers and didn't have the ability to fight against those senior disciples. However, judging from the current situation, they had no choice but to fight back. If Jiang Chen didn't fight back, they would be the ones being bullied. Right now, they were on the same side as Jiang Chen, like grasshoppers on the same rope. Compared to the excitement of Louis Shan and the others, the expressions of the two geniuses brought by Chao Huan were unnatural. The fact that even Chao Huan couldn't withstand a single strike from Jiang Chen had made them lose their arrogance. Their eyes were now filled with fear when they looked at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's strength had completely exceeded their imagination. The fact that they were able to come to the immortal court had already proved their talent, but in front of Jiang Chen, the arrogance that they should have had vanished without a trace. Compared to Jiang Chen, they were just trash. How could they dare to call themselves geniuses? Paw! Jiang Chen walked towards Chao Huan, stepped on her face, and rubbed his face. This was the fate of those who dared to be arrogant in front of him. "Ao!" Chao Huan howled. As a genius disciple of the immortal court, he had never suffered such humiliation before. It was the greatest humiliation of his life to be trampled on and trampled on. The blow to his heart was too great. "Jiang Chen, how dare you step on me? You must be tired of living." Chao Huan threatened with a lisp. "Is that so? Believe it or not, I will kill you right now. Let's see who will die first." Jiang Chen exerted more force on his foot. He didn't put Chao Huan's threat in his heart at all. "All right, Jiang Chen, we admit defeat today. If you let us go, I, Chao Huan, will never trouble you again." Chao Huan said. He was a smart man. He knew that he had provoked a tough opponent today. Jiang Chen didn't seem to care about his threats at all. If he continued to threaten Jiang Chen, he would only suffer more losses. Therefore, he might as well beg for mercy and settle the score with Jiang Chen in the future. "I can let you go. Take out 500,000 venerable grade immortal meta stones and scram," Jiang Chen said. Since these guys were here to collect protection fees, he would definitely make them bleed. "What? 500,000? Jiang Chen, this is daylight robbery." Chao Huan almost coughed out a mouthful of blood. 500,000 venerable grade immortal meta stones was his entire fortune. Asking him to give all of it to Jiang Chen was worse than killing him. 700,000 venerable grade immortal meta stones. "I don't like people bargaining for me. Since you guys want to collect protection fees, I will let you have a taste of it," Jiang Chen said indifferently. Pooh, this time, Chao Huan spurted out a mouthful of blood. Because of Jiang Chen's words, the price had been increased by another 200,000. This Jiang Chen was clearly not giving him a way out. At this moment, even if he wanted to, he wouldn't be able to take it out. "Jiang Chen, don't go too far. We're here to collect the protection fee under the order of Senior Brother Li Song. Even if we've collected the protection fee, we'll have to give a large part of it to Senior Brother Li Song. If you dare touch me, you'll be making Senior Brother Li Song your enemy." Qiao Huan kept struggling under Jiang Chen's foot, but he couldn't get up. He knew that he was unlucky today. Not only did he fail to collect protection fees, he was also being blackmailed. At this time, he had to tell Jiang Chen who was behind this. Li Song was very popular among the ordinary disciples of the Immortal Court. He believed that Jiang Chen would restrain himself after hearing Li Song's name. After all, it was unwise for a new disciple to offend Li Song. Li Song. Very well. Jiang Chen smiled and lifted his foot from Qiao Huan's body. He knew that there must be someone behind this bastard. Qiao Huan heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Jiang Chen moving his foot. Just when he thought that it was Li Song's name that made Jiang Chen afraid, Jiang Chen turned to the other two disciples who were standing not far away and said, "You two, go tell senior brother Li Song to bring immortal meta stones to redeem Jiang Chen. There are 6 of you here today, and each of you will pay 700,000 venerable grade immortal meta stones. That's 2 million venerable grade immortal meta stones in total. Tell Li Song to come as soon as possible. I'll give him 10 minutes. If he doesn't come in 10 minutes, I'll chop off his hands." What? Jiang Chen's words stunned the two disciples. Not only them, but Qiao Huan's face also stiffened. Even Louis Shan and the others didn't think that Jiang Chen would blackmail them. 2 million venerable grade immortal meta stones was an exorbitant amount for an ordinary disciple. More importantly, Jiang Chen had asked Li Song to come personally. This was simply insane. Who was Li Song? He was a late immortal venerable expert, one of the strongest ordinary disciples in the Immortal Court. He was almost invincible in any major power. Even their old ancestor was no match for him. Although Jiang Chen could defeat Qiao Huan, he was merely an early immortal venerable. How could he fight a late immortal venerable like Li Song? Wasn't he courting death? Jiang Chen, you're courting death. Qiao Huan spoke. Paw. Jiang Chen's foot once again landed on Qiao Huan's face, causing her to fall back down again. Her head hit the ground with a loud thud. You'd better keep your mouth shut, or I'll chop off your hands first. Don't think that I'm joking. You're not qualified for me to joke with you. Jiang Chen spoke lang. Qiao Huan couldn't help but shiver coldly. Jiang Chen's strength had truly frightened him. He could tell that this young man was not only strong, but also cruel and ruthless. If he continued to speak, Jiang Chen would really chop off his hands. Just like what Jiang Chen said, he wasn't joking. You two have 9 minutes left. Jiang Chen raised his head and looked at the two disciples who were still standing there in a daze. Ah! The two of them exclaimed in surprise. They finally understood that the other party was not joking. He was actually serious. They didn't dare to delay any longer. They turned and vanished in the blink of an eye. Senior brother Jiang, have we gone too far? That Li Song doesn't sound like a pushover. Chapter 1930. Jiang Chen turned to glare at Wei Yun and said in a lang tone, I don't need your advice when I do things. If you are afraid, you can quit. I don't like cowards. Wei Yun shuddered. The cold eyes of Jiang Chen made him feel as though his soul had been plunged into an ice cave. He didn't dare to speak again. Senior brother Jiang, don't take it to heart. Wei Yun is just worried. Wei Yun, senior brother Jiang is here. Don't talk nonsense. That's right. Senior brother Jiang will handle it. Why are you worrying? Seeing that Jiang Chen was infuriated, the others immediately stepped forward to smooth things over. Wei Yun secretly wiped off his cold sweat and chose to be quiet. He knew the gap between him and Jiang Chen. What Jiang Chen wanted to do wasn't something that he could point fingers at. Jiang Chen was a very opinionated man. At the same time, Wei Yun also felt that he was being too cowardly. This wasn't his style. He had begun to admire Jiang Chen's boldness. Jia, the immortal court won't be peaceful anymore once you come. The Huang dog smirked sinisterly. He stood beside Jiang Chen in silence, watching Jiang Chen's performance. It's necessary for us to show our imposing manner. This has always been our style of doing things. Sometimes, we have to fight for resources ourselves. Besides, how can we grow without fighting? Jiang Chen said. All along, he had a fearless heart. Being fearless was the reason why he was able to reach where he was now, and it would allow him to go even further. 5 minutes later, powerful qi appeared in the sky. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the peak of the mountain. There were 5 to 6 of them. Apart from the 2 that came before, there were 4 more. These 4 weren't weak. 2 of them were intermediate immortal venerables like Chao Huan, while the other 2 had reached the mighty late immortal venerable realm. The leader was wearing a black long robe. Apart from his slightly dark skin, he looked rather handsome. The fact that he was standing at the front was enough to show his status. Jiang Chen knew that this man was Li Song without a second thought. A peak late immortal venerable, just a step away from the half-step sovereign realm. Little Chenzi, I'm afraid you'll have to use your dragon transformation to deal with such a person. The Huang dog whispered. That's fine. Jiang Chen smiled. It wasn't a secret that his dragon form had always been his battle form. The appearance of Li Song had stimulated his combat strength. He hadn't had a real battle ever since he advanced to the immortal venerable realm. Li Song was the perfect opportunity for him to practice his skills. Jiang Chen smiled and didn't pay much attention to it. Senior brother Li, that's him. One of the disciples who came with Chao Huan pointed at Jiang Chen and said. Without the need for him to point, Li Song's eyes had already fallen upon Jiang Chen. Seeing the 3 people lying on the ground, Li Song's face was filled with fury. How dare you touch senior brother Li's men? How audacious! A disciple behind Li Song yelled at Jiang Chen. Master hasn't spoken yet, but a dog is barking happily. Jiang Chen sneered. Jiang Chen, who are you calling a dog? The disciple was infuriated. Given his identity, no one had ever dared to insult him in such a manner. How could he stand it? What? You're not convinced? Come and fight me if you are. Jiang Chen said provocatively. The disciple was panting, but he didn't dare to step forward. His cultivation base was only at the intermediate immortal venerable realm, the same as Chao Huan. Now that Chao Huan had been trampled under Chen Fan's feet, he was afraid that he wouldn't fare well if he stepped forward. Initially, he thought that Chen Fan would be afraid of him if he showed off his strength in front of senior brother Li Song, but he didn't expect that Chen Fan wouldn't care about him at all. Li Song waved his hand, gesturing the disciple to calm down. His eyes kept sizing up Jiang Chen, as though trying to see through Jiang Chen, but he was disappointed in the end. You are Jiang Chen? Asked Li Song. What's the point of asking a question you already know the answer to? Jiang Chen didn't put Li Song in his eyes at all. The fury in Li Song's eyes intensified. Given his identity and status in the immortal court, he was respected wherever he went, but he could see a trace of contempt in Jiang Chen's eyes. That was to say, Jiang Chen really didn't put him in his eyes, which was intolerable to him. Senior brother Li, save us! Chao Huan shouted in a muffled voice. It could be said that she had lost all face today. Only when she saw Li Song arrive did she see a glimmer of hope. Jiang Chen, let them go. Li Song spoke in a commanding tone. Jiang Chen stretched out his hand. 4,200,000. Not a single one less. Bastard. The late immortal venerable beside Li Song couldn't stand it any longer. Who do you think you are? Jiang Chen glanced at the man without a care in the world. Jiang Chen, you are just a newcomer. Aren't you being a little too arrogant? It seems like you won't know your place if I don't teach you a lesson. The disciple said sternly. You'd better not do anything, or Li Song will have to pay another ransom. Jiang Chen reminded him kindly. What an arrogant bastard. Do you dare to fight me, Wei Hui? This man was called Wei Hui. As a late immortal venerable genius, he had never been provoked like this before. Today, he would teach this arrogant kid a lesson to establish his dignity. Fight? Sure. Jiang Chen wasn't afraid. It was his dream to fight a late immortal venerable genius. Given Jiang Chen's current combat strength, he could kill an ordinary late immortal venerable in a single strike. In his dragon form, only late immortal venerable geniuses were qualified to fight him. Only those who were qualified to fight him. Alright, I'll beat you until you lie on the ground like a dog. Wei Hui was incomparably arrogant. You're pretty good at talking big, but I wonder if you have any real skills. Jiang Chen said. Powerful qi waves began to roll from his body. In the blink of an eye, he had transformed into his dragon form. What the hell is that? Many of them were surprised. Those who hadn't come into contact with Jiang Chen before wouldn't know how powerful the dragon form was. Even Louis Shan and the rest were shocked to see Jiang Chen's dragon form for the first time. Senior brother Jiang is using a powerful transformation skill. I can feel that his combat power has increased by at least 10 times under this transformation state. That's right. Isn't that a tenfold increase in combat strength a little too terrifying? It seems like we have underestimated senior brother Jiang. He's a true genius. I'm afraid that he can even fight a late immortal venerable. Chapter 1931. Louis Shan and the others were too surprised. After seeing Jiang Chen's dragon transformation, they began to have high hopes for Jiang Chen. On the opposite side, Li Song and the others also frowned at the transformed Jiang Chen. They were very shocked by such a powerful skill. It should be known that a common forbidden skill could double or even triple the user's combat strength after being used. They had never seen anyone like Jiang Chen, who could directly increase his combat strength by 10 times. It was enough to be described as heaven-defying. However, Wei Hui was not afraid. In his opinion, Jiang Chen was only capable of this. I was wondering how powerful you are. So this is the capital for your arrogance. Wei Hui scoffed at Jiang Chen's dragon transformation. In his mind, any forbidden skill that could increase combat strength had a great side effect. The more combat strength was increased, the greater the side effect. Moreover, such a forbidden skill could not support a powerful combat strength for a long time. It could only support a short period of time. Once the time was up, the user would fall into a powerful period of weakness. Unfortunately, Wei Hui did not understand Jiang Chen's dragon transformation. The dragon transformation was also Jiang Chen's original state. It was a unique combat state. He had the support of the powerful true dragon bloodline. His combat strength was endless and would never weaken. There would not be any side effect at all. Bang! As soon as Wei Hui's voice fell, he suddenly felt a great force tearing his body from the ground. The sudden force almost made him lose control and sit on the ground. Even so, he staggered and looked extremely embarrassed. It was a sharp contrast with his arrogant posture a second ago. Earth Prison. It had been a long time since Jiang Chen used this move. After all, for a battle between experts, they usually opened up a void battlefield. almost no one fought on the ground. However, at this moment, Wei Hui was still standing on the ground and did not fly up. Therefore, Jiang Qin used this move. From the result, it seemed that the earth prison was very effective. Swish! Without giving Wei Hui the slightest chance to react, Jiang Qin displayed the Great Void technique and appeared in front of Wei Hui like a ghost. The true dragon palm smacked down from the sky. At this moment, Wei Hui was still in shock from the earth prison. In his panic, he had not even adjusted his breathing. How could he have the time to deal with Jiang Qin's attack? The speed of the Great Void technique was unparalleled in the world. Even if it was a head-on battle, Wei Hui might not have much time to react, let alone in this situation. Bang! The true dragon palm was incomparably ferocious and directly landed on Wei Hui's body. Wei Hui let out a miserable cry as he was slapped into the ground by Jiang Qin, creating a huge crater. From above, it looked like a huge dragon claw mark. In the next moment, Wei Hui crawled out of the deep crater. His body was covered with blood and he looked extremely miserable. He yelled angrily, but it was useless. As soon as he emerged from the deep crater, he was slapped into the ground by Jiang Qin. This time, he couldn't climb out of the crater. The scene stunned everyone present. Each of them stared at Jiang Qin with their mouths agape. They simply couldn't believe that this was true, especially Louis Shan and the others. At this moment, their admiration for Jiang Qin was like a torrential river. This is too awesome. Yang Ming swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty. Jiang Qin's thunderous means were just too heaven-defying. One should know that Jiang Qin was a late immortal venerable and a genius expert. An ordinary late immortal venerable couldn't be compared to him. However, despite his strength, he still couldn't withstand a single strike from Jiang Qin and was slammed into the deep crater. Is this bastard still human? How can he be so ferocious? He's merely an early immortal venerable. This is just too heaven-defying. Even senior brother Wei Hui was defeated. When did such a monstrous genius appear in Fengqi immortal domain? Those who followed Li Song were shocked. Now, they finally understood that although Jiang Qin was arrogant, he had the right to be arrogant. In reality, Wei Hui wasn't that weak. He had just been too careless. Everything had happened because he had underestimated his opponent. The sudden attack from the earth prison had caused him to fall into a state of panic. However, in a battle between experts, this kind of panic was undoubtedly destructive. Jiang Qin no longer cared about Wei Hui in the deep crater, because he knew that Wei Hui wouldn't be able to stand up again. Jiang Qin turned his head and extended his hand to Li Song. 7 people, 4,900,000 ransom. This was daylight extortion. Qiao Huan, who was lying on the ground, almost fainted. Today, he finally saw what was called shameless. Jiang Qin, your performance has indeed surprised me, but you really shouldn't have offended me. I'm not someone you can afford to offend. Today, I'll personally teach you the most profound lesson, said Li Song coldly and arrogantly. Li Song said coldly and arrogantly. There were waves of air drifting around his body. It seemed that he was ready to fight in person. Swoosh! With a sway of his body, Li Song soared into the sky and opened up a battlefield with a wave of his hand. He had seen clearly that Wei Hui was defeated because he had fallen into Jiang Qin's trap. Having learned his lesson, Li Song flew up into the sky, not giving Jiang Qin a chance to launch a sneak attack on him. Moreover, Li Song no longer underestimated Jiang Qin. Judging from his solemn expression, he had already regarded Jiang Qin as a real opponent. Good. Senior brother Li's cultivation base has already reached the peak of late immortal venerable realm. He's only a step away from the half-step sovereign realm. He's one of the best among the ordinary disciples and has the highest chance of breaking through to the half-step sovereign realm in a short period of time. He's many times stronger than senior brother Wei Hui. No matter how strong Jiang Qin is, he's only an early immortal venerable. How can he be a match for senior brother Li? That's right. Senior brother Li's 9 heavy waves has already reached the acme of perfection. It'll be a piece of cake for him to deal with Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin is certainly finished. No matter how heaven-defying he is, he shouldn't have made senior brother Li his enemy as soon as he arrived in the immortal court. Given senior brother Li's identity, he won't be punished even if he kills Jiang Qin here. The people on Li Song's side were undoubtedly very optimistic about Li Song. All along, Li Song had been their idol and target of worship, which made them worship him blindly. Chapter 1932. The reason was very simple. Not only was Li Song strong, but he also had a powerful backer. Who's that dragon man? How dare he fight Li Song? He really doesn't know how to spell the word death. Don't underestimate this man. Didn't you see the people lying on the ground? It's possible that he did it. I'm afraid that a monstrous genius has come to the immortal court. The newcomers are too arrogant. They even dare to look down on Li Song. I can only say that newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. Many onlookers had come to watch the show. No matter where Jiang Qin went, he was destined to be extraordinary, and that place was destined to be plunged into chaos. There was no doubt about it. All along, the places Jiang Qin had been to had never been peaceful. Jiang Qin flapped his dragon wings and soared into the sky, coming to the opposite side of Li Song. The qi radiating from his body was rolling like waves. It didn't seem any weaker than Li Song's. Jiang Qin, Li Song, will teach you a lesson today. I'll teach you how to be a man. Li Song punched at Jiang Qin in an incomparably domineering manner. The punch produced a terrifying qi wave that turned into a qi dragon and whizzed towards Jiang Qin. Such an attack was powerful enough. At least, it was many times stronger than Wei Hui's, but Jiang Qin didn't mind it at all. Li Song was naturally powerful, but he wasn't weak either. The true dragon palm was unleashed once again. A terrifyingly huge blood-red dragon claw landed on the qi wave. With a ferocious claw, one of the qi dragons was torn apart. The void was blasted apart by the terrifying energy, and a huge black hole appeared. This bastard's combat strength is so terrifying. He's only an early immortal venerable. What a monstrous talent. If my cultivation base wasn't at the peak of immortal venerable realm, I'm afraid that I won't be a match for him today. Li Song thought to himself. Seeing that Jiang Qin had crushed his attack with one move, he was more or less shocked. He had always been very arrogant, and the younger generation had never been convinced by others. But the appearance of Jiang Qin had really stimulated him. He almost had no doubt that if he and Jiang Qin were at the same level, he would probably be no match for Jiang Qin, just like Qiao Huan and the others. In fact, even with his current condition, he might not be a match for Jiang Qin. Li Song, if that's all you've got, don't make a fool of yourself. Jiang Qin said loudly. Jiang Qin, don't be so arrogant. Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. Li Song looked completely angry. The waves on his body were getting stronger and stronger. One layer after another, ripples appeared in the void. I'll let you have a taste of my 9 heavy waves. Li Song used the trump card that he was proud of, the qi-shaking 9 layers waves, which transformed all the energy in his body into waves. Each wave was more powerful than the previous one. The 9 layers waves represented 9 levels of terror. Once it was used, the opponent would feel as if he had fallen into a boundless ocean, with no end in sight and no hope. In the blink of an eye, Li Song's qi dispelling 9 heavy waves was fully unleashed. 9 layers of energy waves formed a huge void barrier, shrouding Jiang Chen within. Good. That's more like it. Upon seeing the power of the 9 heavy waves, a hint of excitement emerged on Jiang Chen's face. He longed for such a battle. If Li Song's performance was too weak, it would be meaningless. The stronger the opponent, the happier he would be. Only such a battle could arouse Jiang Chen's battle intent and test his true combat strength. 5 Elemental Combat Dragon Seal. Jiang Chen conjured powerful seals with both of his hands. For a moment, terrifying true dragons emerged and rushed in all directions. 5 different types of true dragons were wreaking havoc. Roar! Roar! The whole sky was filled with dragon roars. Mystical dragon shadows were rampaging in the void, clashing with Li Song's 9 heavy waves. The heavens and earth were stirred into chaos. The void was torn into pieces. Such a battle was just too violent and soul-stirring. Countless eyes fell upon the battlefield. At this moment, no one would underestimate Jiang Chen. Everyone was shocked, wondering when such a heaven-defying existence had emerged in Fengqi immortal domain. How can this bastard be so terrifying? Yeah. We are all early immortal venerables, but why is the gap between us so huge? It's really infuriating to compare with others. Who do you think will win? It's hard to say. It's hard to say. I think Li Song has a higher chance of winning. After all, the qi rippling 9 heavy waves isn't an easy technique to deal with. Plus, Li Song's cultivation base has almost reached the half-step sovereign realm. Although Jiang Chen is heaven-defying, he's still an early immortal venerable. I don't believe that he can defeat Li Song, who is much higher than him. Everyone was shocked. This kind of battle was too exciting. Xiao Huan and the others suddenly felt how ignorant they were. With their meager strength, they had come to show off their strength and threaten to collect protection fees. But now, they had been beaten to such a state. They really deserved it. As the saying went, if you don't court death, you won't die. Now, Xiao Huan could only hope that Li Song could defeat Jiang Chen and avenge them. Otherwise, they, the senior disciples, would lose all their face. Lu Yishan and the others were very excited. Jiang Chen's power had once again refreshed their cognition and thoughts. They were already numb to it. They believed that they wouldn't be too surprised even if Jiang Chen defeated Li Song. Hong Long. The battle was still incomparably intense. The 5 elemental combat dragon and the 9 heavy waves collided constantly, trying to destroy each other. Both Jiang Chen and Li Song were continuously transferring energy to each other. I'm done playing with you. Slaughter Dragon Seal. Jiang Chen's qi changed once more. His body was filled with endless killing intent. He had already comprehended the Tao of slaughter. The terrifying Slaughter Dragon Seal was unleashed by him. A blood-red frenzied dragon of slaughter whizzed out and joined the battlefield. Hong Long. This time, the barrier formed by the 9 heavy waves could no longer withstand it. It began to crack inch by inch and eventually collapsed. Barf. The 9 heavy waves was destroyed by Jiang Chen's Slaughter Dragon Seal. Immediately, Li Song suffered a great backlash and spurted out a mouthful of blood. The 9 heavy waves was his strongest attack. It was closely linked to his energy. It was imaginable how much impact it had on him now that it was destroyed by Jiang Chen. How is this possible? Chapter 1933. Presently, Li Song was in endless shock. He simply couldn't accept the reality, and couldn't imagine how an immortal venerable could be so powerful. This was just too heaven-defying. The entire scene turned silent in an instant. Everyone's eyes were unblinking, and their mouths almost dropped to the ground. No one had expected such an outcome. No one believed that Jiang Qin could defeat Li Song. One should know that Li Song's cultivation base was infinitely close to the half-step sovereign realm. Even if he encountered an ordinary half-step sovereign, he would still be able to put up a fight. Today, a monstrous genius had emerged out of nowhere and defeated Li Song with a mere early immortal venerable cultivation base. No one would believe it if they didn't see it with their own eyes. It was too shocking and exciting. What kind of monstrous genius is this guy? Could he be a heavenly god? That's right. This is just too heaven-defying. Is he really just an early immortal venerable? And have you all noticed that his transformation technique hasn't affected him at all? That's right. This guy is going to make a name for himself in this battle. Even Li Song was defeated by him. I'm afraid that there's no one with such talent in the immortal court. This battle is bound to attract the attention of the higher-ups. Perhaps, a mighty immortal sovereign will take a liking to him. From then on, he will soar to the sky. In any case, he will surely be heavily nurtured by the immortal court. Everyone was in a state of intense shock. Most of them still hadn't recovered from their shock, but they were almost certain that Jiang Qin was bound to make a name for himself in this battle. He was bound to attract the attention of the higher-ups and be heavily nurtured by the immortal court in the future. Don't worry. The battle isn't over yet. Don't forget that Li Song's grandfather is a second-grade great sovereign. He must have a trump card. Someone spoke. His words reminded the crowd. Everyone's eyes fell upon the battlefield and the sky once more. Currently, Li Song's face was full of anger in addition to astonishment. Although he had already suffered the powerful backlash of the soul-stirring 9 heavy waves, he didn't seem to be afraid at all. Clearly, just like what the man said, Li Song might have a powerful trump card. Jiang Qin, I didn't expect you to be so strong. However, don't get lucky. Offending me won't end well for you. Li Song straightened his body and said viciously to Jiang Qin. Don't talk big. What other tricks do you have? Jiang Qin sneered. Li Song flipped his hand, and a golden pill appeared in his palm. There seemed to be the shadow of a dragon flashing inside the pill. The moment the pill appeared, even though he was far away, Jiang Qin could feel the terrifying energy coming from the pill. Initially, I was planning to use this Longyang pellet to break through to the half-martial emperor realm. However, I never found a suitable opportunity to do so. Today's battle with you has caused me to be seriously injured. However, the bottleneck has also suddenly been broken through, allowing me to find the best opportunity to break through to the half-martial emperor realm. As long as I consume the Longyang pellet now, my cultivation will immediately break through to the half-martial emperor realm. At that time, dealing with you will be as easy as crushing an ant. Li Song said proudly. Swoosh. However, as soon as Li Song's voice faded, a golden light suddenly appeared in front of him like a ghost. Li Song felt a sharp pain in his arm, as if he was shaken by some kind of force. The Longyang pellet in his hand suddenly disappeared. When he came to his senses, he found that the Longyang pellet was already in Jiang Qin's hand. Jia Jia, at this time, a dog laughed sinisterly. Li Song's angry eyes fell on the Huang dog. He was sure that it was this dog who attacked him just now. Damn dog, how dare you steal my pellet? Li Song had an urge to vomit blood. The Longyang pellet was extremely precious. It was specially prepared by his grandfather for him to find the right opportunity to break through to the half-martial emperor realm. He had never found the right condition to break through to the half-martial emperor realm, so he had always kept the Longyang pellet as a treasure. Today's battle with Jiang Qin had benefited him greatly. Originally, He had planned to refine the Longyang pellet to break through to the half-martial emperor realm, but he didn't expect that a dog would appear out of nowhere and snatch his pellet at lightning speed. How could Li Song not be angry? Where the fuck did this dog come from? How could it be so fast? Damn it. Where did this dog come from? This dog isn't simple. Li Song has suffered a great loss this time. The Longyang pellet was snatched away by a dog. Now that it has fallen into the hands of Jiang Qin, isn't it a great gift to his opponent? What a deceptive dog. Li Song must have the heart to die now. The Longyang pellet is his hope to break through to the half-martial emperor realm. The sudden turn of events left everyone dumbfounded. Li Song's incomparably complacent expression turned into sorrow the next moment. Many of them could see that this dog wasn't a simple character. The lightning-fast attack just now was so fast that even a peak immortal venerable like Li Song didn't have the chance to react. Other than Li Song being careless and not paying attention to the dog, the big yellow dog's strength was the main reason for the situation. As a matter of fact, even if Li Song was fully focused, it would still be a piece of cake for the Huang dog to snatch his pellet. Even if Li Song swallowed the pellet, the Huang dog would spit it out. After all, the gap between them wasn't small. Little Chinzi, the main effect of this Longyang pellet is to help a peak immortal venerable break through to the half-step sovereign realm. If a peak immortal venerable takes the Longyang pellet, there's an 80% chance of success. If he chooses the right time, he will certainly advance to the half-step sovereign realm. That kid took out the Longyang pellet when he found the right time, but unfortunately, he met Master Dog. Kaka, the Huang dog, was incomparably excited. He had always been good at doing such things. Apart from helping you break through to the half-step sovereign realm, the Longyang pellet can improve your cultivation base by 1 level. If you swallow it, you will immediately advance to the intermediate immortal venerable realm. At that time, not even a half-step sovereign will be a match for you. The Huang dog continued. That's amazing. After listening to De Huang dog's words, Jiang Chen's eyes glowed with a strange light. To him, the most important thing was to improve his cultivation base. Chapter 1934. Jiang Chen, give the pill back to me. Li Song yelled at Jiang Qin. Give it back to you. Tell me, how am I going to return it to you? Jiang Chen laughed. Returning it to him. What a joke. How could he return such a treasure? How could he return it? The Longyang pill was important to Li Song, but it was equally important to Jiang Qin. If his cultivation base advanced to the intermediate immortal venerable realm, he would be able to walk unhindered among the ordinary disciples of the immortal court. Jiang Chen, you'd better not go too far. As long as you give the pill back to me, I can pretend that nothing has happened today. All the grievances between us will be written off. Li Song's tone began to soften. Even though he hated Jiang Qin to the core, he had to soften his tone for the sake of his Longyang pill. The value of the Longyang pill was just too great, especially to him. It was priceless. His grandfather had spent a great deal of effort to get it for him. It would be too humiliating if it was taken away by someone else. Do you think Jiang Qin will return the pill to Li Song? I don't think so. Haven't you noticed that Jiang Qin isn't a kind person? Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many people lying on the ground. Normally, monstrous geniuses like him are extremely arrogant and condescending. I'm afraid he won't care even if Li Song has a powerful backer. That's right. If I were him, I wouldn't return the pill either. After all, the enmity between me and Li Song has already been set in stone. It's almost impossible for us to reconcile. Besides, if I return the pill, Li Song will immediately advance to the half-step sovereign realm. By then, Jiang Chen won't have a good time. Many of them began to discuss it. As the saying went, those who were watching a good show wouldn't mind it getting bigger. This show was getting more and more interesting. It had been a long time since the Immortal Court was in such a mess. Many of them wanted to see whether Jiang Chen could be tough to the end. One should know that those who offended Li Song didn't end up well. Jiang Chen looked at the Longyang pill in his hand thoughtfully. Even though Li Song thought that Jiang Chen would return the pill to him, Jiang Chen swallowed the pill with a gulp. Fuck! Li Song fainted on the spot. Then, he flew into a rage and lunged at Jiang Chen like a madman. Jiang Chen, you bastard! How dare you eat my pill? That's mine! That's mine! Li Song was on the verge of losing his mind. He felt that the most important thing to him had been taken away, and he had to get it back no matter what. Fuck you! Jiang Chen struck out the true dragon palm and sent Li Song flying away. Li Song was seriously injured and had lost his mind. He was no match for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen wouldn't put him in his eyes even if he was in his peak state, let alone in this situation. Hong. As soon as the Longyang pill entered Jiang Chen's body, its vigorous medicinal power exploded. The terrifying energy penetrated into all of Jiang Chen's limbs and bones like a tide. Despite Jiang Chen's mental fortitude, he couldn't help but eat the vigorous medicinal power of the Longyang pill. Jiang Chen didn't dare to be negligent. He hastily operated the dragon transformation skill and began to unblock the energy in his body, penetrating into his qi and refining it crazily. New dragon marks were formed one after another. 1,000, 2,000, 10,000, 20,000. It was too fast. The speed of the dragon mark's formation was too fast. The comfortable feeling made Jiang Chen yell. Jiang Chen, I'm going to kill you. Seeing that Jiang Chen's qi was rising continuously, Li Song's eyes turned red once more. A combat sword appeared in his hand, and he slashed at Jiang Chen crazily. At this moment, Jiang Chen had become his irreconcilable enemy. He had to tear Jiang Chen into pieces to vent his hatred. It should have belonged to him, but now, his opponent was using his pill to enhance his cultivation base in front of him. Even coughing up a basin of blood wouldn't be able to get rid of the depression and grievance in his heart. Damn it! This was too abominable. Unfortunately, Li Song was no longer able to do anything in front of Jiang Chen. Before he could reach Jiang Chen, he was sent flying by Jiang Chen's kick. Presently, Jiang Chen was too lazy to pay attention to Li Song. All his attention was focused on breaking through to the intermediate immortal venerable realm. Nothing was more important than this. The number of dragon marks condensed very quickly. In just a few minutes, the number of dragon marks in Jiang Chen's qi had reached 1.55 million, which was exactly the amount needed to break through to the intermediate immortal venerable realm. Ka-cha! It was the sound of a breakthrough. A large number of immortal meta stones were refined by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's cultivation base immediately broke through to the intermediate immortal venerable realm. Even so, the medicinal power of the Longyang pill wasn't exhausted. It added another 10,000 dragon marks to Jiang Chen. 1.56 million dragon marks. No wonder it's the Longyang pill that could allow one to break through to the half-step sovereign realm. Its effect is extraordinary. Not only that, but my foundation isn't affected in the slightest. In fact, it's even more stable than before. Such a peerless pill is simply perfect. Jiang Chen was very excited. He had obtained such a great benefit on his first day in the Immortal Court. This trip wasn't in vain. Bastard! Li Song burst into tears when he saw Jiang Chen successfully advancing to the next level with the Longyang pill, as though the most important thing in his life had been taken away by someone else. Pa! Without saying a word, Jiang Qin slapped Li Song to the ground. This slap made Li Song like a dead dog, unable to get up again. Then, Jiang Qin grabbed Li Song's neck and threw him to the side of Qiao Huan. Now, Qiao Huan, two early immortal venerable disciples, Wei Hui and Li Song were lying on the ground. There were 5 of them in total. Jiang Qin, what are you doing? Li Song gritted his teeth and said. He had lost a lot of face today, and all his prestige had been swept away. Losing face was a small matter, but losing the Longyang elixir was a big deal. Every time he thought about it, he had the urge to cry. What am I doing? Wait for someone to pay ransom for you. If no one comes, you can just keep lying here. Jiang Qin said with a smile. Li Song spat out a mouthful of blood on the ground. He almost fainted. How could he be so unlucky to meet such a scoundrel? He had already stolen the Longyang elixir, and now he wanted a ransom. He was simply insatiable. He had seen shameless people, but he had never seen such a shameless person. Fuck. Is this bastard crazy? How can he ask for ransom when he doesn't know what's good for him? Interesting. I'd like to see how he's going to deal with this. Chapter 1935. Many of them thought that Jiang Qin should stop while he was ahead. After all, he had already obtained the Longyang pill. It would only be disadvantageous for him if he continued to cause trouble. One should know that Li Song wasn't someone to be trifled with. His grandfather was the one that he couldn't afford to offend. Wei Yun, go get a stool. Jiang Qin said to Wei Yun. Got it. Wei Yun turned and went to the courtyard to bring out a tiger chair and placed it behind Jiang Qin. Wei Yun and the others were now full of admiration for Jiang Qin. They had never seen someone as amazing as Jiang Qin. Today's incident had made their blood boil. In any case, all of them who had followed Jiang Qin felt their blood boiling, and they felt proud and elated. Wei Yun and the others were now completely loyal to Jiang Qin. They had even regarded Jiang Qin as their idol. Jiang Qin sat down on the tiger chair and crossed his legs, completely unperturbed. Jiang Qin was a smart man. He knew what he was doing. He also knew that there was someone behind Li Song, but the more he knew, the more he wanted to cause trouble. His purpose of coming to the Immortal Court this time was to help Nangong Wendian, but after arriving at the Immortal Court, he found that things were far more complicated than he had imagined. Currently, the entire Immortal Court was under the control of Star Sovereign. Heaven's Sovereign had disappeared for too long. Even if he returned now, not many people would respect him. Jiang Qin knew very well that even if he went to the miniature Fengqi world and helped Heaven's Sovereign find the ancient elephant bloodline and restore his cultivation base to its peak, it still wouldn't allow Heaven's Sovereign to truly regain control of the Immortal Court. It wasn't an easy process. In order to regain control of the Immortal Court, he must start from the inside and rebuild his own force step by step. That was why Jiang Qin wanted to cause trouble. He wanted to muddy the stagnant water of the Immortal Court so that he could fish in troubled waters and find an opportunity to disintegrate the Immortal Court. Jiang Qin didn't know where the opportunity was or when he would come back, but since he was already here, he must not let the Immortal Court remain peaceful. Since Li Song had given him a chance to make a scene, he might as well make a scene and force the bigwigs of the Immortal Court to come out. Jiang Qin, you don't know what's good for you. You will definitely pay a heavy price for what you've done. Li Song lay on the ground and kept screaming. However, he was suppressed by Jiang Qin's aura and couldn't get up at all. You're just a loser. If I were you, I would just lie here and not say a word. You'd better pray that someone will come to redeem you. Otherwise, you can just lie here forever. Jiang Qin said calmly and patted Li Song's head. Wow! Li Song spurted out another mouthful of blood. What kind of figure and identity was he? He had always been unstoppable in the immortal court. Today, he had met such a daring bastard who dared to make him kneel on the ground like a dead dog. He had lost all his face. If he had the chance in the future, he would definitely have his revenge. Li Song thought to himself. Senior brother Jiang, isn't the matter a bit too big? Lu Shan, who was standing beside Jiang Qin, said cautiously. When would this come to an end? Plus, this was only their first day in the immortal court. Don't worry. Someone will come to redeem them soon. We'll divide the ransom later. Given Li Song's status in the immortal court, he wasn't afraid that no one would come. It wouldn't take long for someone to come knocking on his door after today's matter had escalated to such an extent. Jiang Chen was unafraid of anything. He would deal with whatever came his way. Lu Shan shook his head. He didn't dare to ask for such a ransom. Just as Jiang Chen had expected, in just a few minutes, a powerful qi rushed out of the immortal court and arrived at the peak of the mountain in the blink of an eye. It was an old man. He seemed to be a half-step sovereign, but a half-step sovereign had a certain status in the immortal court. He was at least an elder like Han Feng. As soon as the old man appeared, he immediately saw the scene on the mountain peak. When he saw Li Song lying on the ground after being beaten, the old man's expression changed drastically. Bastard! What did you do to Li Song? The old man bellowed at Jiang Chen in anger. Elder Kong, save me! Li Song turned to the old man and begged for help. Jiang Chen is in trouble this time. Elder Kong has been following Li Song's grandfather. He must have heard that something happened to Li Song. That's why he came here as soon as possible. It seems that he won't let this matter go. That's right. Elder Kong is a powerful half-step sovereign. No matter how powerful Jiang Chen is, he won't be a match for a half-step sovereign. Of course, even if his cultivation base has just advanced enough to fight a half-step sovereign, I don't think he has the guts to do so. After all, his opponent is an elder. Look, it's getting more and more lively. I'd like to see how Jiang Chen is going to deal with this. The appearance of Elder Kong made the atmosphere even tenser. They all knew Elder Kong. He was an elder of the immortal court who was in charge of the affairs of the ordinary disciples. His status was neither high nor low like Han Feng, but he was the face of the immortal court in the outside world. Brat who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Release Li Song at once. I'll punish you severely today. Elder Kong's voice was stern. Old man, stop bullshitting. If you want to release him, pay me the ransom. Jiang Chen stretched out his palm towards Elder Kong, asking for the ransom. What the fuck? Upon seeing this, many people felt dizzy. Is this guy blinded by money? That's an elder of the immortal court. Doesn't he know that he's in big trouble? Putting aside the other matters, the fact that he didn't even put an elder in his eyes was enough to punish him. Not just the others, even Elder Kong was dumbfounded. Ransom? What ransom? How dare this guy ask for money? What the hell is he doing? A total of 8 people and 6 million venerable grade immortal metastones. If you have the money, pay the ransom now. If not, get lost. Let the rich come. Jiang Chen waved his hand at Elder Kong, his face full of impatience. Elder Kong rolled his eyes. Brat, it seems like I have to teach you a lesson. I'll let you know the rules. Elder Kong was infuriated. Without saying a word, he stretched out his huge palm to grab Jiang Chen. Seeing Elder Kong's attack, Jiang Chen leaped up from the tiger chair, instantly transforming into his dragon form and slapped at Elder Kong with a ferocious palm. Bang! A shocking scene unfolded. Elder Kong, a half-step sovereign, was sent flying out of the mountain by Jiang Chen's palm. Chapter 1936. While this time, the scene went out of control. Countless people's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. My God! Does he have to be so ferocious? That's a half-step sovereign. Am I hallucinating? Ferocious. He's a peerless ferocious man. He's the first one to beat an elder on his first day here. I admire him. I, Wu Lao Air, admire him from the bottom of my heart. He's simply invincible. At this moment, no one could remain calm anymore. They couldn't remain calm at all. It wasn't that they hadn't seen fierce people before, but they had never seen someone so fierce to such an extent. This was going against the heavens. As a matter of fact, it wasn't surprising that Elder Kong couldn't withstand Jiang Chen's attack. After all, Elder Kong was just an ordinary half-step sovereign who had just advanced to half-step sovereign. His combat strength was even weaker than Han Feng's. If they really fought, Li Song would be able to fight Elder Kong to a draw. If it was a moment ago, Jiang Chen naturally wouldn't be able to send Elder Kong flying so easily, but things were different now. Due to the Longyang pill, Jiang Chen's cultivation base had improved tremendously, pushing to the intermediate immortal venerable realm. Someone like Elder Kong was no longer a match for Jiang Chen. Their combat strength wasn't on the same level. Li Song, who thought that he had seen his savior, was completely dumbfounded. He was dumbfounded for two reasons. Firstly, he didn't think that Jiang Chen would be so bold that he even dared to hit an elder. The second point that depressed Li Song the most was the improvement of Jiang Chen's cultivation base. It was as if Jiang Chen had become a different person in just a blink. One should know that this was all because of his Longyang pill. Thinking of the pill, Li Song couldn't help but burst into tears. Jiang Chen, my grandpa won't let you go. Li Song gritted his teeth. Then we'll talk about it when your grandpa comes. The indifference on Jiang Chen's face made people wonder where he got his confidence from. He didn't even put a great sovereign in his eyes. More and more people gathered outside the mountain peak. They were all here to watch the show. Normally, very few people would come here. What happened today was already a major event. A new disciple had caused such a commotion that not even a half-step sovereign was a match for him. Given Li Song's identity, everyone knew that even his grandpa would come in person soon. At that time, Jiang Chen would be in deep trouble. Little Chenzi, are you confident? De Huang Dog asked in a low voice. Don't worry, I just used the great divination art to divine it. There are already experts paying attention to this place. The stronger I appear, the more attention I'll attract. Once Li Song's grandfather comes, the experts in the dark will come to stop him. Jiang Chen said with incomparable confidence. Although he didn't have a complete plan, his goal was very clear, to stir up the immortal court, which was a pool of stagnant water. This guy is a lunatic. He doesn't care about his life at all. If Li Song's grandfather really comes later, will he have a good time? That's right. He's too arrogant. I don't know what he's thinking. I think there's something wrong with his brain. Elder Li Yuan is a second-grade great sovereign. Plus, everyone in the immortal court knows that Elder Li Yuan is very protective of Li Song. Not only did Jiang Chen snatch Li Song's Longyang pill, but he also beat Li Song up. What's the difference between this and seeking death? Yeah. Given Elder Li Yuan's status and identity, no one would dare to say anything if he crippled a new disciple. In their opinion, what Jiang Chen was doing now was insane. One should know that even if he knew when to stop, he might not be able to achieve a good result. It was imaginable what would happen if he went too far. Not long after that, a super overbearing chi drifted from the sky. The person hadn't arrived yet, but the boundless pressure had already filled the air. That was the pressure of a great sovereign. It was so oppressive that it could make one's soul tremble. Jiang Chen sat on the tiger chair, raising his eyebrows frivolously, looking at the direction of the incoming person. His face was full of indifference, as if he had no intention of standing up from the chair. The big shot had arrived. He was a fat old man in his 50s, his face full of killing intent. The fury of a great sovereign instantly spread across the sky of the immortal court. Many disciples couldn't bear the pressure. Their faces darkened. Some of the weaker ones had to move away from the mountain peak. The incomer was none other than Li Song's grandpa, Li Yuan, a powerful second-grade great sovereign. "Save me, Grandpa. This bastard snatched my Longyang pill." Seeing that his grandfather was here, Li Song shouted loudly as if he had seen a life-saving straw. At the mention of the Longyang elixir, Li Song's mood was extremely complicated. A mouthful of blood had rushed to his throat, but he forcibly swallowed it back. "Brat, I think you know what to do now," Li Yuan said to Jiang Chen. Although his tone was flat, everyone could hear the anger in his words. Li Yuan felt that now that he had personally appeared, this suicidal kid would immediately release his grandson and then kneel on the ground and kowtow to beg for mercy. Unexpectedly, Jiang Chen stretched out his palm and said, 5,600,000 venerable-grade immortal metastones. Pay the ransom. Otherwise, get lost. What? Countless people felt dizzy once more. Even Li Yuan, a second-grade great sovereign, staggered and almost fell from the sky. Get lost? This was too much. No one in the entire immortal court had ever dared to ask him to get lost. It's over. This Jiang Chen is definitely done for. He has thoroughly offended elder Li Yuan. Offending a second-grade great sovereign wouldn't end well for him. Courting death. Li Yuan was enraged. Without saying a word, a huge hand as large as the sky came crashing down. A powerful aura covered the entire mountain peak. Under this aura, Louis Shan and the others found it extremely difficult to even move, let alone resist. The attack of a second-grade great sovereign was extremely powerful. Li Yuan was too confident in himself. He acted decisively, not fearing that the opponent would hurt his grandson, because he was confident that the opponent wouldn't be able to move at all. "De Huang, teach him a lesson," Jiang Chen said flatly. He didn't want the matter to be blown out of proportion. Since no one had come out yet, he might as well make the matter bigger. "All right." De Huang dog laughed. He had been suppressing his impatience for a long time. Ever since he had advanced to the great sovereign realm, he had yet to fight. Although he didn't put Li Yuan in his eyes, he was still a second-grade great sovereign. Chapter 1937. The reddish-golden light was extremely powerful. It was like a series of terrifying golden swords that pierced through the void, leaving huge holes in the void. Li Yuan cursed inwardly. Before he made his move, he had not expected that there would be someone here who could stand up to him. This was no small matter. Hong Long. Under the powerful attack of De Huang Dog, Li Yuan's giant hand was pierced through and exploded. Li Yuan himself was also affected by the shock wave, retreating a few dozen meters before he could regain his balance. "What?" Li Yuan exclaimed. His horrified eyes fell upon Big Yellow as if he had seen a ghost. He simply couldn't believe that this was real. He was a dignified second-grade great sovereign, but his attack was directly broken by a dog. How could he accept this? Oh my God! What's the origin of that dog? How can he be so powerful? This dog is most likely a demon sovereign. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to destroy Elder Li Yuan's powerful attack so easily. Isn't this Jiang Qin too heaven-defying? He actually made a demon sovereign follow him wholeheartedly. How great would it be if I had a demon sovereign as my bodyguard? That's right. That's right. When this dog snatched the Longyang pill from Li Song, I could already tell that this dog is extraordinary. But I didn't expect him to be so powerful. No wonder Jiang Qin is sitting there without fear. He doesn't even care about a great sovereign. It turns out that he has such a powerful demon sovereign by his side. It seems like he has the right to be arrogant. Everyone was shocked. The situation seemed to have taken a turn once again. Initially, everyone thought that the matter would be over with Li Yuan's arrival. They thought that Jiang Qin would be severely punished or even crippled. Who would have thought that this dog was so powerful that even a second-grade great sovereign was no match for it? Li Song, who was lying on the ground, widened his eyes. It was imaginable how depressed he was feeling. To be honest, Li Song was filled with regret. He shouldn't have come to cause trouble for Jiang Qin. He shouldn't have kicked this iron plate. He had lost all his face. He had lost the Longyang pill. Now, even his grandfather had lost his face. How was he going to live in the future? Li Yuan's pupils shrunk as he saw through De Huang's cultivation base in an instant. So you are a first-grade demon sovereign. Kid, no wonder you are so arrogant. But do you think you can do whatever you want with a first-grade demon sovereign beside you? Don't forget that this is the immortal court. Since you've offended me, I'll definitely punish you today. Li Yuan was infuriated. Even though he was pushed back by the attack, his chi surged once again when he realized that De Huang dog was merely a first-grade demon sovereign. He was, after all, a second-grade great sovereign, one level higher than De Huang dog. Therefore, he was very confident in himself. He didn't believe that he couldn't defeat a first-grade great sovereign. I'm afraid you can't execute me, but if you want to take Li Song away, you'll have to pay 5.6 million venerable grade immortal metastones. Jiang Qin sat on the tiger chair with his legs crossed, not putting Li Yuan in his eyes at all. Even 10 people like Li Yuan wouldn't be able to defeat De Huang dog. Given De Huang dog's current strength, it wouldn't be a problem for him to fight an ordinary third-grade great sovereign. I'll first slaughter this dog, then I'll cripple you, who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Li Yuan was thoroughly enraged. He unleashed his chi of a second-grade great sovereign. He soared to the sky and waved his hands in the air, opening up a battlefield. The battlefield of a battle between great sovereigns had to be sealed. Otherwise, the consequences would be very serious. The aftermath of the battle wasn't something that ordinary disciples could bear. For God's sake, how dare you kill Master Dog? De Huang dog snorted disdainfully. His majestic body turned into a ray of light and rushed forward. Just teach him a lesson. Don't kill him. Jiang Qin reminded. He was really afraid that De Huang dog would kill this old man on impulse. That would be really troublesome. No matter what, De Huang dog was a second-grade great sovereign and an elder of the immortal court. After listening to Jiang Qin's words, Li Yuan had the urge to spurt out a mouthful of blood. It seemed like this dog was going to hold back later, or else he would be dead for sure. To Li Yuan, this was a humiliation. Die, stupid dog. Li Yuan immediately launched a violent attack. Boundless energy converged into a seal, covering everything and sealing the entire battlefield. Then, the seal smashed towards De Huang dog. This was the full-force attack of a second-grade great sovereign. Many people's expression changed. However, just when they were guessing how De Huang dog was going to deal with Li Yuan's powerful attack, they saw the Huang dog charging towards Li Yuan with his head glowing with golden light. In the eyes of the masses, this was a completely suicidal attack. This was insane. Peng peng. Under countless horrified gazes, Li Yuan's attack was broken inch by the Huang dog's head. What was even more unbelievable was that the attack that could tear the sky apart couldn't cause any damage to the Huang dog's head. The Huang dog's speed was extremely fast, like a bolt of lightning. After destroying Li Yuan's powerful attack, his indestructible head slammed into Li Yuan's chest. Arg! A blood-curdling scream was heard. Many of them could hear the sound of bones breaking. Some of them saw Li Yuan spurting out a mouthful of blood. His entire body was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. A large part of his chest was dented. Everyone was dumbfounded. No one had expected such a scene. It was like a dream. All along, Li Song's grandfather was a great figure in their hearts. That was why Li Song was bossy and domineering among the ordinary disciples. That was why he bullied the newcomers like Jiang Qin. Now, it seemed like this newcomer wasn't someone to be trifled with. Your grandfather is powerful, but his dog is already heaven-defying. Moreover, that dog's head is so tough. It's like a divine weapon. Kaka, weak. Big Yellow shook his head and laughed heartily. A second-grade great sovereign couldn't even withstand a single blow from him. Oh my God! How can this dog be so powerful? Some people couldn't accept this fact. However, today's incident must be even more serious. A second-grade great sovereign was beaten up. This was definitely a big matter. Chapter 1938. Who the hell are you? Li Yuan stared at the Huang dog and asked in an incomparably cold tone. Li Yuan, this has nothing to do with you. If you don't want to embarrass yourself enough, you can continue. Otherwise, you can take out 6 million venerable grade immortal meta stones and take these trash away. Don't come looking for trouble with me, Jiang Qin, in the future. Otherwise, it won't be as simple as a ransom next time. Jiang Qin said indifferently. How dare this Li Song ask for protection money from him? This was no different from stepping on the Tai Sui's head. If Jiang Qin didn't teach this Li Song a lesson, how could he establish his prestige in the future? Jiang Qin, you are too arrogant. Do you think that you can do whatever you want just because you are a demon sovereign? Don't forget that this is the immortal court. Li Yuan was infuriated to the extreme. Then, he turned and left. Even though Li Yuan had left, everyone knew that this matter was far from over. Given Li Yuan's identity and status, he would definitely fight for justice. If he lost his face in the hands of a new disciple, he wouldn't be able to raise his head in the immortal court in the future. Going to move people again. A faint smile emerged on the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth. He didn't mind Li Yuan's actions at all. Li Yuan's action was exactly what Jiang Chen wanted. The bigger the commotion, the better it would be for him. What he needed now was to make a name for himself, and only then would it be easier for him to get things done. Jiang Chen's great divination art had been cultivated to the point of perfection. He had long sensed that there was a powerful expert who had been watching this place, or rather, watching him. Therefore, Jiang Chen could continue to stir up trouble unscrupulously and wait for the appearance of that expert. Jiang Chen's current plan was very simple. Since Nangong Wendian was alone in the immortal court, he would help Nangong Wendian to gather more forces and disintegrate Star Sovereign from the inside. It didn't take long for Li Yuan to return. This time, there was another old man beside him. The old man's qi was even more vigorous than before. He was a powerful third-grade great sovereign, a peak third-grade great sovereign. Such an existence had a high status even in the immortal court. Gosh, it's Elder Yuanqing. He's from the leopard hole. Oh yes, elderly Yuan has always been on good terms with Elder Yuanqing. It's like he has the support of the leopard hole. Jiang Chen is a newcomer. If he offends the leopard hole, it's no different from courting death. There are 3 special halls in the immortal court. They are the dragon hall, the tiger hall and the leopard hall. The people of these 3 halls are not to be trifled with. Yes, Elder Yuanqing is from the leopard hall. With his identity, status, and qualifications, he can directly execute Jiang Chen and that dog. Jiang Chen heard the conversation in the second high school. It seemed like Han Feng hadn't told him everything clearly. There were still 3 more powerful halls in the immortal court. Of course, Jiang Chen knew the reason why Han Feng didn't tell him about it. Han Feng thought that Jiang Chen was a newcomer after all. There were many things that he would learn slowly. However, Han Feng would never have thought that Jiang Chen would cause such a huge ruckus on his first day in the immortal court. Even the people of the leopard hall were alarmed. Fortunately, Han Feng had gone into seclusion after his return. If he was here, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to control his emotions. Audacious and unscrupulous. Such a disciple should be crippled immediately. Yuanqing shot a glance at Jiang Chen and only said a few words. Then, he struck decisively. One of his big hands shrouded Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog at the same time, carrying strong killing intent. This was what it meant to be domineering. He didn't even say a single word, and immediately attacked. This situation infuriated Jiang Chen, but he didn't say anything. This was a world where the strong preyed on the weak, and he could only blame himself for being too weak. Roar! De Huang Dog roared wildly. Given his combat strength, he could even fight against a powerful third-grade great sovereign. It was impossible for Yuanqing to kill them directly. Humph! However, just as De Huang Dog was about to strike, a cold harumph suddenly fell from the sky. Voila! The energy attack, which was originally as powerful as a tide, actually shattered with a crash and was directly destroyed by this cold snort. Everyone gasped at the scene. They were guessing how powerful the person who attacked secretly was. One should know that Yuanqing was a third-grade great sovereign, a peak existence. To be able to destroy the attack of a third-grade great sovereign's past life with just a cold harumph, such strength was unimaginable to everyone. A golden light appeared in the sky, then turned into a middle-aged man in his 40s. The man was wearing a long golden robe, with 2 spiraling dragons embroidered on both sleeves. His black hair was fluttering in the wind. He had a mighty square face, as sharp as a knife. Just a glance from him could make people's heart palpitate. 5th-grade great sovereign. That's right. The incomer was a powerful 5th-grade great sovereign. Such a cultivation base could be considered as one of the best in the entire immortal court. It was imaginable that the old man's identity and status was unimaginable. Jiang Chen hastily stood up from the tiger chair. This was the person who had been observing him secretly. Countless gazes fell upon the middle-aged man. When they saw his face clearly, many of them almost cried out in surprise, because they knew who the incomer was. It's the Hall Master of the Dragon Hall, Feng Jingyang. Oh my God! Even a great figure like him has appeared. What? He's Feng Jingyang. I have never seen such a legendary figure after being in the immortal court for so long. It is said that among the 3 halls of the immortal court, the Dragon Hall is the strongest. There aren't many people in the hall, but each of them is stronger than the other. Especially the Hall Master, a 5th-grade great sovereign. His position in the immortal court is second only to the Sovereign Lord, Star Sovereign. Even the Hall Master of the Dragon Hall has come. This is unbelievable. He might have come for Jiang Chen. I have long heard that the Hall Master of the Dragon Hall cherishes talents the most. The conditions for the Dragon Hall to recruit disciples are very strict. There are no rules or standards. There is only one condition, and that is to catch the eye of Feng Jingyang. Unfortunately, there are only a few people in the entire Immortal Court that can catch the eye of Feng Jingyang. Chapter 1939. Greetings, Hall Master Feng. Yuan Cheng and Li Yuan saluted Feng Jingyang respectfully. Even though the Dragon Hall and Leopard Hall didn't have a good relationship, Yuan Cheng didn't dare to show the slightest neglect in front of a big shot like Feng Jingyang. After all, there was a huge gap between their strength. "Two old fellas, how dare you bully a new disciple? Where's your face?" Feng Jingyang's words were very impolite. Even though Yuan Cheng was a member of Leopard Hall, he didn't give him any face. Reliable. Jiang Chen immediately laughed in his heart. This Feng Jingyang was too much to his taste. He was overbearing and powerful. It would be great if he could rope such a person to Heaven's sovereign's side. Moreover, Jiang Chen could see that the relationship between these three halls was not that good. Feng Jingyang's eyes lit up. Since there were conflicts between them, it couldn't be better. If the Immortal Court was ruled by Star Sovereign, Jiang Chen wouldn't know where to start. Hall Master Feng, this Jiang Chen beat up other disciples and elders on his first day here. You can see for yourself. There are so many people lying on the ground now. If such an arrogant person isn't punished, where will the dignity of the Immortal Court be? Li Yuan said indignantly. You can't represent the dignity of the Immortal Court. Feng Jingyang glanced at Li Yuan, then at Jiang Chen, as if waiting for Jiang Chen to explain. Jiang Chen greets Hall Master. It's true that I beat up these people, but it was only self-defense. Speaking of which, I'm the victim and the most wronged one. Jiang Chen said in a serious manner. Hearing the words victim and wronged, many people almost spurted out blood, especially Li Song and the others who were lying on the ground. They immediately pounded the ground with their fists. Shameless, too shameless. Tell me, how are you wronged? Feng Jingyang said. He seemed to be very interested in this new disciple. Of course, if he was not interested, why would he, the Hall Master of the Dragon Hall, come here for no reason? Jiang Chen pretended to tidy his clothes. He already had absolute confidence in his heart. Feng Jingyang had clearly been paying attention to this matter from beginning to end, but he still wanted him to say it. That meant that he wanted to give him a reason to protect him. With how smart Jiang Chen was, he naturally could not let Feng Jingyang down. As the supreme existence of Feng Qi Immortal Domain, the Immortal Court must have its own rules. Since elderly Yuan said that I'm arrogant and hit someone, I'd like to ask if there's a rule in the immortal world that states that a new disciple must pay a protection fee. Jiang Chen shouted at Li Yuan. Li Yuan was dumbfounded. He wanted to refute, but he didn't know where to start, because there really wasn't such a rule in the Immortal Court. Li Song and the others came to bully us when they saw that we were new here. They threatened to ask us to pay 200,000 venerable grade immortal meta stones each as protection fee. Otherwise, they would teach us a lesson. That's arrogance. I can't allow myself to be trampled on without retaliating. That's why I beat them up. In that case, they can only blame themselves for being weak. I want to ask, what's the point of doing this? What would you do if you two elders were in my shoes? Are you going to extend your face for them to slap when someone is knocking on your door? Jiang Chen's voice was hearty, neither servile nor overbearing. His words were reasonable and irrefutable. After listening to Jiang Chen's words, Yuan Chang's facial expression turned incomparably unsightly. He glared at Li Yuan with the corner of his eyes. When Li Yuan went to capture Yuan Qing, he only told him that there was a powerful demon sovereign that needed his help, but didn't tell him the ins and outs of the matter. Now that Feng Jingyang had interfered in this matter, and the reason was on someone else's side, wasn't this shameful to Yuan Qing? Li Yuan, what else do you have to say? Said Feng Jingyang. Inwardly, he was full of praise for Jiang Qin. He had clearly seen Jiang Chen's performance just now. Jiang Chen was courageous, resourceful and had extraordinary talent. Feng Jingyang was very fond of him. This matter is Li Song's fault. In that case, let's just forget about it. Li Yuan said, gritting his teeth. Anyone could hear the gloominess in his heart, but he wasn't a fool. Feng Jingyang's appearance was obviously to help Jiang Qin. If he continued to be stubborn, it would mean that he wasn't giving Feng Jingyang any face. Everyone knew that the master of the Dragon Hall was known for his bad temper. If he really angered him, he would be killed in vain. Star Sovereign wouldn't punish Feng Jingyang for his sake. He wouldn't even say a word of reprimand to Feng Jingyang. Jiang Qin, what do you think? Feng Jingyang looked over at Jiang Qin. According to the previous agreement, elderly Yuan has to pay 5.6 million venerable grade immortal metastones. Li Song and the others came to us in the name of protection fee, so it's not too much to ask elderly Yuan to pay the ransom. You should know that these junior brothers of mine who have just arrived have been scared out of their wits. Before they came here, they had a great longing for the immortal court and felt incomparably proud of being able to become a disciple of the immortal court. They had never thought that they would suffer such a huge blow on the first day. It's very difficult to make up for the psychological blow. It will make them feel that they don't have a sense of existence in the immortal court. They might as well not come here at all. The ransom that elderly Yuan is offering is just right to make up for the psychological trauma of my junior brothers. Jiang Chen enunciated each and every word as if he were speaking righteously, as if he were taking things for granted. However, after listening to Jiang Chen's words, many of them felt as if they were going to faint. This was just too shameless. Even at this moment, he still didn't forget to extort money from them. Ha! Ha! Even Sixi Shan and the others were grinning from ear to ear. To them, it was already good enough that the matter was resolved. How would they dare to ask for Li Yuan's immortal metastones? They were afraid that only Jiang Qin would have the courage to do so. Jiang Qin, don't push your luck. Li Yuan was infuriated. Li Yuan, I feel that what Jiang Qin said is very reasonable. It's only fair that you take the protection fee from him and take him away with the money. Feng Jingyang spoke, not caring about Li Yuan's feelings at all. The surrounding people began to look at Li Yuan with pitiful gazes. He had no choice but to accept his fate. Who asked him to meet Feng Jingyang? The Dragon Hall of the Immortal Court was famous for being overbearing. Even a fool could see that Feng Jingyang was determined to bring Jiang Qin into the Dragon Hall. Given Feng Jingyang's protective nature, he would feel that whatever Jiang Qin did was reasonable. Chapter 1940. Li Yuan's face turned bitter. He was a second-grade great sovereign after all, and was considered to be quite famous in the immortal court. Today, he had lost all of his face. Why? Do you have any objection to my words? Feng Jingyang's tone sank. I dare not, I dare not. Li Yuan quivered in fright. Feng Jingyang wasn't someone he could afford to offend. If he disobeyed Feng Jingyang, he wouldn't have a good time in the immortal court in the future, and the others in the Dragon Hall wouldn't let him go. Then, with a helpless look on his face, he took out a spatial ring and tossed it to Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin caught it and scanned it with his divine sense. There were exactly 5.6 million venerable grade immortal meta stones in it, no more and no less. This is the spiritual compensation that Elderly has given to us. Take it and divide it among yourselves. Jiang Chen casually tossed the spatial ring to Louis Shan. He was a wealthy man now. These 5 million immortal meta stones were like a drop in the ocean to him. The reason why he wanted these immortal meta stones was to show his strong side. Otherwise, how could he attract Feng Jingyang's attention? Louis Shan was shocked. Jiang Chen knew that a person like Feng Jingyang had a very strict vision. He wouldn't have taken a fancy to a person who only had great talent. Apart from talent, one must also have courage and insight. Only a person with courage, strategy, and heaven-defying talent could become a great figure. These factors could be seen in Jiang Chen. That was why Feng Jingyang had appeared at all costs to recruit a genius like Jiang Chen into the Dragon Hole. All right, Elderly, take them away. Also, teach your grandson more in the future so that he won't come looking for trouble. Jiang Chen said. Li Yuan waved his hand. A wave of energy swept across, sweeping Li Song and the others away. Li Song stood beside Li Yuan and cried again, Grandpa, Jiang Chen has stolen my Longyang pill. Shut up, trash. Go back and face the wall to reflect on your mistakes. Li Yuan glared fiercely at Li Song. He was angry at Li Song for not fighting back. He had already lost all face today, and now that Feng Jingyang was here, there was nothing he could do. Hall Master Feng, we will take our leave. Yuan Qing once again cupped his fists at Feng Jingyang and prepared to leave. This was the last place he wanted to stay. He had lost face because of Li Yuan and his grandson. Wait for me to make an announcement before you leave. Feng Jingyang said. Then, he looked at Jiang Chen and a rare smile appeared on his face. Jiang Chen, are you willing to join my Dragon Hall and become a disciple? Voila, even though they were mentally prepared for this, they still couldn't help but sigh. It was a great honor to join the Dragon Hall. It was the dream of countless disciples of the Immortal Court. Amazing! Amazing! This Jiang Chen is really lucky to be able to enter the Dragon Hall on his first day. I heard that there are less than 30 elders and disciples in the Dragon Hall, but each and every one of them is an arrogant existence. Plus, this hall is very united, so no one in the Immortal Court dares to bully them. They are the ones who bully others. How can this be called lucky? Haven't you all seen Jiang Chen's capability? He is only an intermediate immortal venerable, but he was able to send a half-step sovereign flying with a single punch. Do you have such strength? That's right. It's normal for a monstrous genius like Jiang Chen to join the Dragon Hall. Otherwise, do you think the Hall Master of the Dragon Hall would show up in person? How enviable. His status will be different after joining the Dragon Hall. It seems like we have to find a way to befriend him. It will be great if we can befriend the disciples of the Dragon Hall. Everyone was envious of Jiang Chen. It had always been everyone's dream to join the Dragon Hall. As the head of the three great halls, the Dragon Hall was a symbol of status and identity. Li Song and his grandson's faces darkened when they heard the news. If Jiang Chen had really joined the Dragon Hall, it meant that they had completely lost the chance to seek revenge on Jiang Chen. They could only swallow their resentment today. This disciple is willing. Jiang Chen clasped his fists at Feng Jingyang and said loudly. If he said no, he would immediately offend a big shot like Feng Jingyang. Moreover, joining the Dragon Hall was exactly what Jiang Chen wanted. It would be great if he could win over the first hall of the Immortal Court to Heaven's sovereign side. All right. Pack your things and report to the Dragon Hall tomorrow. Feng Jingyang nodded and disappeared with a sway of his body. Humph. What a good thing you have done. Yuan Cheng harumphed coldly at Li Yuan and left with a flick of his sleeve. The relationship between the Leopard Hall and the Dragon Hall had never been good. Ever since the establishment of the three halls, they had been fighting each other openly and covertly. Today, not only did Li Yuan and his grandson humiliate themselves, they also allowed the Dragon Hall to have another heaven-defying genius. Li Yuan's face darkened. He left with Li Song. It was certain that this pair of grandfather and grandson would be quiet for a while. Li Song had always been arrogant and domineering among the ordinary disciples. After being taught a lesson by Jiang Qin, it would be hard for him to be arrogant in the future. A major event in the Immortal Court had finally come to an end. The whole process had ended with Jiang Chen's complete victory. In their opinion, if Li Song hadn't come to stir up trouble, Jiang Qin wouldn't have had the chance to join the Dragon Hall, at least not so quickly. From another point of view, Li Song had helped Jiang Qin. Senior brother Jiang, I'm Wang Yun. Please take care of me in the future. I'm Liang Miao. I'm here to get close to senior brother Jiang. One by one, the disciples came to the mountain peak where Jiang Qin lived and began to get close to Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin greeted them one by one. He behaved very humbly, without the arrogance and domineeringness from before. His words gave people a very comfortable feeling. Although he had entered the Dragon Hall, he didn't put on any airs. This was exactly what Jiang Qin wanted to see. He wanted to establish his prestige, build up his strength bit by bit, and even disintegrate Star Sovereign's power bit by bit to help the heaven and earth return. He had taken the right first step. The next day, after bidding farewell to Louis Shan and the others, Jiang Qin went to the Dragon Hall with De Huang Dog. Senior brother Jiang, what should we do now that you're gone? Wei Yun pulled a long face. They had only known each other for a day, but after yesterday's incident, they had begun to rely on Jiang Qin psychologically. Don't worry. This mountain peak is still mine, Jiang Chen's. You just need to cultivate here. No one will dare to bully you. If anyone dares to bully you, come find me in the Dragon Hall. Jiang Chen patted Wei Yun's shoulder and left with the Huang Dog. Chapter 1941. Looking at the receding figure of Jiang Qin, Sixishan and the other sighed. Such was life. Some people were destined to be extraordinary, just like Jiang Qin. He had entered the Dragon Hall within a day of arriving at the Immortal Court, becoming the envy and jealousy of countless people. They were also envious, but they weren't jealous, because they knew very well that Jiang Qin didn't enter the Dragon Hall because of luck, but strength. 09 Small Say Net, ever since they witnessed Jiang Chen's attack, they knew that they and Jiang Qin were destined to be people of different worlds and levels, but it was definitely a blessing for them to get to know a figure like Jiang Qin. As the number one hall of the Immortal Court, the location of the Dragon Hall was naturally very easy to find. The Dragon Hall was located on a beautiful mountain peak in the northeast of the Immortal Court. It was similar to the mountain peak where Jiang Qin used to live. Compared to the center of the Immortal Court, it was considered a remote area, but the remoteness didn't represent the status of the Dragon Hall. In the Immortal Court, the Dragon Hall had always held an unshakable position that surpassed all other existences. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog arrived at the peak of the mountain, only to find that it was incomparably quiet. There wasn't even a single guard, but Jiang Qin didn't find it strange. The dignified Dragon Hall didn't need any guards. He was afraid that no one in the entire Immortal Court would dare to cause trouble here, because that was no different than courting death. So quiet. There isn't even a welcoming ceremony. Don't you think that we are important? De Huang Dog mumbled, obviously dissatisfied with the situation. If it was in the past, he would be worshipped by tens of thousands of people wherever he went. Alright, this is the Dragon Hall. Let's go in by ourselves. Jiang Chen patted the Huang dog's head and strode up the mountain peak. The mountain was very vast, at least 4 to 5 times the size of the place where Jiang Chen and the others lived. The heaven and earth qi on the mountain was also extremely dense, which was very suitable for cultivation. Jiang Chen could sense that the entire mountain was surrounded by powerful restrictive spells. These restrictive spells could gather and condense the heaven qi, which made the heaven qi on the mountain much denser than outside. Jiang Chen arrived at a huge square and looked around. He didn't even see the shadow of a ghost. Could it be that everyone in the Dragon Hall has gone out to play? Jiang Chen shrugged his shoulders with a gloomy expression. He felt that he was not being taken seriously. He was personally recruited by Feng Jingyang. Even if his position was not high, he should not be treated coldly like this. It's too shameful. Rumble. At this moment, a strong roar suddenly burst out from the void. Immediately after, a strong wind whistled, and a huge golden hand fell from the sky, covering the whole square, including Jiang Chen and the Huang dog. Damn it! The Huang dog was exasperated. The Dragon Hall's welcoming method was really special. He was about to explode. The Huang, don't attack. Jiang Chen hastily stopped the Huang dog. He instantly turned into his dragon form and struck out the true dragon palm at lightning speed. He knew that someone was testing his strength on purpose. The attacker had obviously held back his strength. Plus, Jiang Chen didn't sense the slightest murderous intent from the attacker, or it should be said that the attacker didn't have any malicious intent. Jiang Chen had specially inquired about the Dragon Hall yesterday. He knew that each and every disciple of the Dragon Hall was a heaven-defying existence. Now that he, a new immortal venerable, was directly recruited by Feng Jingyang, his subordinates naturally wanted to see what kind of ability he had that was worthy of Feng Jingyang's presence. Hong Long. The blazing true dragon palm collided with the golden palm, producing a deafening roar. The entire space in the sky was immediately shattered. The two attacks exploded at the same time, tearing everything apart. Cracks appeared on the ground. However, Jiang Chen didn't budge an inch even after suffering such a powerful attack. His facial expression didn't change at all, as though nothing had happened. Clearly, the powerful attack didn't affect him at all. Good. A voice full of praise resounded from the void. Then, a dozen silhouettes walked out of the void. Each of them was like a ghost. The qi that emanated from their bodies was enough to make one's heart palpitate. Jiang Chen looked over and saw a total of 14 people. There were 4 females and 10 males. All of them seemed to be in their mid-20s. Each of their faces was filled with the unique arrogance of young geniuses. Among them, the lowest cultivation base was at the peak of Immortal Venerable Realm. Apart from the 6 Immortal Venerables, the remaining 8 were powerful half-step sovereigns. Jiang Chen couldn't help but sigh at the sight of such a lineup. He recalled that when Venerable Ling Long was selecting her son-in-law, there were also plenty of geniuses from the Immortal Court. If a genius like the Dragon Hall had appeared, Long Sen wouldn't have been able to deal with it. At least, Long Sen wouldn't have been able to deal with it at that time. Junior brother Jiang, welcome to the Dragon Hall. A red-clothed woman with coquettish eyes greeted Jiang Chen with a smile. Her attitude was very sincere. The others also smiled at Jiang Chen. In this world where strength was everything, it was obvious that Jiang Chen's performance had won the approval of the disciples of the Dragon Hall. Jiang Chen greets all the senior brothers and sisters. Jiang Chen clasped his fists at them in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. Junior brother Jiang is really a young genius. You're only an intermediate immortal venerable, but you're able to withstand a strike from senior brother Yufeng. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it even if you beat me to death. That's right. Senior Brother Yufeng is a powerful half-stepped sovereign expert. His true combat strength is enough to kill an ordinary first-grade great sovereign. Junior Brother Jiang is able to withstand a strike from him with his intermediate immortal venerable cultivation base and doesn't seem to be injured at all. None of us can match such talent. No wonder Master has to show up personally. It seems Master's eyes are as sharp as ever. Junior Brother Jiang, from now on, you are an official member of our Dragon Hole. Welcome. Everyone praised Jiang Qin generously. The Dragon Hall had always been united. Jiang Chen had witnessed it today. Apparently, these people didn't have any infighting. All of them were geniuses, very proud, and admired the strong. Jiang Chen had proven himself with his strength, which naturally earned him their approval. Jiang Chen was very satisfied to be able to integrate into such a group. Chapter 1942. Junior Brother Jiang, I'm Duanren. My hands are itching to see that you can withstand the attack of Senior Brother Yufeng so easily. Why don't we have a spar? A youth who seemed to be in his 20s walked out. His name was Duanren. The fact that he wanted to spar with Jiang Qin showed that he was also a combative person. Since Senior Brother Duan is interested, Junior Brother will certainly keep you company. Jiang Qin spoke. Duanren was a combative person, but so was Jiang Qin. From the moment he saw the disciples of Dragon Hall, Jiang Qin couldn't suppress the battle intent in his heart. However, he felt a little embarrassed when he first came here. Now that Duanren had taken the initiative to propose a spar, it was exactly what he wanted. As a matter of fact, the one Jiang Qin really wanted to fight wasn't Duanren, but Yufeng. Yufeng's half-step sovereign cultivation base was enough to fight Jiang Qin, but Duanren was merely a peak immortal venerable. No matter how powerful he was, he absolutely wasn't a match for Jiang Qin. As an intermediate immortal venerable, Jiang Qin didn't put Duanren in his eyes. Ha! Good! Duanren laughed loudly. With a sway of his body, he soared into the sky. Powerful chi waves surged out of his body, immediately opening up a huge battlefield. Come on, Junior Brother Jiang. Duanren's battle intent was unparalleled. It seemed like he hadn't experienced a battle for a very long time. Today, he had encountered a powerful junior brother. He couldn't help but feel delighted. Duanren, be careful. Don't hurt Junior Brother Jiang. The red-robed girl spoke. This girl wasn't simple. Apart from her unparalleled beauty, her strength had also reached the terrifying half-step sovereign realm. Her name was Honging, a famous senior sister of Dragon Hole. She usually behaved kindly, but when it came to matters, she was unparalleled. Sister Hong, we will be jealous if you care so much about Junior Brother Jiang. Duanren teased. Nonsense. Honging glared at Duanren in annoyance, but she wasn't worried about the battle between Duanren and Jiang Qin. Although Duanren loved to fight, he was very united. He definitely wouldn't hurt Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin appeared on the battlefield in his dragon form, standing opposite of Duanren. He cupped his fists at Duanren. Senior brother, sorry for the offense. Junior brother, this transformation skill of yours looks very domineering. However, I advise you not to use it too often. After all, this kind of skill has a huge side effect. If you use it too often, it will affect your future cultivation and affect your foundation. That's right. Duanren reminded. Thank you for the reminder, Senior Brother Duan. However, this transformation skill of mine is a combat state. It won't affect my body in the slightest. Jiang Chen said with a smile. He knew that Duan Ren's words were out of concern for him. From this aspect, Jiang Chen's first impression of Duan Ren was excellent. In fact, everyone in Dragon Hall gave Jiang Chen a good first impression. Although it was his first time in Dragon Hall, he could feel the lively atmosphere here. No one treated him as an outsider. In a sense, this indirectly showed Feng Jingyang's foresight. When Feng Jingyang judged a person, apart from their talent, he also looked at their character. All right, junior brother Jiang. I won't show mercy when I attack later. Duan Ren said with a smile. Senior brother Duan, please go ahead. This disciple will not hold back. Jiang Chen said with a smile. All right. Junior brother, take my world's edge. Along with Duan Ren's shout, the aura on his body rose directly. An ocean-like energy instantly gathered together. He suddenly slashed out with his palm. All the violent energy condensed and turned into an earth-shattering golden saber, slashing at Jiang Chen. With a single slash of heaven's edge, the gigantic blade radiance seemed as though it was tangible as it tore the void into two. This guy, he used his trump card as soon as he arrived. What if he hurts junior brother Jiang? Don't worry, he knows what he's doing. Also, don't underestimate junior brother Jiang. Since Master personally brought him back, he must have some skills. I hope he won't get hurt. After all, we're all on the same side. Everyone's facial expression changed slightly when they saw Duan Ren's trump card. They weren't clear about Jiang Chen's strength, but they knew Duan Ren's strength very well, especially the world's edge. No ordinary half-step sovereign was a match for it. No matter how powerful Jiang Chen was, he was merely an intermediate immortal venerable. Golden Dragon Seal. Jiang Chen wasn't afraid at all. He raised his head and looked at the whistling golden blade, then struck out the Golden Dragon Seal. The Golden Dragon Seal was the most lethal among the 5 elemental combat dragon seals. It was the most suitable weapon for a frontal attack. Duan Ren's attack belonged to the purest yang attribute. Jiang Chen was going to use the same purest yang attribute to destroy his opponent's attack. Only in that way could he convince his opponent. Roar! The Berserk Dragon roared, and to everyone's horror, the Golden Berserk Dragon suddenly opened its huge mouth and swallowed the broken blade's blade light. Then, the Golden Dragon's momentum did not diminish, and it continued to charge towards the broken blade. What? Duan Ren exclaimed. His facial expression changed instantly. In just an instant, he knew that he had lost. He was no match for Jiang Chen. Roar! Just as the Golden Dragon was about to hit Duan Ren, it disappeared on its own. Obviously, it had been kept away by Jiang Chen. Such a powerful technique was indeed admirable. Senior brother Duan, thank you for letting me win. Jiang Chen clasped his fists at Duan Ren. Duan Ren shook his head helplessly, but there wasn't any sign of frustration on his face. Senior brother Jiang is indeed a rare genius. I admire you, said Duan Ren. Duan Ren said. It was harder than ascending to the heavens to make Duan Ren admit defeat, but after the battle with Jiang Chen, he was sincerely convinced of Jiang Chen's strength. Jiang Chen's strength was undeniable. The faces of Hong Ying and the others were filled with astonishment. Their gazes towards Jiang Chen had changed once again. They were worried that Duan Ren would hurt Jiang Chen, but now, it seemed like their worries were unnecessary. Jiang Chen had already shown mercy by not hurting Duan Ren. Duan Ren wasn't injured by Jiang Chen. It seems like a true monstrous genius has come to our dragon hole. With junior brother Jiang's aptitude, I'm afraid that he will surpass big senior brother in the future. That's right. Big senior brother Yu Huafan has reached the terrifying second-grade great sovereign realm at such a young age. He is deeply loved by Master. Judging from junior brother Jiang's performance, it's not impossible for him to surpass big senior brother in the future if he continues to develop like this. Master's eyesight is still as sharp as ever. Many of the disciples sighed endlessly. It was truly a rare thing for them to praise someone so generously. Chapter 1943. It seems like there's one more monstrous genius in our dragon hole. I think junior brother Jiang isn't enjoying the fight to his heart's content. Why don't I have some fun with junior brother Jiang? 09 Small Say Net, a green-clothed man said. He looked much stronger than Duanren. He was a powerful half-step sovereign. He was Yufeng, the one who attacked Jiang Qin just now. Let's go. Let's go. Senior brother Yufeng, don't cause trouble. Hong Ying darted a glance at Yufeng and stopped him. The others, however, burst into laughter. They seemed to have already guessed this. If Duanren wasn't a match for Jiang Qin, Yufeng would certainly attack him. In terms of battle fanaticism, everyone in the Dragon Hall loved to fight, but Yufeng was undoubtedly the most battle-crazed one. Now that Duanren had been defeated, Yufeng was afraid that he wouldn't be able to sleep well if he didn't challenge Jiang Qin. That's exactly what junior brother wants. Unexpectedly, Jiang Qin agreed. He had already sensed the qi radiating from Yufeng's body. This mighty half-step sovereign was the one who attacked him just now. Only such a powerful figure could make Jiang Qin exert all his strength to fight. Now that Jiang Qin had advanced to the intermediate immortal venerable realm, he needed an expert like Yufeng to practice his skills. Therefore, he couldn't ask for more. Junior brother Jiang, are you sure you want to fight this lunatic? Hong Ying reminded Jiang Qin out of kindness, deliberately using the word lunatic to describe Yufeng. The name lunatic was very famous not only in the Dragon Hall, but also in the entire immortal court. The fact that Jiang Qin dared to accept Yufeng's challenge made everyone admire Jiang Qin's courage. 09 Small Say Net, thank you for your reminder, senior sister Hong Ying. I'm just going to exchange pointers with senior brother Yu. I won't hurt him. Jiang Qin said with a smile. What a joke, he couldn't wait to fight Yufeng. If he took the initiative to challenge Yufeng, it would make him look too unreserved. It would also make him look too arrogant as a newcomer. It wouldn't be good for his reputation. Now that Yufeng had taken the initiative to send himself to his doorstep, Jiang Qin had no reason to refuse. That's right. Junior brother Jiang and I are only exchanging pointers. I will definitely show mercy. Hong Ying, why are you so concerned about junior brother Jiang? Yufeng smiled. Scram. Hong Ying scolded Yufeng in annoyance. Schwa. Yufeng's figure flickered and he arrived at the battlefield. As the most battle-hungry person in the Dragon Hall, he was determined to see just how powerful the genius that Feng Jingyang had personally brought back was. How many moves do you think junior brother Jiang can take from senior brother Yu? If you can withstand 3 moves, I'll have a whole new level of respect for junior brother Jiang. That's right. Everyone knows about senior brother Yu's strength. He once fought a first-grade great sovereign realm elder of the Tiger Hall and defeated him. Everyone admired Yufeng's strength very much. After all, they knew each other too well. They knew Yufeng's strength very well. I don't think so. Just wait and see. Junior brother Jiang isn't that easy to deal with. Duanren shook his head and said. He knew Yufeng's strength, but after the clash with Jiang Qin just now, he had a better understanding of Jiang Qin's combat strength. He secretly compared their strengths and felt that even if Jiang Qin was to face someone like Yufeng, he would still have the strength to fight him. After listening to Duanren's words, the others were looking forward to this battle. They knew that Duanren wouldn't boast. Since Duanren had said so, it was enough to prove Jiang Chen's strength. In the sky, Yu Feng stood opposite of Jiang Chen. His green robe fluttered in the wind and his powerful aura shook the surrounding void. "Senior brother, sorry for offending you." Jiang Chen did not say anything unnecessary. He immediately attacked. The true dragon palm was shot out and shrouded Yu Feng. Good. As the saying goes, experts will know when they attack. As soon as Jiang Chen attacked, Yu Feng's eyes shone with admiration. Yu Feng did not hesitate. He waved his hand and a golden fist appeared. He attacked with all his strength and collided with Jiang Chen's true dragon palm. Rumble, the sky was dark and the ground was dark. The battlefield had been completely destroyed. A single collision had almost turned the entire battlefield into chaos. Below, everyone's eyes fell on the sky, wanting to see what was going on. Very quickly, the airwaves on the battlefield disappeared, and the two figures appeared once again. Looking at both of them, they did not move at all, and even their auras did not change in the slightest. However, from this point of view, the battle between the two of them was actually a draw. Heavens! Just where did this guy come from? How can he be so heaven-defying? After colliding with senior brother Yu, not to mention being injured, even his aura isn't chaotic at all. He isn't affected at all. It seems that Duan Ren is right. Junior brother Zhang's strength is far beyond our imagination. It's too scary. Look, it's just the beginning. Senior brother Yu's fighting spirit has already been aroused. If this lunatic goes crazy, it's also very scary. Everyone was shocked. Jiang Chen used the fact that he was strong to make everyone's jaws drop. Everyone's opinion of Jiang Chen changed again. The corner of Duan Ren's mouth revealed a trace of a smile. After witnessing Jiang Chen's true strength, the last trace of unwillingness in his heart had vanished. He had completely understood that his defeat was absolutely not a coincidence. He was no match for Jiang Chen. Roar! In the sky, Jiang Chen struck once again. This time, he struck out the 5 elemental combat dragon seal. For a moment, the entire battlefield and the sky was filled with colorful dragons, almost forming a dragon domain. They intertwined and circled around each other, sealing the entire battlefield in an instant. Good, junior brother Jiang, you really made me look at you in a new light. Yu Feng's eyes lit up. His whole body was full of fighting spirit. His fighting spirit had been completely aroused. He was completely ignited by Jiang Chen's strength. Yu Feng raised his hands. In between his palms, there was a terrifying energy fluctuation. It quickly condensed into a huge energy mountain. The energy mountain had runes on it, it was incomparably mystical. Following Yu Feng's shout, the huge energy mountain was thrown out by him. It intertwined and collided with the dragons. Rumble, the sky and earth collapsed. If it wasn't for the fact that the battlefield was completely isolated from the outside world, the entire mountain where Dragon Hall was located would have been directly destroyed. It was because Jiang Chen's cultivation base was 2 levels lower than Yu Feng's. If both of them were at the same level, there was no doubt that Yu Feng wouldn't be a match for Jiang Chen. Senior brother Yu is smiling. Jiang Chen retracted his dragon form and returned to his original appearance. Looking at his handsome face, no one would have thought that he was a battle maniac, and a heaven-defying one at that. It seems like the second Yu Huafan is going to appear in the Dragon Hole. I think he's going to defeat eldest senior brother. Even eldest senior brother wouldn't be able to do what he did. That's right. Master's eyes are as sharp as ever. Everyone sighed. The eldest senior brother of the Dragon Hall, Yu Huafan, had reached the terrifying second-grade Great Sovereign realm at such a young age. He was the representative of the entire Dragon Hall, but he had yet to return. The arrival of Jiang Qin had instilled new blood into the Dragon Hall, and it was very likely that he would surpass Yu Huafan in the future. Jiang Qin's residence was an independent courtyard, and the environment was very good. That night, in Jiang Qin's courtyard, Hong Ying, Yu Feng and the other geniuses held a welcoming dinner for Jiang Qin. It was a joyous and harmonious scene. The welcoming dinner didn't end until the second half of the night. Then, everyone returned to their respective places. This Dragon Hall is not bad. If we can make use of it, it will definitely affect the situation of the Immortal Court in the future. De Huang Dog spoke. Despite his arrogance, he couldn't help but praise the Dragon Hall. As for Jiang Qin, he was quite satisfied with the fact that he could join the Dragon Hall this time. He had made the right decision. In the dead of night, a figure appeared like a ghost. "Who's there?" Jiang Qin, who was meditating on the big green rock, suddenly opened his eyes and looked to the side. "Your perception is pretty good. You can even sense me." Feng Jingyang nodded and praised. "Hall Master." Jiang Qin smiled. "Now that you've become a disciple of the Dragon Hall, call me Master," Feng Jingyang said. In the Immortal Court, there weren't many people who could call Feng Jingyang Master. "Yes, Master." Jiang Qin smiled bitterly in his heart. It seemed like he had to acknowledge a master every time he went to a sect. It was Tianji Zi in the past, and now it was Feng Jingyang as well. However, Jiang Qin didn't care about the title. He only cared about the person. Feng Jingyang was a person he could definitely befriend. "Jiang Qin, Heaven Sovereign summoned you to Heaven Sovereign Palace yesterday. You should be very clear about the situation of the Immortal Court, right?" asked Feng Jingyang. "Yes, it's very clear." Jiang Qin nodded. He didn't want to hide it because Feng Jingyang wasn't a fool. It was meaningless to hide it in front of him. Moreover, the disciple recruitment was arranged by Heaven Sovereign. He wouldn't be able to hide it from the higher-ups of Heaven Sovereign Palace. "Then what do you plan to do?" asked Feng Jingyang. "Where do you stand, Master?" asked Jiang Qin. "Me? To be honest, I don't want to get involved in the battle between Star Sovereign and Heaven Sovereign. Both of them are capable of becoming sovereign lords, but Heaven Sovereign isn't the same as before. The current Immortal Court is no longer the Immortal Court of the past. If Heaven Sovereign were to fight with Star Sovereign, he would definitely lose. Of course, Heaven Sovereign was once the sovereign lord of the Immortal Court. Chapter 1945. Jiang Qin understood that Feng Jingyang had once followed Heaven Sovereign. After the fall of Heaven Sovereign, he started following Star Sovereign. In Feng Jingyang's heart, Heaven Sovereign and Star Sovereign were equally important. Feng Jingyang was clear that Star Sovereign and Heaven Sovereign were bound to fight. Therefore, he, who was in the middle, could not help either of them. After listening to Feng Jingyang's words, Jiang Qin nodded secretly. As long as Feng Jingyang was not completely loyal to Star Sovereign, there was still a chance. A person like Feng Jingyang had his own way of doing things. He would not be influenced by others, not even Heaven Sovereign and Star Sovereign. He did not like others interfering with what he wanted to do. When Heaven Sovereign returned, Feng Jingyang felt pity for Heaven Sovereign's situation. However, Star Sovereign was not trying to usurp the throne. Back then, Heaven Sovereign had indeed fallen, and Star Sovereign ascended to the throne and became the new Sovereign Lord. Now that Star Sovereign wanted to defend his position, it seemed that there was nothing wrong with it. Since there was nothing wrong with it, Feng Jingyang would not help either of them. Master, I understand. Jiang Chen said. Jiang Chen, I don't care what you want to do in the future. From today onwards, you are a member of the Dragon Hole. Cultivate well, I'm afraid your future is immeasurable. Feng Jingyang patted on Jiang Chen's shoulder and disappeared. He came late at night to probe Jiang Chen's choice towards Heaven Sovereign and Star Sovereign. However, after chatting with him, he realized that Jiang Chen was a very opinionated person. If Jiang Chen had decided on something, no one would be able to change it. Feng Jingyang did not think of changing Jiang Chen, because he did not like to be changed by others. He only cherished a genius. This person is worth roping in. After Feng Jingyang left, De Huang Dog said. That's right. It will be great if we can rope in the Dragon Hall to help Heaven Sovereign. Dragon Hall's stance will directly affect the stance of the others in the Immortal Court. However, it is difficult to change Feng Jingyang's mindset. We can only take it slow. My current strength is still too weak. Our priority now is to increase my cultivation base. Jiang Chen nodded. It was not an easy task to change Feng Jingyang's mind. However, some things must be done diligently. Feng Jingyang and Dragon Hall's influence in the Immortal Court was too great. There was no doubt that Feng Jingyang and Dragon Hall would have a great impact on the future of the Immortal Court. In the following time, both Jiang Chen and Big Yellow entered the 33rd level and began their secluded cultivation. Ever since Big Yellow had merged with the true body of Demon Sovereign Dragon Sun, his chi had undergone a tremendous change. He also had a very strong foundation. In other words, Big Yellow didn't need to cultivate at all and his cultivation base would gradually increase. To De Huang Dog, all he needed was time. Speaking of time, the 33 levels of the Ancestral Dragon Pagoda had the time law that was 30 times faster than normal. It was the best place to cultivate. Jiang Chen had just taken the Longyang pill yesterday and advanced to the intermediate immortal venerable realm. Now, he needed time to digest and consolidate his foundation. The 33rd level was still the best choice for him. 3 days had passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, the Dragon Hall was very peaceful. There was almost no trouble. As a matter of fact, the Dragon Hall had always been so peaceful. It was impossible for anyone to cause trouble in the Dragon Hall, because it was already lucky that the people of the Dragon Hall didn't cause trouble. Whoever dared to cause trouble here was no different from courting death. 3 days had passed in the outside world, but 3 months had passed in the Zulong Tower. After 3 months of cultivation, Jiang Chen felt refreshed. Due to the consolidation of his foundation, the remaining medicinal energy of the Longyang grass had been completely digested. Another 10,000 dragon marks had been added to Jiang Chen's Qi Si, increasing the number of dragon marks to 1,070,000. Pai Li Pa Law, new Great Sovereign Law, emerged above Big Yellow's head. He already had 20 Great Sovereign Laws. Now, he had 10 more Great Sovereign Laws, making a total of 30 Great Sovereign Laws. However, he still hadn't advanced to the second grade Great Sovereign Realm, still at the peak of the first grade Great Sovereign Realm. However, given De Huang Dog's current strength, he was afraid that he would be able to kill an ordinary third grade Great Sovereign. Seeing that De Huang Dog was getting stronger and stronger, Jiang Chen was delighted. The stronger De Huang Dog was, the more help he would get. There was no doubt about it. Besides, Jiang Chen didn't doubt De Huang Dog's strength at all. After all, De Huang Dog was the famous demon sovereign dragon son in his previous life. Jiang Chen wouldn't be surprised if there were any miracles that happened to him. It should have been 3 days outside. Let's go out for a walk. Jiang Chen spoke. Immediately, a man and a dog walked out of the Zulong Tower with a sway. Compared to 3 days ago, both of them were much stronger, but it still wasn't enough. After all, this was the immortal court, not the immortal domain. Their current cultivation base wasn't enough to cause any big waves here. However, Jiang Chen also understood that the advancement of one's cultivation base couldn't be done overnight. It needed to be done step by step. Jiang Chen was very satisfied that his cultivation base had reached the intermediate immortal venerable realm in such a short period of time. The next advancement of his cultivation base would depend on his luck and fortune. Not long after Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog walked out of the Zulong Tower, they saw two silhouettes walking towards them. One of them was Duan Ren, and the other was standing beside him with a flustered look. Jiang Chen's eyes fell upon the person. It was Lu Yishan. "Yishan, what's the matter?" asked Jiang Chen. His intuition told him that something bad must have happened. Otherwise, Lu Yishan wouldn't have come to the Dragon Hall in such a hurry. The Dragon Hall wasn't a place that anyone could enter. Lu Yishan must have told Duan Ren his name, which was why Duan Ren brought him here. "Senior brother Jiang, not long ago, Lu Jian of Leopard Hall went to find trouble with us and injured us. Yang Ming and Wei Yun have been seriously injured and are now in a coma." Lu Yishan spoke, the anger in his eyes was hardly concealed. "What?" Jiang Chen's eyes glinted coldly. When he left, he was confident that no one would find trouble with Lu Yishan and the others, but now it seemed that he was wrong. Entering the Dragon Hall was a great deterrent. Ordinary disciples like Li Song naturally wouldn't dare to find trouble with Lu Yishan and the others, but the Leopard Hall was different. 3 days ago, Elder Yuan Qing of the Leopard Hall had lost his face. It was only normal for the disciples to find trouble with him. Let's go and have a look. Chapter 1946. I'll go with you. Duan Ren could tell that Jiang Chen was infuriated. Ever since he was defeated by Jiang Chen 3 days ago, he had always admired Jiang Chen. Now that he saw that Jiang Chen was going to stand up for his senior and junior brothers, he felt that Jiang Chen was a loyal and fearless person. Naturally, Duan Ren had to help him. The Dragon Hall wasn't close to the residence of Lu Yishan and the others, but it was nothing to Jiang Chen and the others. They could fly there with just a thought. In the courtyard, the others were all crying. There were 2 people lying on the ground. They were Yang Ming and Wei Yun. At this moment, the 2 of them were in a very bad state. They were completely unconscious. The injuries on their bodies were very obvious. There were wounds all over their bodies, and blood kept flowing out. The injuries were so severe that it was almost fatal. It had almost harmed their origin. If they couldn't be treated as soon as possible, they were afraid that death would be waiting for them even with their immortal venerable cultivation base. Jiang Chen and the others rushed back and saw such a scene. "Senior brother Jiang is back. Senior brother Jiang, you must seek justice for us. That Lu Jian came looking for trouble and injured us without saying a word. Yang Ming and Wei Yun refused to accept it and were almost beaten to death. That's right, senior brother Jiang. We have mentioned your name, but that Lu Jian didn't care at all. Hurry up and see if they can still be saved." When they saw Jiang Chen, they felt as though they had seen their savior. They saw a real hope. "Don't worry. They won't die." Jiang Chen came to the front of Yang Ming and Wei Yun. With a wave of his hand, he struck out a large amount of wood spiritual qi. Under the strong healing effect of the wood spiritual qi, the injuries on their bodies healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Good technique. Duan Ren was astonished. Jiang Chen's healing technique could only be described as earth-shattering. Even miraculous pills wouldn't be able to catch up with such a terrifying recovery speed. Jiang Chen's wood spirit chi kept scouring their bodies for 10 minutes before he stopped. At this time, Wei Yun and Yang Ming's aura were much more stable than before. Yes, but their injuries are quite serious. If they want to completely recover, they will need at least a month. Let's take it easy, Jiang Chen said. Although the two of them had suffered damage to their essence, it was not too serious. Additionally, he had appeared in time. Thus, the three of them were not in any danger to their lives. However, they would have to spend a month to recover. Alright, since senior brother Jiang has said so, we can rest assured. I'll send them to their rooms to rest first. A disciple carried the two of them and walked into one of the rooms. Senior brother Jiang, you have to give us justice. This is just the beginning. Yeah, that Lu Jian is from the leopard hole. We can't afford to offend him. Plus, he's strong. Even if we join forces, we're no match for him. Sigh. I didn't expect the battle in the Immortal Court to be so intense. Everyone had a look of worry on their faces. Some of them even started to regret coming to the Immortal Court. In their original sects in the Immortal Realms, they were all elites, peak-level existences. All along, they were the ones bullying others. No one had ever dared to bully them. Who would have thought that after coming to the Immortal Court, everything changed? They became existences at the bottom, existences that could be bullied by anyone. How could they not feel depressed? Don't worry. Such a thing will never happen again in the future. Jiang Chen patted the shoulder of one of them, then turned and walked towards the exit. De Huang, Duanren, follow me to the leopard hole. Kaka. De Huang dog laughed excitedly. His mood was very high. The thing that this guy feared the most was to stay idle. Awesome. Duanren gave a thumbs up to Jiang Chen, then followed closely behind. He could see that Jiang Chen was going to break into the leopard hole alone. This was the first time that such a big incident had happened. Moreover, the people of the Dragon Hall were never afraid of trouble. Duanren took the lead and flew towards the leopard hole. What's the cultivation base of that Lu Jian? Jiang Chen asked curiously. Late Immortal Venerable. About the same as me, but he's no match for me in a real fight. Although the Leopard Hall has a lot of geniuses, their overall quality is incomparable to our Dragon Hall. Duanren spoke proudly. Although his words were boastful, they weren't boasting. Jiang Chen had witnessed Duanren's strength. Very few geniuses of the same level could suppress Duanren. Very quickly, under Duanren's lead, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog arrived at the mountain peak of the Leopard Hall. The size of the Leopard Hall was similar to the Dragon Hall, occupying a huge mountain peak. Lu Jian, get your ass out here. Get your ass out here. Get your ass out here. Come here. Jiang Chen circulated his qi and transformed into his dragon form. His voice was transmitted through sound waves, reverberating in the sky. Not only the Leopard Hall, but more than half of the Immortal Court could hear it clearly. Jiang Chen never cared about making a big fuss. The more he stirred up the stagnant water in the Immortal Court, the better. Initially, he didn't know how to stir it up, but Lu Jian had given him a justifiable reason. In that case, Jiang Chen naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity. Now that he had the support of the Dragon Hall, he didn't have to worry about anything. According to Duanren, the way the Dragon Hall handled things was fearless. It had always been the people of the Dragon Hall who bullied others. If the people of the Dragon Hall were bullied, they would definitely seek revenge. Lu Jian had hurt Yang Ming and Wei Yun, which was equivalent to bullying Jiang Chen. As a new disciple of the Dragon Hall, Jiang Chen had to seek justice. Otherwise, it would damage the dignity of the Dragon Hall. If the other disciples of the Dragon Hall knew about this, they would certainly look down on him. So. As soon as Jiang Chen's voice faded, silhouettes flew out from the leopard hall one after another. Who dares to make a fuss in our leopard hall? Are you tired of living? A disciple berated. He was clad in black armor and looked mighty and domineering, but his cultivation base was only at the peak of intermediate immortal venerable realm. He hadn't even reached the late immortal venerable realm. Jiang Chen finally understood why the Dragon Hall was the first hall. It was true that the number of disciples in the Dragon Hall was much lesser than the Leopard and Tiger Halls, but the quality was incomparable. In the Dragon Hall, there was almost no one below the late immortal venerable realm. I'm Jiang Chen. Ask Lu Jian to come out and face his death. Chapter 1947. Courting Death. The disciple who shouted earlier was infuriated. A dazzling combat weapon appeared in his hand and he slashed at Jiang Chen. He didn't care who the other party was. The Leopard Hall had given him great confidence and superiority. In his mind, anyone who dared to cause trouble in Leopard Hall deserved to die. Fuck you. Jiang Chen kicked the disciple's chest impatiently. The disciple let out a blood-curdling scream and was sent flying. It was unknown how far the kick had sent the disciple flying, but he was already nowhere to be seen. What a joke. An intermediate immortal venerable dared to show off in front of Jiang Chen. Wasn't he courting death? Jiang Chen had already shown mercy when he kicked the disciple just now. Otherwise, the disciple would have been dead by now. Even so, the kick was enough for him to lie in bed for 3 months. It was almost impossible for him to recover in a short period of time. Since Lu Jian isn't coming out, I'll just kill my way in. Jiang Chen strode towards the mountain peak of Leopard Hole. Those who tried to stop Jiang Chen were all sent flying by Jiang Chen's slap. Domineering. Duan Ren, who was standing behind Jiang Chen, began to admire Jiang Chen from the bottom of his heart. He really liked Jiang Chen's way of doing things. Jiang Chen was truly fearless. When his temper flared up, he wouldn't care who the person was. Anyone who stood in his way would be beaten up. Dong after slapping away 5 to 6 disciples of Leopard Hall, Jiang Chen's footsteps landed heavily on the mountain peak where Leopard Hall was located. For a moment the entire mountain peak was shaking. Large cracks appeared on the ground, and the palace at the front collapsed with a loud bang. Violent and domineering. Jiang Chen had displayed his strength to the fullest. He was going to alarm the entire Leopard Hole. So, one after another, tyrannical figures flew out of the Leopard Hole. All of them were genius disciples and there were many half-step sovereigns among them. All of them were furious. The Leopard Hall had existed for a long time. Except for Yu Huafan, no one had ever dared to cause trouble in the Leopard Hall. This kid who came out of nowhere actually destroyed their building. This was equivalent to publicly slapping Leopard Hall in the face. This time, how could the people of Leopard Hall bear it? Who are you? A half-step great emperor berated loudly. Dragon Hall Jiang Chen, hand over Lu Jian. Jiang Chen went straight to the point and did not beat around the bush. Jiang Chen, Duan Ren, don't go too far. Don't think that your Dragon Hall can be lawless in the immortal court. The half-step great emperor's face was full of anger. It seemed like he was going to attack at any moment. If we're talking about lawless, it should be your Leopard Hall. Lu Jian has hurt the new disciple, which means that he's not giving me, Jiang Chen, and the Dragon Hall any face at all. Today, I, Jiang Chen, am going to seek justice for my junior brothers and sisters. Hand over Lu Jian. Otherwise, I'm going to create havoc in the Leopard Hall. Jiang Chen was incomparably domineering. Motherfucker. It's this Jiang Chen again. This bastard is too ferocious. He has already done something big 3 days ago. How dare he create havoc in the leopard hall today? Yeah. He's too arrogant. He's too audacious, but I admire him very much. Lu Jian is to be blamed for this. He provoked those newcomers just because he's a disciple of the leopard hole. I heard that he injured 2 of them. It's no wonder that Jiang Qin is angry. Plus, the current Jiang Qin is no longer the same Jiang Qin 3 days ago. Not only does he possess terrifying strength, but he's also a disciple of the dragon hole. Naturally, he isn't afraid of the leopard hole. Many people had already gathered in the surroundings. Such a huge commotion would naturally attract a lot of attention. Jiang Chen had become the focus of countless eyes since the first day he appeared in the Immortal Court. Today's havoc in the Leopard Hall had pushed his fame to the peak. Jiang Chen, don't be so arrogant. Don't you know what kind of place this is? At this time, a man shouted and pointed at Jiang Chen. Who are you? Asked Jiang Chen coldly. I'm Lu Jian. Those 2 trash have disrespected me. Naturally, they have to accept my punishment. They can only blame themselves for being weak. Offending me is a dead end. If they weren't the disciples of the Immortal Court, they would have been dead by now. Lu Jian spoke arrogantly. This was the territory of the leopard hole. He wasn't afraid of Jiang Chen at all. Moreover, he was very confident in his cultivation base. He felt that he had the strength to fight Jiang Chen. Even if he couldn't defeat Jiang Chen wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Is that so? Said Jiang Chen. Then, he turned into a whirlwind of nothingness and disappeared in the blink of an eye. In the next moment, he appeared beside Lu Jian. Not good. Lu Jian sighed inwardly. He could feel an extremely violent energy enshrouding him. Under the shroud of this energy, it was incomparably difficult for him to move, let alone resist or escape. At this moment, Lu Jian realized that he had truly underestimated Jiang Chen. The gap between him and Jiang Chen wasn't just a little bit. Now that he was shrouded by Jiang Chen's energy, he suddenly felt isolated. Even though there were so many experts around him, he still felt like he was alone. Swoosh! Jiang Chen grabbed Lu Jian's neck, and with a sway of his body, he came to the place where he attacked, standing opposite to the disciples of Leopard Hall. What? The people of Leopard Hall exclaimed. They couldn't even see how Jiang Chen attacked from such a close distance. That speed had already reached the level of earth-shattering. More importantly, Lu Jian, a late immortal venerable, didn't even have the slightest chance to resist. Damn it! How did he do it? What kind of heaven-defying identity is that? It's too fast. Where did this brat come from? Another monstrous genius has appeared in the Dragon Hole. Each of the disciples of the Leopard Hall had an unpleasant look on their faces. Until now, they still couldn't accept this fact. Many of them were still thinking about how Jiang Chen attacked and how his speed could be so fast. Even Duan Ren, who was standing at the back, couldn't help but grin. He finally understood that Jiang Chen had gone easy on him during the battle with Jiang Chen. This newcomer who was chosen by Feng Jingyang was far more terrifying than he had imagined. Jiang Chen, let him go. This is the Leopard Hall, not a place for you to behave atrociously. The half-step sovereign shouted once more, using a commanding tone to ask Jiang Chen to let them go. Chapter 1948. Release him. You are thinking too much. Jiang Chen didn't put the half-step sovereign in his eyes at all. Given his eyesight, he could naturally see through the half-step sovereign at first glance. Although they were both half-step sovereigns, this person was a level lower than Yu Feng. Even if they were to fight, Jiang Qin wouldn't care. As for Lu Jian, he had to pay a heavy price for doing something wrong. Jiang Qin, what are you doing? This is Leopard Hole. Sensing the pressure and killing intent from Jiang Qin, Lu Jian's facial expression changed completely. His eyes were filled with fear. Under Jiang Qin's control, he couldn't even move an inch. Even though he had heard that Jiang Qin had sent a half-step sovereign flying with a punch, he still couldn't believe it without seeing it with his own eyes. Therefore, he didn't put too much attention on Jiang Qin. But now, Jiang Qin had made him understand how foolish and ignorant his previous thoughts and actions were. Lu Jian was extremely shocked. He was a late immortal venerable expert after all. Now that he had fallen into the hands of an opponent whose cultivation base was weaker than him, he couldn't even move a little. This was a kind of irony, but it was already too late for him to realize this. Now, he could only pray that Jiang Qin wouldn't dare to attack him because of the pressure from Leopard Hole. However, perhaps Lu Jian also understood that this extravagant hope of his was probably just an extravagant hope. Since Jiang Qin dared to break into Leopard Hole alone, he might not be afraid of Leopard Hole. Besides, Jiang Qin had already sent numerous disciples flying and destroyed a building of Leopard Hole. What else could Lu Jian hope for when he was faced with such a courageous person? Don't use Leopard Hole to pressure me, Lu Jian. You have to pay the price for doing something wrong. It's better not to stir up trouble without absolute strength. Jiang Qin's face was indifferent. Then, he struck Lu Jian's Qi with lightning speed. Bang! Pooh! With a loud bang, Lu Jian spat out a mouthful of blood. It was as if he had suffered a great deal of pain, and his face was distorted. Everyone could feel that the immortal qi in Lu Jian's Qi was rapidly draining away, like a punctured balloon. In the blink of an eye, it was completely drained away. Jiang Qin, you crippled me. After realizing his own situation, Lu Jian fell into complete despair. He had never thought that Jiang Qin would be so ruthless and cripple him. To a mighty cultivator, being crippled was far more painful than being killed. It was a kind of unbearable pain that made him wish he was dead. In particular, a figure like Lu Jian, who had reached the late immortal venerable realm at such a young age and was a disciple of Leopard Hall, had an extraordinary status and identity. He was admired and envied by countless of ordinary disciples. No matter where he went, he would be treated with respect. To put it bluntly, he was already at the top of the pyramid. Now that he had been thrown down from the top of the pyramid, the despair he felt was incomprehensible to ordinary people. Lu Jian was a disciple of Leopard Hole. Pooh! Once again, Lu Jian spurted out a mouthful of blood and fainted. This was all because of his anger. At this moment, Lu Jian was in complete despair. Jiang Qin's palm strike had made him understand the true meaning of despair. Jiang Qin, you're courting death. On the other side, the half-step sovereign expert was furious. Since the establishment of the Leopard Hall, no one had ever dared to act so wildly here. He even crippled a genius of the Leopard Hall in front of so many disciples. This was a slap to the Leopard Hall's face. Hong! The half-step sovereign's qi billowed. He transformed into a ferocious wild beast and lunged at Jiang Qin. Humph! Jiang Qin harumphed coldly and threw Lu Jian down. Then, a golden dragon whizzed out and rushed towards the savage beast. Although this disciple of Leopard Hall was also a half-step sovereign, he had just advanced to the half-step sovereign realm. His cultivation base wasn't stable yet. He wasn't even on the same level as Yufeng. Jiang Qin didn't care about him at all. Hong Long! The golden dragon collided with the wild beast. Violent energy rolled out, destroying the entire void. Under the impact of the golden dragon, the incomparably powerful wild beast was instantly destroyed. The half-step sovereign was greatly shaken. He couldn't help but take a few steps back to stabilize his body. What? The man exclaimed and stared at Jiang Qin with eyes full of disbelief. In his eyes, Jiang Qin was merely an intermediate immortal venerable while he was a mighty half-step sovereign who was 2 levels higher than Jiang Qin. How could he accept that he was defeated under such circumstances? You're right. You're right. You're right. So this is what a genius of Leopard Hall is capable of. If you go looking for trouble in the future, I won't show any mercy. Lu Jian is your example. Jiang Qin spoke loudly, then turned to leave. He had already achieved his goal by crippling Lu Jian. He had avenged Yang Ming and Wei Yun's resentment. Furthermore, he wasn't arrogant enough to fight the entire Leopard Hall alone. Jiang Qin, do you think you can leave so easily after injuring my men? Another yell was heard. Another half-step sovereign genius walked out of the Leopard Hall. He was much stronger than the previous one. As soon as he appeared, he launched a decisive attack at Jiang Qin. A huge palm as large as the sky enveloped Jiang Qin like a cage. Since you won't let me go, I won't leave. Jiang Qin's battle intent was unparalleled. He was infuriated. He had always been fearless, especially when it came to battles. Once his blood was stimulated, he would go crazy and disregard everything. Just like now, he was about to leave, but the Leopard Hall didn't give him a chance to leave. In that case, Jiang Qin might as well not leave. Since they wanted to fight, he might as well fight to his heart's content. After all, he was now a disciple of the Dragon Hall with a powerful backer, so he wasn't afraid of the Leopard Hall. Clang! The Heavenly Saint sword turned into a dazzling dragon, rippling in Jiang Qin's hand. Then, under Jiang Qin's control, it slashed at the half-step sovereign's attack. Hong Long! It was an earth-shattering slash that contained almost all of Jiang Qin's energy. It was enough to tear the opponent's attack apart. Fusion of dragon and sword. Chapter 1949. So powerful. Duan Ren was shocked when he saw Jiang Qin's move. When he fought with Yu Feng, both of them had held back. Therefore, Duan Ren had always doubted Jiang Qin's true strength. Now that he saw Jiang Qin's dragon sword unification, he finally had a better understanding of Jiang Qin's strength. He even believed that Yu Feng might not be a match for Jiang Qin in a life-and-death battle. Rumble. All the attacks of the half-step Emperor expert were completely destroyed by Jiang Qin's sword. After destroying his opponent's attack, Jiang Qin's sword attack did not decrease. At the same time, he displayed the Great Void technique and appeared behind the half-step Emperor expert like a ghost. Not good. The half-step Emperor expert of the Leopard Hall shouted inwardly. An ice-cold killing intent and chill came from his back. Jiang Qin's speed was too fast, so fast that he didn't even have the chance to react. Shi Law. The combat sword slashed at the half-step sovereign's body with unerring accuracy. Even so, Jiang Qin's sword had left a bone-deep wound on his back. The sword qi had also entered his body, causing great damage to him. Jiang Qin's sword had slashed at the half-step sovereign's body with unerring accuracy. It could be imagined that if the half-step emperor had reacted a little slower, his intestines would have been cut open. You want to stop me with such little ability? The geniuses of your Leopard Hall are really disappointing. Jiang Qin instantly returned to his half-human half-dragon form. The sword in his hand emitted a fiery light, giving off a domineering feeling. It was a powerful deterrent. One sword was enough to stun everyone present. Just like now, everyone's eyes were filled with horror. No one dared to believe such a scene. How can this monstrous genius be so terrifying? That's a half-step emperor expert of the Leopard Hall, but he couldn't even take one move from him. Damn, the Dragon Hall has picked up a treasure again. Moreover, the more domineering and heaven-defying he is, the more Feng Jingyang will like him. Even if he comes to the Leopard Hall to act arrogantly and injure people, Feng Jingyang will protect him. That's right. The Leopard Hall has always been domineering. Feng Jingyang is famous for being protective of his disciples. Moreover, this incident started because Lu Jinqiu injured a new disciple. Jiang Chen is in the right. The Dragon Hall's domineering nature is not worthy of a reward. Moreover, Jiang Chen is in the right now. Everyone was shocked by Jiang Chen's powerful performance. Many of them had witnessed Jiang Chen's ability 3 days ago, but now, it seemed like that wasn't Jiang Chen's full strength. Voila! All the disciples of the Leopard Hall moved. More than a dozen of them surrounded Jiang Chen and Duanren. The Huang dog stood outside the circle and watched the show leisurely. It was a conflict between the disciples of the Dragon Hall and the Leopard Hall. There was no need for him to intervene. He believed that Jiang Chen would be able to handle it. If the Leopard Hall sent an elder-level great sovereign, the Huang dog wouldn't be polite. The current De Huang dog was completely different from how he was 3 days ago. His great sovereign law had increased by 10. An ordinary third-grade great sovereign was no match for him. Jiang Chen, Duanren, you two are too arrogant. You came to our Leopard Hall to cause trouble and injure people. Do you really think that there's no one in our Leopard Hall? A mighty half-step sovereign shouted at Jiang Chen and Duanren with a soaring qi. Among the group of people that surrounded Jiang Chen and Duanren, there were 4 half-step sovereigns and the rest were late immortal venerables. Such a lineup could no longer be described as domineering. In the entire immortal court, these people were the true geniuses. If they were ordinary disciples, they would have wet their pants in fear. In the entire immortal court, it was afraid that only the disciples of the Dragon Hall would have the guts to injure people in the Leopard Hall. Don't put labels on us. We're just here to seek justice. If you want to fight, we'll gladly oblige. Jiang Chen spoke, his face showing no sign of fear in the face of the dozen of people. That's right. The Dragon Hall has never been afraid of causing trouble. The qi waves on Duanren's body began to roll. His battle intent soared. As a disciple of the Dragon Hall, he never knew what cowardice was. Let's attack together and let them know the power of the Leopard Hall. A disciple of the Leopard Hall said, gritting his teeth. So many people bullying the two of them. Your Leopard Hall is really powerful. Just at this time, a voice was heard from afar. Then, everyone saw a dozen powerful silhouettes flying over from afar. The leader was clad in red. She was Hong Ying of the Dragon Hall. The people of the Dragon Hall are here. There's going to be a great battle between the two halls. Each and every one of the people of the Dragon Hall is arrogant. They won't be easy to deal with. Although the number of people in the Dragon Hall is small, each and every one of them is a freak. Even the Tiger Hall and Leopard Hall wouldn't dare to provoke them. At this critical moment, the people of the Dragon Hall had appeared. The situation seemed to be more serious than they had imagined. Given the temper of these geniuses, a single word of disagreement would cause a war between the two halls. In the blink of an eye, Hong Ying and Yu Feng brought the people from Dragon Hall to the front. They emitted a powerful aura that forced the disciples from Leopard Hall to retreat. As the saying went, a person's reputation was like a tree's shadow. Dragon Hall had always been arrogant and overbearing. Even though they were in Leopard Hall's territory, the people from Leopard Hall seemed to be lacking in confidence. Does the Leopard Hall have any shame? So many people bullying two people is simply bullshit. Zhang Yao, aren't you very arrogant? If you have the guts, come and fight with me. Yu Feng started scolding. Even though he was standing in front of the gate of the leopard hall, he still dared to scold. The person he pointed out was the one who was about to attack Jiang Qin. The Dragon Hall is getting more and more arrogant. Do you really think that the leopard hall is afraid of you? Today, Jiang Qin came here to hurt people. He has already tarnished the reputation of the leopard hall. We can't let this matter go. Zhang Yao also acted tough. He was now the representative of the leopard hall. If he didn't act tough, the leopard hall would really have no place to put its face. If we can't let this matter go, then let's fight. Hong Ying was also a heroic person. If there was a disagreement, she would start a fight. Let's fight. Why would we be afraid of them? Today, let's completely shatter the arrogance of the Dragon Hall. That's right. Don't you know what kind of place this is? Come on, let's fight. Chapter 1950. Hong Long. Innumerable waves of qi began to roll, forming a battlefield in the sky above the leopard hall. The Dragon Hall and the Leopard Hall were standing opposite each other with unparalleled battle intent. My God! They are really going to fight. It seems like they are going to fight. The Dragon Hall has always been overbearing. In order to protect Jiang Qin and Duan Ren, they will definitely take action. Although the Leopard Hall isn't as powerful as the Dragon Hall, it's still one of the three great halls of the Immortal Court. If they remain indifferent to Jiang Qin's attack, they will be laughed at and looked down upon by the outsiders. If they don't vent their anger, they will never be able to raise their heads in front of the Dragon Hall. The Leopard Hall is defending their dignity. They have to fight. These guys are all heaven-defying existences. I wonder how big the commotion will be if they really fight. Both the Dragon Hall and the Leopard Hall have great sovereign-level disciples, but they haven't shown up yet. Those who have reached that level won't show up easily. For an existence like Yu Huafan, he won't be interested in the battle between disciples. If he shows up, it will only lower his status. Everyone was excited. One should know that although the three great halls of the Immortal Court didn't get along well with each other, there had never been a large-scale battle. It was the first time that 20 to 30 disciples were going to fight each other. No matter what the outcome was, it was still exciting. It had only been 3 days since Jiang Qin arrived in the Immortal Court, but he had already been known by all the disciples. On his first day, he had attracted Feng Jingyang's attention and accepted him as a disciple of the Dragon Hall. Today, he had barged into the Leopard Hall alone, injuring people and crippling Lu Jian. His behavior was extremely arrogant and despotic. He didn't put the Leopard Hall in his eyes at all. Although the Dragon Hall was arrogant, it was the first one to be so arrogant. In the past, Yu Huafan had barged into the Leopard Hall, but he was a powerful second-grade great sovereign, an outstanding figure among the young generation of the Immortal Court. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him the #1 genius. What was Jiang Qin? He was merely an intermediate immortal venerable disciple and a newcomer. His strength was simply explosive. Yunyang, your Leopard Hall is getting bolder. You actually dare to duel with us? Yu Feng said with a sneer. The leader of the Leopard Hall was called Yunyang. His cultivation base was on par with Yu Feng. His reputation in the Immortal Court was also on par with Yu Feng. The two of them had always been rivals. Now, he was the representative figure of the Dragon Hall and Leopard Hall. Humph! Your Dragon Hall has gone too far. How dare you fight in front of our Leopard Hall? Do you really think our Leopard Hall is easy to bully? Today, unless Jiang Qin leaves behind an arm, we will not let this matter rest. Yunyang snorted coldly. His performance was incomparably domineering. It seemed like he was going to fight it out with Long Tang today. However, Yunyang had no other choice. He naturally knew that the people of Dragon Hall weren't easy to deal with. Putting aside Yufeng, Hong Ying was also a very tricky figure to deal with. However, he had no choice but to step forward now because today's incident had already attracted a lot of spectators. If he flinched after being attacked, he wouldn't only be losing face, but the entire Leopard Hall. He couldn't afford to lose face like this. Once he lost his arm, Dragon Hall would become more and more arrogant in the future. They would look down on Leopard Hall more and more. Today's incident would even leave a shadow in the hearts of the disciples of Leopard Hall, making them feel inferior when they saw the people of Dragon Hall in the future. In that case, there's nothing else to say. Let's see who's stronger. Yufeng was known as a madman. He was a man who loved to fight. It was impossible for his opponent to take away one of Jiang Chen's arms. Since that was the case, there was nothing else to say. Long Tang had never been afraid of anyone before. Yufeng was a madman who loved to fight. Hong Long. Yufeng was the first to make a move. He carried a frightening wave of qi that covered the sky as he rushed towards Yunyang. On the opposite side, Yunyang wasn't to be outdone either. In the blink of an eye, he and Yufeng were engaged in a fierce battle. The two old rivals were locked in a stalemate. Fight! Duan Ren's imposing manner was like a rainbow. He casually chose an opponent and struck out with the heavens-breaking cliff. Hee, it's been a long time since I fought. It seems like I can have a painful battle today. Hong Ying giggled. A red silk appeared in her hand. With a casual flick, it flew towards a half-step sovereign expert of Leopard Hall like a fiery red dragon. On the other side, a half-step sovereign was charging at Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin wasn't afraid at all. He slashed out with the Heavenly Saint sword. Given his current combat strength, half-step sovereigns were nothing in his eyes. These half-step sovereigns were geniuses of the immortal court. If they were ordinary half-step sovereigns, he would have killed them in a single move. If Jiang Chen were to fight against someone like Li Wangye wouldn't be able to withstand a single move from Jiang Qin. The battle between Jiang Qin and Yufeng when they first entered the Dragon Hall ended in a draw. Therefore, unless a great sovereign genius appeared in Leopard Hall, no one could do anything to Jiang Qin. Hong Long. The entire sky was tainted by the terrifying combat strength. The heaven and earth shook. The void of the entire immortal court was ravaged. The geniuses of the two halls were locked in a fierce battle. It was the first time such a large-scale battle had occurred in the immortal court. On the other side, the Huang dog was wagging his sturdy tail as if he was watching a show. He had no intention of joining the battle. After all, this was a battle between the young disciples of the two halls. It wouldn't be appropriate for him to join the battle. Furthermore, if the Huang dog chose to join the battle, it would be the doomsday for the disciples of Leopard Hall. There was no need for them to continue the battle. The Huang dog had 30 great sovereign laws now. Even an ordinary third-grade great sovereign might not be a match for him. However, his presence here was enough to deter others. The current situation of the battle was obvious. Although Leopard Hall had more disciples, their overall strength wasn't as monstrous as Dragon Hall. So, if the battle continued, Leopard Hall would be the one to suffer. As for Jiang Qin, the Huang dog wasn't worried at all. Given Jiang Chen's current strength, it would be hard for him to be injured. The Huang dog had made up his mind. If there was a great sovereign elder in Leopard Hall, he would join the battle. If there wasn't, he would just sit back and watch the show. In any case, Jiang Qin wouldn't suffer any losses. Hong Long. The battle was incomparably fierce. Everyone in Leopard Hall must have been alerted, but there was neither a great sovereign genius disciple nor a powerful elder. It seemed like the internal department of Leopard Hall had acquiesced to the battle between the young disciples. After all, it was a matter of face. A genius disciple like Yu Huafan wouldn't join the battle, so it wasn't appropriate for an elder to join the battle. Along with a blood-curdling scream, a disciple of Leopard Hall's arm was broken by a broken blade, and he was sent flying away. For the fastest and error-free novel reading, please visit Chapter 1951. Haha. Leopard Hall is just a so-so. Do you think you can fight our Dragon Hall with just this? Duan Ren laughed heartily. After sending one of them flying, he charged towards the other groups. On the other side, Hong Ying's opponent was also being suppressed by Hong Ying. He didn't have much strength to fight back. Yun Yang was also having a hard time fighting against Yu Feng. As for Jiang Chen's side, it was needless to say that he was beating the half-step sovereign genius with a single sword. Even the half-step sovereign expert of Leopard Hall was in such a state, let alone the others. Not long after the battle began, the morale of Leopard Hall began to wane. The strength of the Dragon Hall was well known. The people of the Leopard Hall were originally timid, and now they had lost the fighting spirit they had at the beginning. It's obvious that Leopard Hall is no match for them. That's right. Although they have more people, they are no match for the ferocity of the Dragon Hall. Let's not talk about Yu Feng and Hong Ying. Look at that Jiang Chen. He is even more monstrous than Yu Huafan. His current cultivation base is merely at the intermediate immortal venerable realm, but his combat strength is scarier than a half-step sovereign. One should know that none of those half-step sovereigns are easy to deal with. All of them are existences that can fight first-grade great sovereigns. Doesn't that mean that Jiang Chen has the combat strength of a first-grade great sovereign even though he is only at the intermediate immortal venerable realm? What kind of monstrous genius is he? That's right. He's too heaven-defying. No wonder Feng Jingyang thinks so highly of him. As long as he is given time to grow, he will surpass Yu Huafan sooner or later and become the #1 genius of the Immortal Court. Look, the momentum of Leopard Hall is getting weaker and weaker. Each and every one of the Dragon Hall is a battle maniac. Leopard Hall won't be able to hold on any longer. Dragon Hall's position in the Immortal Court is unshakable. Even the Sovereign Lord has to give Feng Jingyang some face. Of course. Who doesn't know Feng Jingyang's temper? He will do anything if he is provoked. Plus, his cultivation base has already reached the peak of the 5th-grade Great Sovereign Realm. He is the last hope of the Immortal Court to advance to the 6th-grade Great Sovereign Realm. Once he becomes a 6th-grade Great Sovereign, he will become a first-class figure in the Immortal Court. The number of onlookers increased and the voices of discussion increased. The strength of the Dragon Hall made everyone feel helpless. The importance of the Dragon Hall in the Immortal Court was getting more and more important. Moreover, the people that were trained by Feng Jingyang had the same temperament as Feng Jingyang. Stop! At this moment, a loud shout was heard from the interior of the Leopard Hall. Then, an old man with an incomparably powerful aura flew out. He was a powerful 3rd-grade Great Sovereign. Hall. Unfortunately, the deterrence of a 3rd-grade Great Sovereign didn't seem to be much. Just as the elder shouted, Jiang Chen sent his opponent flying with a kick, and then charged towards the other person with his sword. He didn't put the 3rd-grade Great Sovereign in his eyes at all, as if the opponent didn't exist. Seeing that Jiang Chen had no intention of stopping, Yu Feng and the others also continued to attack. Once again, they clashed with the people of Leopard Hall. Very well. Your Dragon Hall's little brats are becoming more and more outrageous. You don't even take this old man's words to heart. Since you are so disrespectful to me, I will teach you a lesson. The third-grade great sovereign elder's face was filled with anger, and his heart was incomparably gloomy. He was a third-grade great sovereign, an elder of Leopard Hall, and had a supreme position in the immortal court. Usually, every disciple would show respect to him. But now, a group of youngsters had turned a deaf ear to his words and completely looked down on him. This had greatly reduced his sense of existence, and he felt that he had lost a lot of face. How could he not be angry? Swoosh! However, just as the elder was about to move, a ray of golden light suddenly appeared in front of him like a ghost. "Old man, why are you getting involved in the fight between the youngsters? Don't you know what shame is?" The one who spoke was none other than De Huang Dog, who had been squatting at the side. The reason why Jiang Qin ignored the elder was because De Huang Dog was still there. He wholeheartedly wanted to help Heaven's sovereign. That was why he wanted the immortal court to be in chaos. The bigger the conflict, the better. As long as Jiang Qin was given a chance, he would definitely make the situation worse. Looking at De Huang Dog, many of them recalled what had happened that day. It seemed that this dog had sent Li Song's grandfather, Li Yuan, flying with his head. One should know that Li Yuan was a second-grade great sovereign. Even though the one who had appeared was a third-grade great sovereign, no one dared to look down on this dog. Everyone knew that this dog was a true demon the Arch. Who would dare to underestimate a powerful demon the Arch? Unless they didn't want to live anymore. Where did this dog come from? Get lost. The elder was infuriated instantly. Given his status, he was already angry enough when a group of youngsters ignored him. Now, a dog had appeared out of nowhere and dared to stand in his way. This was simply a humiliation to him. The elder waved his hand and slapped at the Huang Dog's head. In his opinion, this slap was enough to smash the dog's head into pieces, leaving no chance for the dog to dodge. Unexpectedly, the Huang Dog didn't even have the intention to dodge. He bared his teeth and slammed his head against the elder's palm. This action almost angered the elder to death. "Motherfucker, you're not giving me any face at all. You don't even have a sense of existence. A dog actually dared to use its head to block my attack. Even if you don't want to live anymore, you should at least leave me some face so that I can show off a little." The elder secretly made up his mind to smash the dog's head into pieces. Only then would he be able to vent the hatred in his heart and establish his dignity. Bang! However, when the third-grade great sovereign's palm landed heavily on De Huang Dog's head, a sound of iron being struck was heard, and even sparks were produced. The scene of the dog's head being smashed did not happen. Instead, the third-grade great sovereign felt that his palm was going numb, as if cracks were about to appear on it. "What?" the elder exclaimed on the spot. His eyes stared at the Huang Dog in front of him without blinking, as if he had seen a ghost. The head had always been the weakest part of a human, even if it was a demon beast. Moreover, the dog's cultivation base was only at the first-grade great sovereign realm during the collision just now, but its head was way too tough. "Motherfucker. Do you really think that you can smash Master Dog's head? You're overestimating yourself." The Huang Dog's battle intent was unparalleled. He shook his huge head and charged towards the elder once again. "I don't believe it." The elder was furious. Once again, he launched a powerful attack. His target was still the De Huang Dog's head. For the fastest novel reading, please visit Chapter 1952. Clang Clang. The following battle made everyone dumbfounded. The Huang Dog didn't use any other moves. It was just an indestructible dog head that kept colliding with the powerful attacks of the third-grade great sovereign. Sparks flew everywhere. In the end, the third-grade great sovereign didn't even have the slightest bit of anger. He had exerted almost all of his strength, but not only did he fail to cause any damage to the Huang dog's head, he even felt uncomfortable from the impact. Motherfucker. The elder was about to vomit blood. He had come out with the intention of ending this battle, but who would have thought that he would also fall into it? If he fell into it, then so be it. It was fine even if he won. But now, he had used all his strength, but he couldn't do anything to a dog. This was really too embarrassing. Come on. What kind of dog is this? How can he be so powerful? Even a third-grade great sovereign can't do anything to him. Amazing. No wonder Jiang Qin is so arrogant. He actually has such a heaven-defying demon sovereign by his side. It's really enviable. It would be great if I have such a powerful demon sovereign by my side. You're thinking too much. Such a demon sovereign would rarely follow a human. It's even more impossible for them to be subdued by a human. This dog has such a good relationship with Jiang Qin. It can only mean that Jiang Qin is very charming. AI. Leopard Hall is really embarrassed today. I wonder how this matter will end. The situation was getting more and more intense. This matter was caused by Lu Jian. If Lu Jian didn't provoke Jiang Qin's people, Jiang Qin wouldn't have come to their doorstep. Leopard Hall wouldn't lose face, and Lu Jian wouldn't become a cripple. Many people felt that Lu Jian was too stupid. Li Song was a good example. At that time, Jiang Qin wasn't a member of the Dragon Hall yet, but he still dared to cause such a huge commotion. Now that Jiang Qin had joined the Dragon Hall, he became even more unscrupulous. Lu Jian choosing to provoke Jiang Qin at this time was simply courting death. Oh, the battle was getting more and more intense. The disciples of the Leopard Hall were starting to lose. Many of them were screaming and retreating with serious injuries. The only elder who managed to come out was completely entangled by the Huang dog. He was so depressed that he was about to vomit blood. How could he have the chance to help the other disciples? All of you, stop. At this moment, another shout was heard from the Leopard Hall. An old man walked out. This old man's eyes were incomparably sharp. He looked like a person that was not to be trifled with. As a matter of fact, he was not to be trifled with. Who would dare to provoke a fourth-grade great sovereign? After the elder appeared, the battle immediately stopped. Everyone stopped what they were doing. In fact, the battle itself was almost over, because the people of Leopard Hall basically had no ability to continue fighting. It's Elder Xiangmu. He's the great elder of the Dragon Hall, a peak fourth-grade great sovereign. The people of the Dragon Hall won't dare to touch him anymore. At this point in time, only a fourth-grade great sovereign can stop the battle. I wonder what Elder Xiangmu will do next. Will he take action? The appearance of a fourth-grade great sovereign silenced the noisy scene immediately. This was the deterrence of a fourth-grade great sovereign. Even a madman like Yufeng had to give face to a fourth-grade great sovereign. Great Elder. Please help us, Great Elder. The Dragon Hall has gone too far. Yes, Great Elder. Many of our disciples are injured. Seeing Xiangmu, the disciples of Leopard Hall immediately went up to him as if they saw their savior. Shut up. Xiangmu glared at those disciples, his eyes were filled with reproach. His meaning was obvious. Who can you blame if you don't have the ability? The higher-ups like Xiangmu had been secretly watching the battle. After all, the disciples of the Dragon Hall were all young, so it was not appropriate for them to show up directly. Moreover, Xiangmu wanted to see the real gap between the disciples of the Leopard Hall and the Dragon Hall. If the Leopard Hall could win, the reputation of the Leopard Hall would grow, and they would no longer be suppressed by the dragon hall. Unfortunately, it seemed like it was an extravagant hope. The strength of the dragon hall was not just a rumor. The leopard hall was losing ground. It wasn't easy for them to send out a third-grade great sovereign, but he couldn't even defeat a dog. If the battle continued, the leopard hall would lose all their face. The disciples of the leopard hall are just a so-so. Our dragon hall has learned something today. Junior brother Jiang Qin, let's go. Yu Feng said in front of Xiangmu, then left with the people of the dragon hall. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog looked at each other, then turned and left. Great Elder, are we just going to let them go? A disciple said anxiously. All right. Haven't we embarrassed ourselves enough? Go back and cultivate properly. Xiang Mu said angrily. He also wanted to make Jiang Qin stay. After all, the leopard hall had lost a lot of face today. However, Xiang Mu was very clear that if he insisted on making things difficult for the disciples of the Dragon Hall, the higher-ups of the Dragon Hall would definitely appear, and even Feng Jingyang would be involved. At that time, with Feng Jingyang's strength, not only would the Leopard Hall lose their face, they would also lose even more face. It would be useless even if the Hall Master of the Leopard Hall appeared. Moreover, the Leopard Hall was in the wrong today. There was no need to continue to make trouble. Xiang Mu was very clear about this, so he could only suffer in silence. On the other side, Jiang Qin was somewhat surprised that the Leopard Hall could leave so easily. This was not the result he wanted. He originally wanted to continue to make trouble, and let the higher-ups of the two halls appear. He did not expect Xiang Mu to be so wise. This Xiang Mu is a very smart person. He knows that the Leopard Hall won't have a good ending if he continues to make trouble, so he simply let it go. Jiang Qin said. That's right. The Leopard Hall won't have a good ending if they continue to make trouble. De Huang Dog said. However, this matter is almost over. Louis Shan and the others have been avenged. Moreover, the enmity between the Dragon Hall and the Leopard Hall has been completely formed. It will only grow deeper in the future. This is a good thing. Jiang Qin said with a smile. Any action that would cause chaos in the Immortal Court was a good thing. The more chaotic the Immortal Court was, the more he wanted to see it. Moreover, Jiang Qin had a better understanding of the strength and influence of the Dragon Hall through today's matter. This also made Jiang Qin more convinced that he must win the Dragon Hall over to Heaven's sovereign side, especially Feng Jingyang. It would be great if Heaven's sovereign could use him. Next, Jiang Qin would continue to take things one step at a time. His eyes swept across Jiang Qin and nodded. Apparently, he was very satisfied with his new junior brother. Jiang Qin smiled. His first impression of this great senior brother was very good. Just like the other disciples of the Dragon Hall, Jiang Qin had a good first impression of this great senior brother. A disciple personally selected by Feng Jingyang couldn't be wrong. Hua Fan, Jiang Qin, come and see me. At this moment, Feng Jingyang's voice suddenly resounded in the sky, calling for Jiang Qin and Yu Hua Fan to see him. Master is calling for you. There must be something important. Hurry up and go, said Hong Ying. Yes, I think there must be something important. Otherwise, great senior brother wouldn't be called back. Yu Feng nodded and said. Jiang Chen and Yu Huafan didn't waste any time and went straight to Feng Jingyang's residence. The Dragon Hall only occupied a mountain peak, which wasn't big compared to the Immortal Court. Therefore, it was very easy for Jiang Qin and Yu Huafan to go to Feng Jingyang's residence. Creak. Feng Jingyang's cultivation place was at the center of the dragon hole. It was a palace. When Jiang Chen and Yu Huafan arrived, the door of the palace opened automatically. Jiang Chen and Yu Huafan exchanged a glance and walked into the palace at the same time. They saw Feng Jingyang sitting at the center of the palace. Master. The two of them greeted Feng Jingyang at the same time. Huafan. What did you gain from your trip? Asked Feng Jingyang. Quite a lot. My cultivation base has reached the peak of second-grade Great Sovereign Realm, only a step away from the third-grade Great Sovereign Realm. Yu Huafan said honestly. He was extremely respectful in front of Feng Jingyang. Not bad. Feng Jingyang nodded and praised. Before Jiang Chen came, Yu Huafan was his proudest disciple. I see that Master's complexion is not bad, and his qi is fluctuating. He should be advancing to the 6th grade Great Sovereign soon. Yu Huafan said with a smile. At my level, everything can only depend on luck. Feng Jingyang said. Jiang Chen nodded secretly. Feng Jingyang had his own attitude towards cultivation, and he was calm and not impetuous. It was only a matter of time for a person like him to advance. Master, what's the matter that made you so anxious for me to come back? Asked Yu Huafan. There's indeed a matter. It's neither a big nor a small matter. 7 days later is the birthday of the Island Lord of Demonic Immortal Island, Tianping Evil Emperor. Star Sovereign has asked me to choose 2 people from the Dragon Hall to attend the birthday celebration. Bring Jiang Chen along. Feng Jingyang said. All right. Yu Huafan did not refuse and immediately agreed. He had always been duty-bound to complete the task assigned by Feng Jingyang. Demonic Immortal Island. What's that? Jiang Chen was stunned. It was his first time hearing about the Demonic Immortal Island. All along, he only knew about the immortal courts of the 9 major immortal domains, and above that was the sovereign domain. Now, the Demonic Immortal Island suddenly appeared out of nowhere, and the birthday celebration that Star Sovereign was so concerned about. It was enough to show that the Tianping Evil Emperor was extraordinary, and that the Demonic Immortal Island was extraordinary. Junior brother, the Demonic Immortal Island is a special existence. It doesn't belong to any of the 9 major immortal domains, but its strength is not weaker than any of the immortal courts. You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.